Chapter 39 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 39, Brer Rabbit Gets the Provisions. The next time the little boy called on Uncle Remus, a bright fire was blazing on the hearth. He could see the light shining under the door before he went into the cabin, and he knew by that sign that the old man had company. In fact, Daddy Jack had returned and was dozing in his accustomed corner. Aunt Tempy was sitting bolt upright, nursing her contempt, and Uncle Remus was making a curious-looking box. None of the negroes paid any attention to the little boy when he entered, but somehow he felt that they were waiting for him. After a while Uncle Remus finished his curious-looking box and laid it upon the floor. Then he lifted his spectacles from his nose to the top of his head and remarked, "Now den, folks, there she is, and it's been so long since I have made one of 'em that she make me sweat. Yas, sir, she did that. Howsomever, it make no difference with me. Promise is a promise, though you make it in the dark of the moon. Long time ago, I took and promised one of my passing acquaintance dat some of dese lonesome days de old nigger'd whirl in and make him a rabbit trap if he'd just be so good as to quit the devilment and larn his behavishness." "Is that my rabbit trap, Uncle Remus?" exclaimed the child. He would have picked it up for the purpose of examining it, but Uncle Remus waved him off with a dignified gesture. "Don't you dast to tech dat there trap, honey, 'cause if you does, dat spiles all. I'll just have to go to work and make it brand new, and de Lord knows I ain't got no time fer to do dat." "Well, Uncle Remus, you've had your hands on it." "To be sure I is, and what's more'n dat, I been had my hands in tar water." "I hear talk of dat," remarked Aunt Tempy with an approving nod. "Yasser, in de nat'ral tar water," continued Uncle Remus. "You put your hand in a pa'tridge nest, and he'll quit dem premises though he done got 11 dozen eggs in dar. Same wid a rabbit. Dey ain't got sense like de ole time rabbit, but I let you know dey ain't gwine in no trap where dey smell folks' hands. Dat dey ain't. Dat w'at make I say w'at I does. Don't put your hand on it, don't tech it, don't look at it sca'cely." The little boy subsided, but he continued to cast longing looks at the trap, seeing which Uncle Remus sought to change the current of his thoughts. "She been a mighty heap of trouble, mon, yet I'm mighty glad I took and make dat there trap. She's a solid un, sure, and if there was to be any scarceness of vittles, I lay dat there trap 'ud help us all out." "De Lord knows," exclaimed Aunt Tempy, rubbing her fat hands together. "I hope dey ain't gwine to be no famishing roun' yer 'mongs we all." "Likely not," said Uncle Remus. "Yet de time might come when a big swamp rabbit cotch in dat there trap would go a mighty long ways in a family no bigger dan w'at mine is." "Mo' speshly," remarked Aunt Tempy, "ef you put dat wid w'at de neighbors might send in." "Eh! Uncle Remus exclaimed. "Don't you put no 'pendence in dem neighbors, don't you do it. When famine time come, one man ain't no better dan no other man, 'cep'n he be souples, and he got to be mighty supple at dat." The old man paused and glanced at the little boy. The child was still looking longingly at the trap, and Uncle Remus leaned forward and touched him lightly on the shoulder. It was a familiar gesture, gentle and yet rough, a token of affection, and yet a command to attention. For the venerable darky could be imperious enough when surrendering to the whims of his little partner. "All dish yer talk 'bout folks perishin' out," Uncle Remus went on with an indifferent air, "put me in mind er de times when de creeturs took and got up a famine 'mongst deyse'f. It come about dat one time vittles was monsters scarce and high, and money mighty slack. Long as dey was any vittles goin' round, Brer Rabbit he is bound to get his share of 'em, but by hit come to dat pass dat Brer Rabbit's stomach begun to pinch him, and whiles he's gettin' hongry, de other creeturs dey's gettin' hongry deyself. It went on dis way twel one day Brer Rabbit and Brer Wolf meet up wid one another in de big road, and after dey holler howdy, dey sat down, dey did, and make a bargain. They took and agree wid one another dat dey sell der mammy and take de money and get somethin' another to eat. Brer Wolf he 'low, he did, dat bein' hit's like he de hongriest creature on de face of de yearth, dat he sell his mammy fus, and den, after de vittles give out, Brer Rabbit he kin sell his own mammy and get some mo' grub. Ole Brer Rabbit he chipped in and agreed, he did, and Brer Wolf he tuck'n hitch up his team and put his mammy in de wagon, and den him and Brer Rabbit druv off. Man come along. "Where you goin'?" "Goin' 'long down to town wid a bag of corn fer to sell. We ain't got time fer to stop and talk, yet we wish ye mighty well." "Did they talk poetry that way, Uncle Remus?" the little boy inquired. "Shoo! Lots wuss'n dat, honey. Dey was constant a gwine on a dat way, and if I wa'n't gettin' so mighty weak-kneed in my remembrance, I'd bust a loose yer, and I'd fair wake you up wid de goin's on in dem dere creeturs. Now den, dey tuck'n carry Brer Wolf's mammy to town and sell her, and dey start back wid a wagon load of vittles. De day was a wanin' den, and de sun was a settin'. De wind tuck'n blow up sorter stiff, and de sun look red when she settin'. Dey druv on and druv on. De wind blow and de sun shine red. Bimeby Brer Wolf scrooch up and shiver and 'low, "Brer Rabbit, I'm a gittin' mighty cole." Brer Rabbit he laugh and 'low, "I'm gittin' sorter creepy myself, Brer Wolf." Dey druv on and druv on. Wind blow keen, sun shine red. Brer Wolf scrooch up in a little knot. Bimeby he sing out, "Brer Rabbit, I'm freezin'. I'm dat cole I dunno what to do." Brer Rabbit he point to de settin' sun and say, "You see dat great big fire 'cross dar in de woods, Brer Wolf? Well, dey ain't nothin' to hinder you from goin' dar and warmin' yo'self, and I'll wait yer for you. Gimme de lines, Brer Wolf, and you go warm yo'self all over." Wid dat, Brer Wolf he put out des as hard as he kin fer to see ef he kin find de fire, and w'iles he was gone, bless goodness, what should Brer Rabbit do but cut off de hosses' tails and stick 'em down deep in de mud. "Let 'im alone now, des let 'im alone!" exclaimed Aunt Tempy in an ecstasy of admiration. "He stick de hosses' tails down in de mud," continued Uncle Remus, "en den he tuck'n druv de wagon way off in de swamp en hide it. Den he tuck'n come back, ole Brer Rabbit did, fer to wait fer Brer Wolf. Atter so long a time, sho' nuff, yer come Brer Wolf des a gallopin' up back. Brer Wolf he hail 'im. "Is yo' warm yo'se'f, Brer Wolf?" "Brer Rabbit, don't talk. Dat de mos' deceitful fire w'at I had any 'sperience un. I run, en I run, en I run, en de mo' w'at I run de furder de fire git. De nigher you come to dat fire, de furder it's off." Brer Rabbit he sorter scratch hisse'f behime de shoulder blade, en 'low, "Nummine 'bout de fire, Brer Wolf. I got sump'n yer dat'll warm you up. Ef you ain't never bin warm befo', I'll lay you'll git warm dis time." Dis make Brer Wolf sorter look 'roun', en w'en he see Brer Rabbit hol' on to two hoss tails, he up en squall out, he did, "Lord a mercy, Brer Rabbit, whar my vittles? Whar my waggin? Whar my hosses?" "Dey er right yer, Brer Wolf. Dey er all right yer.
I stayed there where you left me twell the hosses gun to get restless. Then I cluck at 'em, and bless gracious, dey start off and land in a quicksand. When dey begun to mire, I just took and turned everything loose and grabbed the hosses by the tail, and I been standing here wishing for you, Brer Wolf, twell I done gone gray in de mind. I 'lowed to myself that I'd hang on to dese yer hoss tails if it killed every cow in de island. Come help me, Brer Wolf, and I lay we'll just naturally pull the ground out, but what we'll get these creatures out."
With dat, Brer Wolf, he cotch hold of one hoss tail, and Brer Rabbit, he cotch hold of de yuther, and when dey pull, co'se de tails come out of de mud. Dey stood dar, dey did, and dey look at de tails, and dey look at one another. By Brer Rabbit 'low, "Well, Sir Brer Wolf, we pull so hard twel we pull de tails plumb out." Old Brer Wolf, he dunno what to do, but it begun to get dark, and it 'twa'n't long 'fo' he tell Brer Rabbit good bye, and off he put fer home. Dat there Brer Rabbit, Uncle Remus went on, he des took'n wait twel Brer Wolf get out of hearin'. Den he went into de swamp and druv de hosses home and git all de vittles, and he ain't have to sell his ole mammy neither. Dat he ain't. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 40. Cut a Cordlaw. To all appearances, Daddy Jack had taken no interest in Uncle Remus's story of the horses' tails, and yet, as soon as the little boy and Aunt Tempy were through laughing at a somewhat familiar climax, the old African began to twist and fidget in his chair, and mumbled to himself in a lingo which might have been understood on the Guinea coast, but which sounded out of place in Uncle Remus's Middle Georgia cabin. Presently, however, his uneasiness took tangible shape. He turned around and exclaimed impatiently, "Shush! When you start for tell dem tale, when you no tell 'em like dey stand? It berry bad for twist dem tail round and round. Why you no talk 'em straight?" "Well, Brer Jack," said Uncle Remus, smiling good-humoredly upon the queer little old man, "ef we done gone en got dat there tail all twist up, de way fer you to do is to whirl in en ontwist it, en we all folks'll set up yer en help you out plumb twel Mars John comes a hollerin' en a bawlin' atter dish yer baby. En atter he done gone to bed, den me en Sis Tempy yer, we'll set up wid you plumb twel de chickens crow fer day. Dem's de kinder folk we all is up yer. We ain't got many swimps en crabs up yer in Putman County, but when it come to settin' up wid comp'ny en hangin' roun' after dark fer to make de time pass away, we are mighty rank. Now den, Brer Jack, I done called a roll wid my eye, en we are all yer, 'ceppin' dat there 'Tildy girl, en it 'twon't be long 'fo' she'll be a drappin' in. Run over in your mind, en where my tail is wrong, des whirl in en put her to rights." "Shuh!" exclaimed the old African. "Una no git dem tails straight. I hear dem where me live. E sound like dis. One time, de bittle bin get berry scarce. De rice crop mek nuttin', de fish swim low, de bud fly high. Hard times bin come dey day. E so hard, dem creatures do get hungry fer true. Brer Rabbit und Brer Wolf, dey come pit bowl der head togedder. Dey is make talk how hungry dey is way down in de belly. Bimeby, Brer Rabbit, he shed his eye. He say he mus' kill de gran'mammy. Brer Wolf say he make his eye come watery for hear da talk like dat. Brer Rabbit say, 'Keep, Brer Wolf, da water come in yo' eye w'en you is bin hongry. Me eye bin done come a watery so long time before I bin talking wit you 'bout me gran'mammy.' Brer Wolf, he do keep on cryin'.
he wipe his eye upon his coat sleeve. Brer Rabbit, he been say, "If you was been take it so hard like dis, Brer Wolf, it berry good for kill your grandmammy first, so you is can come glad again." Brer Wolf, he go dry his eye and kill his grandmammy, and dey is been take him grandmammy off to sell him for bittle. Den dey is been eat the bittle day and night, till he all done gone. When a time come for Brer Rabbit for to kill his grandmammy, Brer Wolf, he go visitin' him. He say, "Brer Rabbit, I has been feel hungry true and true. Less we kill your grandmammy." Brer Rabbit lift up his head high. He laugh. He shake one ear. He shet one eye. He say, "Hey, Brer Wolf, you think I goin' kill me grandmammy? Oh no, Brer Wolf, me no can do dat." Dis make Brer Wolf wuss mad dan he has been before. He a fair tear the earth wid de claw. He yowl sim like Injun mans. He say he gwine make Brer Rabbit kill he grandmammy nohow. Brer Rabbit say he gwine see 'im 'bout dis. He take his grandmammy by de hand. He lead 'im way off in de woods, en hide 'im in de top of one big cocoanut tree. He tell 'im to stay there.
The mention of a coconut tree caused the little boy to glance incredulously at Uncle Remus, who made prompt and characteristic reply. "Dat's it, honey, dat's it, sho'. In dem days en in dem countries der was plenty of coconut trees. Less we all sit back yer en give Brer Jack a livin' chance."
"He hide he grandmammy in top of cocoanut tree," continued Daddy Jack, "en he give 'im a lily basket with cord tie on 'em. In de day mornin', Brer Rabbit, he is been go to de foot of de tree. He make he voice fine. He holler, 'Granny, Granny, oh Granny, jut de cord la.' When he granny hear dis, he let basket down wit' de cord, en Brer Rabbit he fill 'im wit' bittle en somet'ing to eat. Ebry day dey has been a go dis ting. Ebry day Brer Rabbit is come to feed his granny. Brer Wolf, he watch, he listen, he sneak up, he creep up, he do listen. By, he do year Brer Rabbit call. He see de basket swing down, en see 'im go back. When Brer Rabbit bin a go away from day, Brer Wolf, he come by de root of de tree. He holler, he do say, 'Granny, Granny, oh Granny, shoot a cord la.' De ole Granny Rabbit listen. He bin listen well. He say, 'Ki, how come dis? Me son is no talky like dis. He no shoot at da cord like dat.' When Brer Rabbit come back, de Granny is bin a tell 'im about somet'ing come a holler, 'Shoot at da cord la.' En Brer Rabbit, he laugh till he can laugh no more. Brer Wolf, he hidin' close. He year'd Brer Rabbit crackin' his joke, en he is a get berry mad. When Brer Rabbit is gone way, Brer Wolf bin a come back. He stan' by de tree root. He holler, 'Granny, Granny, oh Granny, jut de cord la.' Granny Rabbit hol' he head upon one side. He listen good. He say, 'I berry sorry, me son, you bin hab so bad call. You vice bin sound rough, me son.' Done Granny Rabbit is bin peep down. He bin say, 'Ha! Brer Wolf, go 'way from day. You know is bin foolin' me like dis. Go 'way, Brer Wolf.' Brer Wolf, he come berry mad. He grin till he tush bin shinin'. He go in de swamp. He scratch his head. He tink. By he go visitin' one blacksmith, en he ax 'im how kin he do fer make his voice confine like Brer Rabbit voice. De blacksmith, he say, 'Come, Brer Wolf, I run dis red hot poker in your throat. It make you talk easy.' Brer Wolf say, 'Well, I like you for make my voice fine.' Den de blacksmith run de red hot poker in Brer Wolf throat, en he hurt 'im so bad, 'tis a bin long time befo' Brer Wolf kin talky de long walk by de cocoanut tree.
By and by he get so he kin come by, and when he get dey he holler, 'Granny, Granny, oh Granny, Julta Cordla.' Dat voice sound so nice and fine, dat Granny Rabbit is bin tink he Brer Rabbit voice, en he is bin a let de basket down. Brer Wolf, he shakin' de cord like he is put some bittle in de basket, en done he is bin git in hisse'f. Brer Wolf, he keep still. Da Granny Rabbit pull on de cord. He just say, 'Ki, he come heavy for true. Me son, he love he Granny heaps.' Brer Wolf, he do grin, he grin en keep still. De Granny Rabbit pull, he do hard. He pull till he git to Brer Wolf mos' by de top, en done he stop fer de res'. Brer Wolf look down, his head swim. He look up, his mouf water. He look down again, he see Brer Rabbit. He git skeer, he jerk on de rope. Brer Rabbit, he do holler, 'Granny, Granny, oh Granny, cut de cord la.' Da Granny Rabbit cut de cord, and Brer Rufus fall down and broke his neck." End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 41, Aunt Tempy's Story. The little boy observed that Aunt Tempy was very much interested in Daddy Jack's story. She made no remarks while the old African was telling it, but she was busily engaged in measuring imaginary quilt patterns on her apron with her thumb and forefinger, a sure sign that her interest had been aroused. When Daddy Jack had concluded, when, with a swift, sweeping gesture of his wrinkled hand, he cut the cord and allowed Brother Wolf to perish ignominiously, Aunt Tempy drew a long breath and said, "Dat ere tale come 'cross me just like a dream. It put me in her mind of one what I hear when I was a little bit a gal. Look like I can see myself right now, sittin' flat down on de hearth listenin' at ole Unk Monk. You knowed old Unk Monk, Brer Remus. You bleedz to knowed him. Up there in Ferginny. I declare to goodness, it make me feel right foolish. Brer Remus, I just know you knowed Unk Monk." For the first time in many a day, the little boy saw Uncle Remus in a serious mood. He leaned forward in his chair, shook his head sadly, as he gazed into the fire. "Ah, Lord, Sis Tempy!" he exclaimed sorrowfully. "Don't less we all go foolin' 'roun' 'mongst dem old times. De best kinder bread gits sour. What's yistiddy wid us was befo' de world begun wid dish yer chile. Dat's de way I looks at it." "Dat's de Lord's truth, Brer Remus," exclaimed Aunt Tempy with unction, "en I'm mighty glad you call me to myself. Little mo' en I'd 'a' sot right yer en 'a' gone way back to Ferginny, en all on account er dat there tale w'at I year long time ago." "What tale was that, Aunt Tempy?" asked the little boy. "Eh, honey," replied Aunt Tempy, with a display of genuine bashfulness. Honey, I 'fraid you'll all set up dar en laugh me out er de house. I ain't dast to tell no tale 'longside of Brer Remus en Daddy Jack yer. I 'fraid I git it all mixed up." The child manifested such genuine disappointment that Aunt Tempy relented a little. "If you all laugh now," she said, with a threatening air, "I'm des gwine ter pick up en git right out er dish yer place. Der ain't to be no laughin', 'kaze de tale w'at I year in Ferginny ain't no laughin' tale." With this understanding, Aunt Tempy adjusted her head handkerchief, looked round rather sheepishly, as Uncle Remus declared afterwards in confidence to the little boy, and began. "Well, den, in de times w'en Brer Rabbit en Brer Fox live in de same settlement wid one another, The seasons took come wrong. The weather got hot, and then a long dry drought set in, and it seemed like that the natural leaf on the trees was gwine to turn to powder." Aunt Tempy emphasized her statements by little backward and forward movements of her head, and the little boy would have laughed, but a warning glance from Uncle Remus prevented him. "De leaf on de trees look like dey gwine to turn to powder, and de ground look like it done bin cooked. All de truck what de creeturs plant was all parched up, and dey wa'n't no crops made nowheres. Dey dunno what to do. Dey run dis-a-way, dey run dat-a-way, yit w'en dey quit runnin', dey dunno where de bread comin' from. Dis de way it look to Brer Fox, and so one day w'en he got a mighty hankerin' atter somethin' sorter juicy, he meet Brer Rabbit in de lane, en he ax 'im, sezee, 'Brer Rabbit, whereabouts our bread comin' from?' Brer Rabbit, he bow, he did, en answer, sezee, 'Look like it might be comin' from nowhere,' sezee." "You see dat, honey?" exclaimed Uncle Remus, condescending to give the story the benefit of his patronage. "You see dat? Brer Rabbit was allus a waitin' a chance fer to crack his jokes." "Yes, Lord!" Aunt Tempy continued, with considerable more animation. "He joke en joke, en bimeby he ain't feel like no mo' jokin', en den he up'n say, sezee, dat him en Brer Fox better stout out en take der fammerlies wid um ter town en swap um off fer some fresh groun' meal. En Brer Fox say, sezee, dat dat look mighty fair en square, en den dey tuck'n make dey 'greements. Brer Fox wuz to supply de waggin en team, en he promise dat he gwine to catch his fammerly en tie um hard en fas' wid a red twine string. Brer Rabbit, he say, sezee, dat he gwine to catch his fammerly en tie um all, en meet Brer Fox at de fork er de road. Sho' nuff, soon in de mornin', w'en Brer Fox draw up wid his waggin, he hollered, 'Whoa!' en Brer Rabbit, he tuck'n holler back, 'Whoa yo'se'f!' en den Brer Fox know dey 'uz all dar. Brer Fox, he tuck'n sot up on de seat, en all er his fammerly, dey wuz a layin' under de seat. Brer Rabbit, he tuck'n put all his fammerly in de behime seat er de waggin, en he say, sezee, dat he speck he better set back dar twel dey git sorter usen to dey surroundin's. En den Brer Fox crack his whip, en off dey went to'rds town. Brer Fox, he holler eve'y once in a w'ile, sezee, 'No noddin' back dar, Brer Rabbit.' Brer Rabbit, he holler back, sezee, 'Brer Fox, you miss de ruts in de rocks, en I'll miss de noddin'.' But all dat time, bless yo' soul, Brer Rabbit wuz settin' dar ontyin' de ole 'oman en de children, which dey wuz 7 un um. W'en he git um all untie, Brer Rabbit, he tuck'n h'ist hisse'f on de seat 'longer Brer Fox, en dey sot dar en talk en laugh 'bout all sorts er times dey gwine ter have w'en dey git de corn meal. Brer Fox sezee, he gwine ter bake hoe cake. Brer Rabbit sezee, he gwine ter make ash cake. Des 'bout dis time, one er Brer Rabbit's children raise hisse'f up easy en hop out er de waggin. Miss Fox, she sing out, 'One fum 7 don't leave 11.' Brer Fox hunch his ole 'oman wid de foot fer ter make 'er keep still. Bimeby, n'er little Rabbit pop up en hop out. Miss Fox say she, 'One fum 6 leaves me less kicks.' Brer Fox go on talkin' to Brer Rabbit, en Brer Rabbit go on talkin' to Brer Fox, en 'twa'n't so mighty long 'fo' all Brer Rabbit fammerly done pop up en dive out er de waggin, en eve'y time one un 'ud go, Miss Fox see ter fit it like she did de yuthers." "What did she say, Aunt Tempy?" asked the little boy, who was interested in the rhymes. "Just lemme see. 1 from 5 leaves 4 alive. 1 from 4 leaves thee no more.
One from 3 leaves 2 for to go free. One from 1, we all done gone." "What did Brother Rabbit do then?" inquired the little boy. "Better ax what Brer Fox do," replied Aunt Tempy, pleased with the effect of her rhymes. "Brer Fox look 'roun' atter w'ile, en w'en he see dat all Brer Rabbit fammerly done gone, he lean back en holler, 'Whoa!' en den he say, sezee, 'In de name er goodness, Brer Rabbit, whar all yo' folks?' Brer Rabbit look 'roun', en den he make lak he cryin'. He des fairly boo-hooed, en he say, sezee, 'Dar now, Brer Fox, I des know'd dat ef I put my po' little childruns in dar wid yo' folks, dey'd git et up. I des know'd it.' Ole Miss Fox, she des vow she ain't totch Brer Rabbit fammerly, but Brer Fox he bin a wantin' a piece un um all de way, en he begrudge um so dat he git mighty mad wid his ole 'oman en de childruns, en he say, sezee, 'You kin des make de most er dat, 'kaze I'm a gwine ter bid you good riddance dis ve'y day.' En, sho' nuff, Brer Fox tuck his whole fambly to town en trade um off fer co'n. Brer Rabbit wuz wid um, des as big as life en twice as natchul. Dey start back, dey did, en w'en dey git 4 or 5 mile out town, hit come 'cross Brer Fox min' dat he done come away en lef' a plug er terbacker in de sto', en he say he bleedz ter go back atter it. Brer Rabbit, he say, sezee, dat he'll stay en take keer er de waggin, w'ile Brer Fox kin run back en git his terbacker. Soon as Brer Fox git outer sight, Brer Rabbit lay de hosses under line en lash, en drove de waggin home, en put de hosses in his own stable, en de co'n in his smoke house, en de waggin in his barn, en den he put some co'n in his pocket, en cut de hosses' tails off, en went back up de road twel he come to a quagmire, en in dat he stuck de tails en wait fer Brer Fox. Atter w'ile, yer he come, en den Brer Rabbit 'gun to holler en pull at de tails. He say, sezee, 'Run yer, Brer Fox, run yer! Youer des in time ef you ain't too late. Run yer, Brer Fox, run yer!' Brer Fox, he'd run en jerk Brer Rabbit away, en say, sezee, 'Git outer de way, Brer Rabbit! You too little. Git outer de way en let a man ketch holt.' Brer Fox took holt," continued Aunt Tempy, endeavoring to keep from laughing, "en he fetch one big pull, en I let you know dat 'uz de onliest pull he make, 'kaze de tails come out en he tu'n a back summerset. He jump up, he did, en 'gun to grabble in de quagmire des as hard as he kin. Brer Rabbit, he stan' by en drap some co'n in unbeknowns to Brer Fox, en dis make 'im grabble wuss en wuss, en he grabble so hard, en he grabble so long dat 'twa'n't long 'fo' he fall down dead, en so dat 'uz de las' er de ole Brer Fox in dat day en time." As Aunt Tempy paused, Uncle Remus adjusted his spectacles and looked at her admiringly. Then he laughed heartily. "I declare, Sis Tempy," he said after a while, "you gives tongue same as a lawyer. You have to join in wid us some more." Aunt Tempy closed her eyes and dropped her head on one side. "Don't get me started, Brer Remus," she said after a pause, "'kaze ef you does, you'll have to set up yer long past yo' bedtime." "I b'lieve you, Sis Tempy, dat I does!" exclaimed the old man, with the air of one who has made a pleasing discovery. Chapter 41. Chapter 42 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 42, The Fire Test.
"We are sort of been a-waitin' for Sis Tempy," Uncle Remus remarked when the little boy made his appearance the next night, "but somehow or 'nother look like she feared she have to up and tell some more tales. And yit, maybe she been strucken down with some kinder ailment. Dey ain't no countin' on deze yer fat folks. Dey are up one minute and down de nex', and w'at make it dat a way I'll be bless ef I know, 'kaze w'en folks is big and fat, look like dey oughter be weller dan dese yer long, hungry kinder folks. Yit all de same, Brer Jack done come," continued Uncle Remus, "en we'll des slam de do' shut, en ef Sis Tempy come she'll des have ter hol' her han's 'fo' her face en holler out: "'Lucky de linktum, chucky de chin, open de do' en let me in.'" "Oh, you kin laugh ef you wanter, but I boun' you ef Sis Tempy wuz ter come dar en say de wuds w'at I say, de button on dat dar do' 'ud des nat'ally twis' itse'f off but w'at it would let 'er in. Now I boun' you dat." Whatever doubts the child may have had he kept to himself, for experience had taught him that it was useless to irritate the old man by disputing with him. What effect the child's silence may have had in this instance it is impossible to say, for just then Aunt Tempy came in laughing. "You all can just say what you please," she exclaimed as she took her seat, "but dat there Shucky Cordy in de tale what Daddy Jack done tole been runnin' 'roun' in my min' en zoonin' in my years all de time." "Yer too!" exclaimed Uncle Remus, with emphasis. "Dat's me up and down. Look like dat there cricket over dar in de corner done took it up, en now he gwine, 'Shucky Cordy, Shucky Cordy.'" "Shuh shuh!" exclaimed Daddy Jack, with vehement contempt. "He Judah Cordla! He no Shucky Cordy not at all." "Well, well, Brer Jack," said Uncle Remus, soothingly, "in dese low grounds er sorrer, you des gotter lean back en make 'lowances fer all sorts er folks. You got ter 'low fer dem dat knows too much same as dem w'at knows too little. A heap er sayin's en a heap er doin's in dis roun' worl' got ter be took on trus'. You got yo' sayin's, I got mine. You got yo' knowin's en I got mine. Man come 'long en ax me how does de worm get in de scaly bark. I tell 'im right up en down, I dunno, sir. N'er man come 'long en ax me who raised de row 'twix' de buzzard en de bee martin. I tell 'im I dunno, sir. Yet, 'kaze I dunno," continued Uncle Remus, "dat don't hinder um. Dar dey is, spite er dat, worm in de scaly bark, bee martin atter de buzzard." "Dat's so!" exclaimed Aunt Tempy. "Dat's de Lord's truth." "Dat dar pullin' at de string," Uncle Remus went on, "en dat dar hollerin' 'bout Shucky Cordy—" "Judah Cordla!" said Daddy Jack, fiercely. "'Bout de w'at's his name," said Uncle Remus, with a lenient and forgiving smile, "all dish yer hollerin' en gwine on 'bout de w'at's his name put me in min' er one time w'en Brer Rabbit wuz gwine off fum home fer ter git a mess er green truck. W'en Brer Rabbit git ready fer ter go, he call all his chilluns up, en he tell um dat w'en he go out dey mus' fasten de do' on de inside, en dey mustn't turn nobody in nohow, 'kaze Brer Fox en Brer Wolf bin layin' 'roun' waitin' a chance fer ter nab um, en he tuck'n tole um dat w'en he come back, he'd rap at de do' en sing, 'I'll stay w'en you away, 'kaze no gol' will pay toll.' De little Rabs, dey hilt up der han's en promise dat dey won't open de do' fer nobody 'ceppin' dey daddy, en wid dat, Brer Rabbit, he tuck'n put out, he did, at a han' gallop, huntin' sump'n' n'er ter eat. But all dis time, Brer Wolf bin hidin' out behime de house, en he year eve'y word dat pass, en ole Brer Rabbit wa'n't mo'n out er sight 'fo' Brer Wolf went ter de do' en he knock, he did, blip, blip, blip. Little Rabbit holler out, "Who dat?" Brer Wolf, he sing, "I'll stay w'en you away, 'cause no go will pay toll." De little Rabs, dey laugh fit to kill deyse'f, and dey up and 'low,
Go way, Mr. Wolf, go way. You ain't none of we all daddy.
Ole Brer Wolf, he slunk off, he did, but every time he thunk of dem plump little Rabs, he just git mo' hungry dan before, and it wa'n't long 'fo' he 'uz back at de door. Blap, blap, blap. Little Rab holler,
Who dat?
Brer Wolf, he up and sing, "I'll stay when you away, 'cause no gull will pay toll." De little Rabs, dey laugh and roll on de floor, and dey up and 'low,
Go way, Mr. Wolf. We all daddy ain't got no bad coal like dat.
Brer Wolf slunk off, but bimeby he come back, and dis time he try mighty hard fer to talk fine. He knock at de door, blam, blam, blam. Little Rab holler,
Who dat?
Brer Wolf turn loose and sing, "I'll stay when you away, 'cause no gull will pay toll." Little Rab holler back, he did,
Go way, Mr. Wolf, go way. We all daddy can sing lots purtier than dat. Go way, Mr. Wolf, go way.
Brer Wolf, he slunk off, he did, and he go way out in de woods, and he sing and sing, twel he kin sing fine as de nex' man. Den he go back and knock at de door, and when de little Rabs ax who dat, he sing dem de song, and he sing so nice, and he sing so fine, dat dey undo de door, and ole Brer Wolf walk in and gobble um all up, fum de fus to de las'. When ole Brer Rabbit git back home, he find de door standin' wide open, and all de chilluns gone. Dey wa'n't no sign of no tussle, de hearth 'uz all swep' clean, and everything was all to rights, but right over in de cornder he see a pile of bones, and den he know in reason dat some of de yuther creeturs bin done dar and make hash out'n his chilluns. Den he go 'roun' and ax um about it, but dey all deny it. Dey all deny it to de las', and Brer Wolf, he deny it wuss'n all of um. Den Brer Rabbit tuck and lay de case 'fo' Brer Tarrypin. Ole Brer Tarrypin was a mighty man in dem days," continued Uncle Remus, with something like a sigh. "A mighty man, and no sooner is he year de state of de condition dan he up and call all de creeturs toge'rr. He call um toge'rr, he did, and den he up and tell um 'bout how somebody done tuck and 'stroy all of Brer Rabbit chillun, and he 'low dat de man w'at do dat bleedz to be kotch, 'kaze ef he ain't, dey ain't no tellin' how long it'll be 'fo' de same somebody'll come 'long and 'stroy all de chillun in de settlement. Brer B'ar, he up and ax how dey gwine fin' him. Brer Tarrypin say dey er allus away. Den he 'low, "Let's dig a deep pit." "I'll dig de pit," said Brer Wolf, sezee. Atter de pit done dug, Brer Tarrypin say, "Let's fill de pit up wid lighted knots of brush." "I'll fill de pit," says Brer Wolf, sezee. Atter de pit done fill up, Brer Tarrypin say, "Now den, let's set it afire." "I'll kindle de fire," says Brer Wolf, sezee. When de fire begun to blaze up, Brer Tarrypin 'low dat de creeturs mus' jump 'cross dat, and de man w'at 'stroy Brer Rabbit chilluns will drap in and git bunt up. Brer Wolf bin so uppity 'bout diggin' en fillin' en kindlin' dat dey all 'spected him fer to make de fus trial, but bless yo' soul en body, Brer Wolf look like he got some yuther business fer to 'ten' ter. De pit look so deep, and de fire burn so high, dat dey mos' all fear'd fer to make de trial, but atter w'ile, Brer Mink 'low dat he ain't hunted none of Brer Rabbit chilluns, en wid dat he tuck a runnin' start en lipt across. Den Brer Coon say he ain't hunted um, en over he sailed. Brer B'ar say he feel mo' heavy dan he ever is befo' in all his born days, but he ain't hunted none of Brer Rabbit po' little chilluns, en wid dat away he went 'cross de fire. Dey all jump, twel bimeby hit come Brer Wolf time. Den he begun to git skeered, en he mighty sorry 'kaze he dig dat pit so deep en wide, en kindled dat fire so high. He tuck sech a long run en start, dat time he git to de jumpin' place, he is done wo teetotally out, en he lip up, he did, en fetched a squall en drapped right spang in de middle er de fire.
Uncle Remus, said the little boy, after a while, did Brother Terrapin jump over the fire?
"What Brer Tarrypin gwine jump fer?" responded Uncle Remus, "when everybody know Tarrypins ain't eat rabbits."
Well, you know you said everything was different then, said the child.
"Look yer, Brer Jack!" exclaimed Uncle Remus. "If you got any tale on yo' mind, des let 'er come. Dish yer youngster gittin' too long-headed fer me, dat he is."
End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 43, The Cunning Snake. Daddy Jack, thus appealed to, turned half round in his seat, winked his bright little eyes very rapidly, and said with great animation, "Ho! Me been yeddy one sing tale. Me yeddy so long time go. One time, there been one ole Africa woman, and call 'e name Coomba. She go walkie through the woods, walkie through the field. By she's come 'pon one snake nest filled with egg. Snake, big snake. Egg, big egg. Africa womans is been a wanted dem egg so bad, she afraid for to take 'em. She gone home, she is see dem egg in her dream, she want 'em so bad. When de next day morning come, de Africa woman say she bleeds to have dem egg. She go away, she been a see de snake nest, she is git de egg, she fetch 'em at her own house, cook 'em for her breakfast. By de snake been a come by her nest. Egg done gone. She put her nose upon the ground. She is track de Africa womans by her own house. Snake come by de Africa woman's house. He ax about de egg. Africa woman say she no had been see no egg. Snake see de skin what been upon de egg. She ask what is dis? Africa womans no say nothing at all. Snake, she say, "Wait for you come break up me nest or take me egg." Africa woman she no say nothing at all. She toss her head and make like she no hear the snake voice. Go 'bout her work. Snake, she say, "Woman, you is been hear me voice when me cry out. You been taking me egg. You been destroy me children. Take care your own. Take care your own." Snake gone way. She slick out her tongue and slide away. By de Africa womans, she hab one purty little pickaninny. She love 'em hard all over. She is mind of what the snake say. She is tote the pickaninny round upon her back. She call 'em Nuncy, and tote 'em fur, and love 'em hard. Snake, she been a stay in the bush side. She watch all day, and wait all night. She gets hungry for the pickaninny. She want 'em so bad. She been slick out the tongue. She been slide through the grass. She been hanker for the pickaninny. By, the Africa woman's toted the Nancy till she get tire. She puff, she blow, she work a gill same like a catfish. Aunt Tempy burst into loud laughter at this remarkable statement. "Whoever is here to beat at dat?" she exclaimed. "Daddy Jack, you goes on owdacious 'bout de wimmen, dat you does."
He puff, she blow, she pant. She say, "Da pickaninny, she do get a big like one bag of rice. She get it so heavy, yet me yent most know what for to do. Me yent can tote 'em no more." The Africa womans is been a put the pickaninny down upon the ground. She make up one sing on the head, and she learn the little gal for answer the sing. She do show 'em how for to pull out the peg in the door. Snake, she is been lay coil up in the bush. She say nothing at all. Africa woman's a learn the pickaninny for answer the sing, and when she start for to go off, she say, "Put the peg in the door, and you no open it for anyone 'cept you is hear me sing." Lil gal, she say, "Yassum," and Africa woman's gone off. Snake stay still. She coil up and he coil, and yet move the tail. By and by, towards night time, the Africa woman's come back where she live. He stand by the door. She talk this sing. "Walla walla witto me Nancy, walla walla witto me Nancy, walla walla witto me Nancy." She voice confine her towards the last tell, it do get loud for true. The little gal, she do make answer like this: "Anduli, anduli, andolo." She know her mammy's voice, and she been pull out the peg quick. She run to her mammy, and mammy there hung 'em up. Next day, she does same ting, 2, 3, 7 day, and the same ting. Africa woman's holler de sing, the little gal make answer pon t'other side of the door. Snake, she lie coil up in the bush. She watch the night and listen the day. She try for to learn the song. She no say nothing at all. By and by, one time when Africa woman's been gone away, Snake, she wait till most time for womans to come back. She gone by the door and open her mouth and say, "Wulla wulla widow me Nancy, wulla wulla widow me Nancy, wulla wulla widow me Nancy." She try for to make the voice come fine like the little girl mammy, and there had one rough place in the throat, and the voice come big. Little gal no make answer. She no open the door. She say, "Go away from Day Day. Me mammy no holler to sing like dat." Snake, she try 1, 2, 3 time, and yet no use. Little gal no open the door. He no make answer. Snake, she slick out her tongue and slide away. She say she must learn to sing sho nuff. By and by, the Africa woman's come back. She holler to sing, "Walla walla witto me Nancy, walla walla witto me Nancy, walla walla witto me Nancy." Lily gal say, "Dammy, mommy." She answer to sing, "Anduli, anduli, andolo." Snake, she coil up in the chimmerly corner. She hold her breath for to listen, and she learn to sing. Next day morning the Africa woman's been a gone way and left the lily gal all by herself. All the day long the snake she think about the song. She say 'em in her mind. She say 'em forward, she say 'em backward. By and by, most towards sundown, she come at the door. She come, she holler to sing. "Walla walla witto me Nancy, walla walla witto me Nancy, walla walla witto me Nancy." The little gal, she think of the snake bin her mammy. She is answer to sing, "Anduli, anduli, andolo." She make answer like dat, and she open the door quick. She run upon the snake before she is see 'em. Snake, she been a hug the lily gal more sem than her mammy. She is twist the tail round her. She is catch 'em in her coil. Lily gal, she holler, she squall, she holler. Nobody been a come for to hear 'em. Snake, she squeeze 'em tight. She no let go. And she squeeze 'em tight. She swaller 'em whole. She break no bone. She take a da lilly gal like she stand. By and by, the little mammy come home at the house. She holler to sing. She get a no answer. She come skeered. Her voice shake, her body trimple. She listen, and no hear no fuss. She push the door open. She see nothing at all. The lily gal is gone. The woman she holler, she cry. She ask where the lily gal been gone. She no get no answer. She look all round, and she see where the snake been across the road. She holler, "Oh, my Lord! The snake been come swallow me little Nancy gal. I gwine hunt him up. I gwine follow the snake past the end of the earth." She go in the swamp. She cut him one cane. She come back. She find the snake track, and she do follow long where it lead. Snake she so full with the lily gal she no walk fast. Little gal's mommy, she been mad. She go straight long. Snake she so full with the lily gal, she come sleepy. She lay down, she shutter her eye. She open 'em no more, continued Daddy Jack, moving his head slowly from side to side and looking as solemn as he could. "The woman come 'pon the snake when she been lay there asleep. She come upon him. She take a cane and break her head and mash him flat. She cut the snake open and find the lily gal same like she been asleep. She take 'em home, she wash 'em off. By and by, the little girl open her eye. As soon as she see her mommy, she answer to sing. She say, 'Andoli, Andoli, Andolo.'" "Well, well, well!" exclaimed Aunt Tempy, sympathetically. "And the poor little creature was alive?" "Auntie!" exclaimed Daddy Jack. No reply could possibly have been more prompt, more emphatic, or more convincing. End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 44. How Brer Fox Was Too Smart. "Uncle Remus," said the little boy, one night when he found the old man alone, "I don't like these stories where somebody has to stand at the door and sing, do you? They don't sound funny to me." Uncle Remus crossed his legs, took off his spectacles, and laid them carefully on the floor under his chair, and made a great pretense of arguing the matter with the child. "Now den, honey, which tale is it what you ain't like de mos'?" The little boy reflected a moment, and then replied, "About the snake swallowing the little girl. I don't see any fun in that. Papa says they have snakes in Africa as big around as his body, and goodness knows I hope they won't get after me." "How dey gwine to git after you, honey, when you sittin' up yer 'longside of me and de snakes way across dar in Africa?" "Well, Daddy Jack, he came, and the snakes might come too." Uncle Remus laughed, more to reassure the child than to ridicule his argument.
"Dem ar snakes ain't no water moccasin, not as I knows of. Brer Jack bin yer mighty long time, and dey ain't no snake foller after him yet."
"Now, Uncle Remus, Papa says they have them in shows."
"I 'speck dey is, honey, but who's afeard of snakes stuffed with meal bran? Not none of ole Miss Grandchillun's sho'."
"Well, the stories don't sound funny to me."
"Dat might be. Yit deyer funny to Brer Jack, en dey do mighty well fer to pass de time. Atter w'ile you'll be gwine 'roun' runnin' down ole Brer Rabbit en de yuther creeturs, en somehow or n'er you'll take'n git ole Remus mix up wid dem twel you won't know which one un um you er runnin' down, en let 'lone dat, you won't keer needer. Shoo, honey! You ain't the first chap what I done told dese yer tales ter."
"Why, Uncle Remus!" exclaimed the little boy in a horrified tone. "I wouldn't! You know I wouldn't!"
"Don't tell me," insisted the old man. "You are outgrowing me, and you are outgrowing de tales. Jest like Miss Sally changed de link of your britches, jest dat-a-way I got to do whence I whirl in and pursue after de creeturs. Time was when you'd a set down yer by dish yer hearth, and you'd take and holler, and laugh, and clap your hands when old Brer Rabbit 'ud kick outen all of his entanglements, but dese times you sit still wid your eyes wide open, and you don't crack a smile. I say it," Uncle Remus exclaimed, changing his tone and attitude, as if addressing some third person concealed in the room. "I say it. Stidder joinin' in wid de fun, he'll take and lean back there and dispute 'long wid you, des like growed-up folks. I'll stick it out dis season, but when Christmas come, I be bless if I ain't gwine to ax Miss Sally for my removin's papers, and I'm gwine to hang my bundle on my walkin' cane and see what kind of dirt there is at the fur end of dis big road."
"Yes," exclaimed the little boy, triumphantly, "and if you do, the patrollers will get you."
"Well," replied the old man, with a curious air of resignation, "if dey does, I ain't gwine to do like Brer Fox did when Brer Rabbit showed him de tracks in de big road."
"How did Brother Fox do, Uncle Remus?"
"Watch out now, dish yer one of de tales what ain't got no fun in it."
"Uncle Remus, please tell it."
"Hol' on dar. Der might be a snake somewheres in it, one of dese yer Milbrand snakes."
"Please, Uncle Remus, tell it."
The old man never allowed himself to resist the artful pleadings of the little boy, so he recovered his specs from under the chair, looked up the chimney for luck, as he explained to his little partner, and proceeded.
"One day when Brer Fox went callin' on Miss Meadows and Miss Motts and de other gals, who should he find settin' up there but old Brer Rabbit? Yasser, dar he was, des as sociable as you please. He 'uz gwine on wid de gals, and when Brer Fox drapped in dey look like dey was mighty tickled 'bout somethin' or n'er Brer Rabbit bin sayin'. Brer Fox, he look sorter jubious, he did, des like folks does when dey walks up in a crowd where de others are all a gigglin'. He tuck'n kotch de dry gins terreckly, but dey all howdied, and Miss Meadows, she up and say,
"You des have to excuse us, Brer Fox, on account of dish yer gigglement. To be sure, it monstrous disperlite fer we all fer to be goin' on dat-a-way, but I'm mighty glad you come. And I says to de gals, say I, 'Fo' de Lord, gals, dere come Brer Fox, and yer we is a gigglin' and a goin' on scan'lous. Yet it done come ter mighty funny pass,' says I, 'if you can't run on en laugh 'fo' home folks,' says I. Dat des 'zactly w'at I say, en I leave it to ole Brer Rabbit en de gals, yer if it ain't."
De gals, dey tuck'n join in, dey did, en dey make ole Brer Fox feel right splimmy splammy, en dey all sot dar en run on 'bout der neighbors des like folks does dese days. Dey sot dar, dey did, twel atter w'ile Brer Rabbit look out towards sundown, en 'low,
"Now den, folks en frien's, I bleedz to say good bye. Cloud comin' up out yonder, en mos' 'fo' we know it de rain'll be a po'in' en de grass'll be a growin'." "Why, that's poetry, Uncle Remus," interrupted the little boy.
"Tooby sho' 'tis, honey, tooby sho' 'tis. I'll des let you know Brer Rabbit wuz a mighty man in dem days. Brer Fox, he see de cloud comin' up, en he up en 'low he speck he better be gittin' along hisse'f, 'kaze he ain't wanter git his Sunday go ter meetin' cloze wet. Miss Meadows en Miss Motts en de gals, they want 'em to stay,
But both er dem ar creeturs 'uz mighty fear'd of gettin' der foots wet, en atter w'ile dey put out. W'ile dey 'uz gwine down de big road, jawin' at one another, Brer Fox, he tuck'n stop right quick, en 'low, "Run yer, Brer Rabbit, run yer. Ef my eye ain't 'ceive me, yer de signs whar Mr. Dog bin along, en mo'n dat, dey er right fresh." Brer Rabbit, he sidle up en look. Den he 'low, "Dat ar track ain't never fit Mr. Dog's foot in de roun' worl'. W'at make it mo' bindin'?" sezee. "I done gone en bin acquainted wid de man w'at make dat track. Too long 'go ter talk 'bout," sezee. "Brer Rabbit, please, sir, tell me his name." Brer Rabbit, he laugh like he makin' light er sump'n' or n'er. "Ef I ain't make no mistakes, Brer Fox, de po' creetur w'at made dat track is Cousin Wildcat, no mo' en no less." "How big is he, Brer Rabbit?" "He des 'bout yo' heft, Brer Fox." Den Brer Rabbit make like he talkin' wid hisse'f. "Tut, tut, tut! Hit mighty funny dat I should run up on Cousin Wildcat in dis part er de worl'. Tooby sho', many en many's de time I see my ole granddaddy kick en cuff Cousin Wildcat twel I get sorry 'bout 'im. Ef you want any fun, Brer Fox, right now de time ter git it." Brer Fox up en ax, he did, how he gwine have any fun. Brer Rabbit, he 'low, "Easy 'nuff, des go en tackle ole Cousin Wildcat en lam 'im 'roun'." Brer Fox, he sorter scratch his year, en 'low, "Eh, Brer Rabbit, I fear'd. He track too much like Mr. Dog." Brer Rabbit des set right flat down in de road, en holler en laugh. He 'low, sezee, "Shoo, Brer Fox, who'd 'a thunk you is so skeery? Des look at dish yer track right close. Is dey any sign er claw anywheres?" Brer Fox bleedz to agree dat der wa'n't no sign er no claw. Brer Rabbit say, "Well, den, ef he ain't got no claw, how he gwine hurt you, Brer Fox?" "What gone wid his toofs, Brer Rabbit?" "Shoo, Brer Fox, creeturs w'at barks de trees ain't gwine bite." Brer Fox tuck another good look at de tracks, en den him en Brer Rabbit put out fer ter follow um up. Dey went up de road, en down de lane, en 'cross de turnip patch, en down a drain, en up a big gully. Brer Rabbit, he done de trackin', en every time he find one, he up en holler, "Yer n'er track, en no claw dar! Yer n'er track, en no claw dar!" Dey kep' on en dey kep' on, twel bimeby dey run up wid de creetur. Brer Rabbit, he holler out mighty biggity, "Heyo dar! W'at you doin'?" De creetur look 'roun', but he ain't sayin' nothin'. Brer Rabbit 'low, "Oh, you needn't look so sullen. We'll make you talk 'fo' we er done 'long with you. Come now, w'at you doin' out dar?" De creetur rub hisse'f agin a tree des like you see deze yer house cats rub agin a cheer, but he ain't sayin' nothin'. Brer Rabbit holler, "W'at you come pesterin' 'long with us fer, w'en we ain't bin a pesterin' you? You got de consate dat I dunno who you is, but I does. You er de same ole Cousin Wildcat w'at my granddaddy use ter kick en cuff w'en you refuse ter 'spon'. I let you know I got a better man yer dan w'at my granddaddy ever is bin, en I boun' you he'll make you talk. Dat's w'at I boun' you." De creetur lean mo' harder agin de tree, en sorter ruffle up his bristle, but he ain't sayin' nothin'. Brer Rabbit, he 'low, "Go up dar, Brer Fox, en ef he refuse ter 'spon', slap 'im down. Dat de way my granddaddy done. You go up dar, Brer Fox, en ef he dast ter try ter run, I'll des whirl in en ketch 'im." Brer Fox, he sorter jubious, but he start todes de creetur. Ole Cousin Wildcat walk all 'roun' de tree, rubbin' hisse'f, but he ain't sayin' nothin'. Brer Rabbit, he holler, "Des walk right up en slap 'im down, Brer Fox.
Hey, the audacious villain! Just hit him a surbinder, and if he das to run, I bound you I'll catch him. Brer Fox, he went up a little nigher. Cousin Wildcat stopped rubbing on the tree and sot up on his behind legs with his front paws in the air, and he balanced himself by leaning agin the tree, but he ain't sayin' nothin'. Brer Rabbit, he squall out, he did. "Oh, you needn't to put up your hands and try to beg off. Dat the way you fool my old granddaddy, but you can't fool we all. All your settin' up and beggin' ain't gwine to help you. If you're so humble as all dat, what make you come pesterin' along we all? Hit him a clip, Brer Fox. If he run, I'll catch him." Brer Fox see the creature look so mighty humble, sittin' up there like he beggin' off, and he sorter take heart. He sidled up towards him, he did, and just as he is making ready for to slap him, old Cousin Wildcat drawed back and fotched Brer Fox a wipe across the stomach. Uncle Remus paused here a moment, as if to discover some term strong enough to do complete justice to the catastrophe. Presently he went on. "Dat there Cousin Wildcat creature fotched Brer Fox a wipe across the stomach, and you might a yeared him squall from yer to Harmony Grove. Little more, and the creature would have tore Brer Fox in two. Whence the creature made a pass at him, Brer Rabbit knew what gwine to happen, yet all the same he took and holler, 'Hit him again, Brer Fox! Hit him again! I'm a-backin' you, Brer Fox! If he das to run, I'll in about cripple him. Dat I will! Hit him again!' All dis time whiles Brer Rabbit gwine on dis-a-way, Brer Fox, he is squatting down, holding his stomach with both hands, and just a moaning, 'I'm ruint, Brer Rabbit, I'm ruint. Run fetch the doctor. I'm teetotally ruint.' 'Bout dat time, Cousin Wildcat, he tuck a walk. Brer Rabbit, he make like he astonished dat Brer Fox is hurted. He took and examined the place, he did, and he up and allow, 'It look like to me, Brer Fox, dat audacious villain took and struck you wid a reapin' hook.' Wid dat, Brer Rabbit lit out fer home, and when he get out of sight, he took and shuck the hands des like a cat does when he git water on the foots, and he took and laugh twel it make him sick fer to laugh." End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 45. Brer Wolf Gets in a Warm Place. The little boy thought that the story of how the wildcat scratched Brother Fox was one of the best stories he had ever heard, and he didn't hesitate to say so. His hearty endorsement increased Uncle Remus's good humor, and the old man, with a broad grin upon his features and something of enthusiasm in his tone, continued to narrate the adventures of Brother Rabbit. "After Brer Fox get hurted so bad," said Uncle Remus, putting an edge upon his axe with a whetstone held in his hand, "it was a mighty long time 'fo' he could ramble roun' en worry ole Brer Rabbit. De time Cousin Wildcat fetched him dat wipe across de stomach, he tuck'n lay de blame on Brer Rabbit, en w'en he git well, he des tuck'n juggle wid de yuther creeturs, en dey all 'gree dat dem en Brer Rabbit can't drink outer de same branch, nor walk de same road, nor live in de same settlement, ner go in washin' in de same wash-hole. To be sho', Brer Rabbit bleedz to take notice of all dish yer kinder jugglements is goin' on, en he des tuck en strengthen his house, in de neighborhoods er de winders, en den he put 'em up a steeple on top er dat. Yasser, a sho' 'nuff steeple, en he rise up so high dat folks gwine 'long de big road stop en say, 'Hey, what kinder meetin' house dat?'" The little boy laughed loudly at Uncle Remus's graphic delineation of the astonishment and admiration of the passers-by.
The old man raised his head, stretched his eyes, and seemed to be looking over his spectacles right at Brother Rabbit's steeple. "Folks 'ud stop and ax, but Brer Rabbit ain't got time fer to make no answer. He hammered, he nailed, he knocked, he lammed. Folks go by, he ain't look up. Creeturs come stand and watch him, he ain't look round. Work, 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 from sun up to sundown, twell dat ere steeple git done. Den ole Brer Rabbit took and draw long breff, and wipe his forehead, and allowed dat if dem udder creeturs what been after him so long is got any advantage of him, de time done come fer 'em fer to show it. Wid dat he went and got him a snack of somethin' to eat, and a long piece of plow line, and he told his old woman fer to put a kettle of water on de fire, and stand round close by, and everything he tell her not to do, dat de very thing she sho'ly must do. Den ole Brer Rabbit sot down in his rockin' cheer and looked out fum de steeple fer to see how de land lay. 'Twa'n't long 'fo' all de creeturs year talk dat Brer Rabbit done stop wuk, en dey 'gun ter come 'roun' fer to see w'at he gwine do nex'. But Brer Rabbit, he got up dar, he did, en smoke his seegyar, en chaw his terbacker, en let his min' run on. Brer Wolf, he stan' en look up at de steeple, Brer Fox he stan' en look up at it, en all de yuther creeturs dey done de same. Nex' time you see a crowd of folks lookin' at sump'n right hard, you des watch 'em, honey. Dey'll walk 'roun' one er n'er en swap places, en dey'll be constant on de move. Dat des de way de creeturs done. Dey walk 'roun' en punch one another en swap places, en look en look. Ole Brer Rabbit, he sot up dar, he did, en chaw his terbacker en smoke his seegyar, en let his min' run on. Bimeby ole Brer Tarrypin come along, en ole Brer Tarrypin bin in cahoots wid Brer Rabbit so long dat he des nat'ally knowed dey wuz gwine ter be fun aplenty 'roun' in dem neighborhoods 'fo' de sun go down. He laugh way down under de roof of de house, ole Brer Tarrypin did, en den he hail Brer Rabbit. "Hey-yo, Brer Rabbit, what you doin' way up dar in de elements like dat?" "I'm a sojournin' up yer for to rest myself, Brer Tarrypin. Drap up and see me." "'Twixt you and me, Brer Rabbit, de drappin's all one way. S'posen you turn loose and come. Man live dat high up there bleeds to have wings. I ain't no high flyer myself. I feared to shake hands wid you so fur off, Brer Rabbit." "Not so, Brer Tarrypin, not so. My staircase is a mighty limbersome one, en I'll des let it down ter you." Wid dat, Brer Rabbit let down de plow line. "Des ketch holt of dat, Brer Tarrypin," says Brer Rabbit, says he, "en up you comes, linktum, sinktum, binktum, boo," says he. "What was that, Uncle Remus?" said the little boy, taking a serious view of the statement.
"Creetur talk, honey, des creetur talk. Bless your soul, chile," the old man went on, with a laughable assumption of dignity, "if you think I got time fer to stop right short off en stribbit out all I knows, you er mighty much mistaken, mighty much mistaken. Ole Brer Tarrypin know mighty well dat Brer Rabbit ain't got nothin' agin him, yet he got such a habit of lookin' out for hisse'f dat he took and catch de plow line in his mouf, he did, en tried de strengt of it. Ole Brer Rabbit, he holler, 'Swing on, Brer Tarrypin!' en Brer Tarrypin, he tuck'n swung on, en 'twa'n't long 'fo' he 'uz settin' up dar side of Brer Rabbit. But I wish to goodness you'd 'a' been dar," continued Uncle Remus, very gracefully leaving it to be inferred that he was there. "I wish to goodness you'd 'a' been dar so you could 'a' seed ole Brer Tarrypin w'iles Brer Rabbit was a haulin' him up, wid his tail a wigglin' en his legs all spraddled out, en him a whirlin' roun' en roun' en lookin' skeered. De yuther creeturs dey see Brer Tarrypin go up safe en soun', en dey see de vittles passin' roun', and dey begun to feel like dey wanter see de inside of Brer Rabbit's steeple. Den Brer Wolf, he hail 'em. "Heyo dere, Brer Rabbit! You're lookin' mighty scrumptious way up dar. How you come on?" Brer Rabbit, he look down, he did, and see who it is a hollerin', and he respond: "Po'ly, mighty po'ly, but I thank de Lord I'm able to eat my 'lowance. Won't you drap up, Brer Wolf?" "Hit's a mighty clumsy journey fer to make, Brer Rabbit, yet I don't keer if I does." Wid dat, Brer Rabbit let down de plow line, and Brer Wolf cotch hold, and dey begun to haul him up. Dey haul en dey haul, and when Brer Wolf get most ter de top, he year Brer Rabbit holler out: "Stir 'roun', ole woman, en set de table, but befo' you do dat, fetch de kittle fer to make de coffee." Dey haul en dey haul on de plow line, en Brer Wolf year Brer Rabbit squall out: "Watch out dar, ole woman! You'll spill dat boilin' water on Brer Wolf." "En bless yo' soul," continued Uncle Remus, turning half around in his chair to face his enthusiastic audience of one, "dat is about all Brer Wolf did year, 'kaze de nex' minute down come de scaldin' water, en Brer Wolf des fetch one squall en turn hisse'f a loose, en w'en he struck de groun', he bounce des de same as one er deze yer Injun rubber balls w'at you use ter play wid long in dem times 'fo' you tuck'n broke yo' mammy's lookin' glass. Ole Brer Rabbit, he lean fum out de steeple en 'pologized as best he kin, but no 'pology ain't gwine ter make ha'r grow back where de boilin' water hit."
Did they spill the hot water on purpose, Uncle Remus? The little boy inquired.
"Now den, honey, you're crowdin' me. Dem ar creeturs was mighty cu'ous, most speshly Brer Rabbit. W'en it come down ter dat," said Uncle Remus, lowering his voice and looking very grave, "I 'speck ef you'd er sarch de country fum hen roost to river bank, you won't find a no mo' cu'ouser man dan Brer Rabbit. All I knows is dat Brer Rabbit en Brer Tarrypin had a mighty laughin' spell des 'bout de time Brer Wolf hit de groun'."
End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 46. Brer Wolf Still in Trouble.
"En still we er by ourselfs," exclaimed Uncle Remus as the little boy ran into his cabin the night after he had heard the story of how Brother Rabbit scalded Brother Wolf. "We er by ourselfs, en time's a passin'. Dem ar folks dunno w'at dey er missin'. We er des gittin' to dat point where we kin keep de run er creeturs, en it keeps us dat busy we ain't got time fer to bolt our vittles skacely. I done tell you 'bout Brer Rabbit makin' him a steeple, but I ain't tell you 'bout how Brer Rabbit got ole Brer Wolf out'n a mighty bad fix."
No, said the little boy, you haven't, and that's just what I have come for now. Uncle Remus looked at the rafters, then at the little boy, and finally broke into a loud laugh.
"I 'clar to goodness,"
he exclaimed, addressing the imaginary third person to whom he related the most of his grievances,
"I 'clar to goodness dat ef dat there chile ain't gittin' so dat he's every whit as up en spoken as w'at ole Miss ever been, dat he is."
The old man paused long enough to give the little boy some uneasiness, and then continued.
"Atter ole Brer Wolf git de nat'al hide took off of him on account of Brer Rabbit's kittle, co'se he hatter go way off by hisse'f fer to let de ha'r grow out. He's gone so long dat Brer Rabbit sorter 'lowed to hisse'f dat he 'speck he kin come down out'n his steeple en sorter rack 'roun' 'mongs' de yuther creeturs. He sorter primp up, Brer Rabbit did, en den he start out 'pun his journeys hither en yon.
He took and went to de crossroads, and dar he stop and choose 'em a road. He choose 'em a road, he did, and den he put out des like he been sent fer in a hurry. Brer Rabbit gallop on, he did, talkin' en laughin' wid hisse'f, en eve'y time he pass folks, he'd turn it off en make like he singin'. He 'uz gwine on dis a way, when fus' news you know, he tuck'n year sump'n. He stop talkin' en begun to hum a chune, but he ain't meet nobody. Den he stop en listen, en he year sump'n holler, "Oh, Lordy, Lordy, won't somebody come help me?" The accent of grief and despair and suffering that Uncle Remus managed to throw into this supplication was really harrowing. Brer Rabbit year dis, en he stop en listen. 'Twan't long 'fo' sump'n 'n'er holler out, "Oh, Lordy, Lordy, please somebody come en help me." Brer Rabbit, he h'ist up his years, he did, en make answer back, "Who is you, nohow, en what de name of goodness de matter?" "Please somebody do run yer." Brer Rabbit, he tuck'n stan' on 3 legs fer to make sho' er gittin' a good start ef dey's any needs of it, en he holler back, "Whereabouts is you, en how come you dar?" "Do please somebody run yer en help a po' miser'ble creetur. I'm down yer in de big gully under dish yer great big rock." Ole Brer Rabbit bleedz to be mighty partic'lar in dem days, en he crope down to de big gully en look in, en who de name of goodness you speck he seed down dar? Uncle Remus paused and gave the little boy a look of triumph, and then proceeded without waiting for a reply. "Nobody in de roun' worl' but dat there ole Brer Wolf w'at Brer Rabbit done bin scalted de week 'fo' dat. He is layin' down dar in de big gully, en bless gracious! 'Pon top un 'im wuz a great big rock, en ef you want ter know de reason dat ar great big rock ain't teetotally kilt Brer Wolf, den you'll have ter ax some one w'at know mo' 'bout it dan w'at I does, 'kaze it look like ter me dat it des oughter mash 'im flat. Yet dar he wuz, en let 'lone bein' kilt, he got strenk 'nuff lef' fer ter make folks year 'im holler a mile off, en he holler so lonesome dat it make Brer Rabbit feel mighty sorry, en no sooner is he feel sorry dan he hol' de coat tails out de way en slid down de bank fer ter see w'at he kin do. W'en he git down dar, Brer Wolf ax 'im, please, sir, kin he help 'im wid de removance er dat there rock, en Brer Rabbit 'low he speck he can. En wid dat Brer Wolf holler en tell 'im fer mussy sake won't he whirl in en do it, w'ich Brer Rabbit tuck'n catch holt er de rock en hump hisse'f, en 'twan't long 'fo' he gits a purchase on it, en bless yo' soul, he lif' 'er up des like a nigger at de log rollin'. Hit tu'n out dat Brer Wolf ain't hurt it much, en w'en he finds dish out, he tuck a notion dat ef he ever gwine git his revengeance outer Brer Rabbit, right den wuz de time, en no sooner does dat come 'cross his min' dan he tuck'n grab Brer Rabbit by de nap er de neck en de small er de back. Brer Rabbit he kick en squeal, but 'tain't do no manner er good, 'kaze de mo' w'at he kick, de mo' tighter Brer Wolf clamp 'im, w'ich he squoze 'im so hard dat Brer Rabbit wuz fear'd he 'uz gwine ter git cut off his breff. Brer Rabbit, he 'low, "Well, den, Brer Wolf, is dish yer de way you thanks folks fer savin' yo' life?" Brer Wolf grin big, en den he up en 'low, "I'll thank you, Brer Rabbit, en den I'll make fresh meat out'n you." Brer Rabbit 'low, he did, "Ef you talk dat a way, Brer Wolf, I never is to do yer another good turn w'iles I live." Brer Wolf, he grin some mo', en 'low, "Dat you won't, Brer Rabbit, dat you won't. You won't do me no mo' good till you er done dead." Brer Rabbit, he sorter study to hisse'f, he did, en den he 'low, "Whar I come from, Brer Wolf,
Hit's agin de law for folks fer to kill dem what done 'em a good turn, and I 'speck hit's de law right roun' yer."
Brer Wolf say he ain't so mighty sho' 'bout dat. Brer Rabbit say he willin' fer to leaf de whole case wid Brer Tarrypin, and Brer Wolf say he 'greeable. Wid dat dey put out, dey did, and make der way to whar ole Brer Tarrypin stay, and w'en dey git dar, Brer Wolf he tuck'n tell his side, and den Brer Rabbit he tuck'n tell his side. Ole Brer Tarrypin put on de specks and clear up his throat, and den he 'low, "Dere's a mighty heap er mixedness in dish yer 'spute, and 'fo' I kin take any sides, you'll des have to kyar me fer to see de place whereabouts Brer Wolf was w'en Brer Rabbit foun' 'im," sezee. Sho' nuff, dey tuck'n kyar'd ole Brer Tarrypin down de big road twel dey come to de big gully, and den dey tuck 'im to whar Brer Wolf got cotch under de big rock. Ole Brer Tarrypin he walk 'roun', he did, en poke at de place wid de end of his cane. Bimeby he shuck his head, he did, en 'low, "I hates mightily fer to put you all gents to so much trouble, yet dey ain't no two ways. I'll have to see just how Brer Wolf was cotch, and just how de rock was layin' 'pon top of 'im," sezee. "De older folks gits, de mo' trouble dey is," sezee. "En I ain't denyin' but what I'm a ripenin' mo' samer dan a 'simmon what's bin strucken wid de frost," sezee. Den Brer Wolf, he tuck'n lay down whar he wuz w'en Brer Rabbit foun' 'im, en de others dey up en roll de rock 'pun de top of 'im. Dey roll de rock 'pon 'im," continued Uncle Remus, looking over his spectacles to see what effect the statement had on the little boy, "en dar he wuz. Brer Tarrypin, he walk all 'roun' en 'roun' en look at 'im. Den he sot down, he did, en make marks in de san' wid his cane like he studyin' 'bout sump'n' n'er. Bimeby Brer Wolf, he open up, "Ow, Brer Tarrypin, dish yer rock gittin' mighty heavy." Brer Tarrypin, he mark in de san' en study en study. Brer Wolf holler, "Ow, Brer Tarrypin, dish yer rock mashin' de breff out'n me." Brer Tarrypin, he r'ar back, he did, en he 'low, sezee, "Brer Rabbit, you wuz in de wrong. You ain't had no business fer to come bodderin' longer Brer Wolf w'en he ain't bodderin' longer you. He is a 'tendin' to his own business, en you oughter bin a 'tendin' to yo'n." Dis make Brer Rabbit look ashame of hisse'f, but Brer Tarrypin talk her right along. "W'en you 'uz gwine down dish yer road dis mawnin', you sho'ly mus' be a gwine somewhars, en ef you wuz gwine somewhars, you better be gwine on. Brer Wolf, he wa'n't gwine nowhars den, en he ain't gwine nowhars now. You foun' 'im under dat dar rock, en under dat dar rock you lef' 'im." "En bless gracious!" exclaimed Uncle Remus, "dem ar creeturs racked off fum dar en lef' ole Brer Wolf under dat dar rock." Chapter 46. Chapter 47 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 47, Brer Rabbit lays in his beef supply. "I wonder where Daddy Jack is," said the little boy, one night after he had been waiting for some time for Uncle Remus to get leisure to tell him a story. Uncle Remus, who was delightfully human in his hypocrisy as well as in other directions, leaned back in his chair, looked at the little boy with an air of grieved resignation, and said, "I bound you does, honey, I bound you does. Ole Brer Jack look mighty weaselly ter de naked eye, but I lay he's a lot mo' likely a nigger dan w'at ole Remus is. De time done gone by w'en a po' ole no-'count nigger like me kin hold de han' wid a bran new nigger man like Brer Jack." The child stared at Uncle Remus with open-eyed astonishment.
Now, Uncle Remus, I didn't mean that. You know I didn't, he exclaimed.
Bless your heart, honey. Hit don't pester me. I done got the 'sperience of it. Dat I is. Plow hoss don't squeal and kick when dey put another hoss in his place. Brer Jack got the age on him, but he new to you. Old or young, folks is folks, and no longer in day 'fore yesterday. I hear you braggin' about how de victual what dey feeds you on up at the big house ain't good as de victuals what yother children gits. Never mind ole Remus, honey. You and Brer Jack just go right along, and I'll be much obliged if you just lemme set in de corner a year and chunk de fire. Surely I ain't past doin' dat." The child was troubled to think that Uncle Remus should find it necessary to depreciate himself, and he made haste to explain his position.
I thought that if Daddy Jack was here, he could tell me a story while you were working, so you wouldn't be bothered.
A broad grin of appreciation spread over Uncle Remus's face. He adjusted his spectacles, looked around and behind him, and then, seeing no one but the child, addressed himself to the rafters and cobwebs.
"Well, well, well! If dish yer don't beat all! Gentermens, dish yer little chap yer, he puny in de legs, yet he mighty strong in de head."
He paused, as if reflecting over the whole matter, and then turned to the child.
"Is dat what make you hone after Daddy Jack, honey? Des 'cause you wanter set back dar and listen at a tale? Now den, if you hadn't a gotten me off'n de track, you'd a been sittin' yer listenin' at one of 'em just dis blessed minute, 'cause dis time I year talk dat Mars John gwine ter have dat there longhorned steer kilt fer beef, it come 'cross my mind 'bout de time w'ence Brer Rabbit and Brer Fox joined in wid one another and kilt a cow."
Killed a cow, Uncle Remus?
"Des as sho as you're sittin' dar," replied the old man with emphasis. "Look like dey wa'n't no kind of doin's what dem there creeturs weren't up to, mo' speshly ole Brer Rabbit. Day in en day out, fum mornin' twel night, en fum night twel mornin', he 'uz constant a studyin' up some bran new kinder contraption fer to let the yuther creeturs know he is somewheres in the neighborhoods. Come down to that, you can believe me or not believe me, just as you are mind ter. You can take your choosement. But ole Brer Rabbit en ole Brer Fox, spite er dey fallin' out, dey tuck'n go into cahoots en kilt a cow. Seem like I disremember who de cow belonged ter," continued the old man, frowning thoughtfully, and thus by a single stroke imparting an air of reality to the story. "But she shorely belongs to some of de neighbors, 'cause you kin jest put it down, right pine blank, dat Brer Rabbit ain't gwine ter kill his own cow, en needer is Brer Fox. Well, den, dey tuck'n kilt a cow, en it wa'n't dey own cow, en atter dey done skunt her, Brer Rabbit he up en 'low, he did, dat ef Brer Fox wanter git de good er de game, he better run home en fetch a tray er sump'n fer to put de jiblets in."
Giblets, Uncle Remus?
"To be sho', honey. Dat's w'at we all calls de liver, de lights, de heart, en de melt. Some calls um jiblets, en some calls um hazlets, but if you'll lemme take 'em en carry 'em home, you kin just up en call 'em mos' by any name w'at creep into yo' mind. You do de namin'," the old man went on, smacking his lips suggestively, "en I'll do de eatin', en if I'm de loser, I'll bound you won't year no complaints from me. But law bless me, what is I'm a doin'? De time's a passin', en I ain't scarcely got start on de tale. Dey kilt de cow, dey did, en Brer Rabbit tell Brer Fox 'bout de jiblets, en whiles Brer Fox gwine on home atter de bucket fer to put um in,
He say to hisself dat Brer Rabbit ain't as bad as he cracked up to be. But no sooner is Brer Fox out of sight than Brer Rabbit cut out de giblets, he did, and carried 'em off and hide 'em. Den he come back and tuck a piece of de meat and drap blood way off de udder way. By, here come Brer Fox wid his bucket, and when he git dar, Brer Rabbit was settin' down cryin'. Mon, he is just a boo-hooin'. Brer Fox, he 'low, "Name of goodness, Brer Rabbit, what de matter?" "Nuff de matter, nuff de matter. I wish you'd a stayed yer whiles you were yer. Dat a does, Brer Fox." "How come, Brer Rabbit, how come?" "Man come, Brer Fox, and stole all yo' nice giblets. I've been a runnin' after him, Brer Fox, but he outrun me." "Which way he go, Brer Rabbit?" "Yer de way he went, Brer Fox. Yer where he drapped de blood. If you be right peart, Brer Fox, you'll ketch him." Brer Fox, he drapped de bucket, he did, and put out after de man what took de giblets, and he wa'n't out'n sight good 'fo' ole Brer Rabbit sail in and cut out all de fat and taller, and carry it off and hide it. After a while, here comes Brer Fox back just a puffin' and a pantin'. He ain't seen no man. Brer Rabbit, he hail 'im. "You ain't come a minute too soon, Brer Fox, dat you ain't. Whiles you been gone, 'nother man come along and carried off all de taller and fat. He went right off dat-a-way, Brer Fox, and if you'll be right peart, you'll ketch him." Brer Fox, he took and put out, he did, and run, yet he ain't see no man. Whiles he done gone, Brer Rabbit carry off one of de behind quarters. Brer Fox come back, he ain't see no man. Brer Rabbit holler and tell him dat another man done come and got a behind quarter and runned off with it. Brer Fox sorter study about dis, 'cause it look like nobody ever see de like of men's folks passin' by dat one lonesome cow. He make out he gwine to run after de man what steal de behind quarter, but he ain't get fur 'fore he took and turn roun' and crope back, and he is jest in time fer to see Brer Rabbit makin' off wid de yuther behind quarter. Brer Fox mighty tired wid runnin' hither and yon, and back'ards and forwards, but he git so mad when he see Brer Rabbit gwine off dat-a-way dat he dash up and ax him where is he gwine wid dat dere beef. Brer Rabbit lay de beef down, he did, and look like his feelin's hurted. He look at Brer Fox like he feel mighty sorry for folks what can ax foolish questions like dat. He shake his head, he did, and allow, Well, who'd 'a' thunk dat Brer Fox would 'a' come axin' me 'bout dish yer beef, which anybody would 'a' knowed I was carryin' off fer to save fer him, so nobody couldn't git it?" But dish yer kinder talk don't suit Brer Fox, and he tuck and make a motion as if to catch Brer Rabbit, but Brer Rabbit he got 'im leg bail, and dere dey had it through de woods twel Brer Rabbit come upon a holler tree, and inter dat he went, just like one of dese streaked lizards goes inter a hole in de sand.
"And then," said the little boy, as Uncle Remus paused, "along came Brother Buzzard, and Brother Fox set him to watch the hole, and Brother Rabbit said he had found a fat squirrel which he would run out on the other side, and then he came out and ran home." This was the climax of a story that Uncle Remus had told a long time before, and he looked at his little partner with astonishment not unmixed with admiration.
"I 'clar' to gracious, honey," he exclaimed, "if you holds on to your prayers like you does to dese yer tales, you'll do mighty well. But don't you try to hold Brer Rabbit down to one trick. You won't never keep up wid him in de roun' world, dat you won't. Ole Brer Buzzard was dar, and Brer Fox ax him fer to watch de hole, but he ain't been dar long 'fo' Brer Rabbit sing out,
"I got de 'vantage of you, dat's what, Brer Buzzard, I sho'ly is."
"How dat, Brer Rabbit?"
"'Cause I can see you, and you can't see me."
Wid dat, Brer Buzzard stuck his head in de hole and look up, and no sooner is he do dis dan Brer Rabbit fill his eyes full of sand, and whiles he's gone to de branch fer to wash it out, Brer Rabbit he come down out of de holler and went back to where de cow was, and more dan dat, Brer Rabbit got de balance of de beef.
End of chapter 47. Chapter 48 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 48, Brer Rabbit and Mr. Wildcat.
Uncle Remus,
said the little boy after a pause,
where did Brother Rabbit go when he got out of the hollow tree?
Well, sir, exclaimed Uncle Remus, you ain't gwine to believe me scarcely, but dat audacious creature ain't no sooner get out of dat there tree dan he go and get hisself mixed up with some more trouble, which he get mighty near scared out of his skin. When Brer Rabbit get out of de holler tree, he took and fling some sass back at ole Brer Buzzard, he did, and den he put out down de big road, 'stid of gwine long back home and see 'bout his family. He is gwine long, lickety-clickety, clickety-lickety, when fust news you know, he feels somethin' or another drop down upon him, and there he was. Bless your soul, when Brer Rabbit can get his remembrance together, he feel ole Mr. Wildcat a-huggin' him from behind and whisperin' in his ear.
What did he whisper, Uncle Remus?
asked the little boy.
Dis, dat, and de udder, one thing and another.
But what did he say?
The way of it was dis,
said Uncle Remus, ignoring the child's question.
Brer Rabbit, he is gallin' up and down de road, and ole Mr. Wildcat, he is layin' stretch out taking a nap on a tree limb hanging across de road. He year Brer Rabbit come a lickety-clicketing down de road, and he just sort of fix hisself, and when Brer Rabbit come a dancing under de limb, all Mr. Wildcat got to do is to drop right down on him, and there he was. Mr. Wildcat hug him right up at him, and laugh and whisper in his ear.
Well, Uncle Remus, what did he say?
persisted the little boy. The old man made a sweeping gesture with his left hand that might mean everything or nothing, and proceeded to tell the story in his own way.
Old Mr. Wildcat hugged Brer Rabbit up close and whisper in his ear. Brer Rabbit, he kick, he squall. By he catch his breath and allow, "Oh, Lordy, Lordy, what I done gone and done now?" Mr. Wildcat, he rub his wet nose on Brer Rabbit's ear, and make cold chill run up his back. By he say, "Oh, Brer Rabbit, I just naturally loves you. You been a-foolin' all of my cousins and all of my kinfolks, and it ain't been so mighty long since you set Cousin Fox on me, and little more and I'd a tore him in two. Oh, Brer Rabbit, I just naturally loves you," says he. Den he laugh, and he toof straight together right close to Brer Rabbit's ear. Brer Rabbit, he 'low, he did, "Law, Mr. Wildcat, I thought maybe you might like to have Brer Fox for supper, and dat de reason I sent him up to where you is. Hit done come to mighty purty pass when folks can't be friends, settin' something or another step in twixt and between 'em, and if dat de case, I ain't gwine to be friends no more. Dat I ain't." Mr. Wildcat wiped his nose on Brer Rabbit's ear, and he do sorter like he's studyin'. Brer Rabbit, he keep on talkin'. He 'low, "Endurin' it all this time, is I ever pester along wid you, Mr. Wildcat?" "No, Brer Rabbit, I can't say as you is." "No, Mr. Wildcat, dat I ain't. Let alone dat, I done my level best fer to help you out. And though you done jump on me and skeer me skinless, yet I'm willin' to do you another good turn. I hear some wild turkeys yelpin' out yonder, and if you'll just let me off this time,
I'll go out there and call 'em up, and you can make like you dead, and they'll come up and stretch their neck over you, and you can jump up and kill a whole passel of 'em 'fore they can get out of the way."
Mr. Wildcat stop and study, 'cause if there one kind of meat what he like, dat meat is turkey meat. Then he took and asked Brer Rabbit, is he joking? Brer Rabbit say, if he is setting off somewheres by his own lone self, he might be joking, but how in the name of goodness is he can joke when Mr. Wildcat got him hug up so tight? This looked so pleasy dat 'twa'n't long 'fore Mr. Wildcat 'lowed dat he's mighty willin' if Brer Rabbit mean what he say. And after while, bless your soul, if you'd 'a' come along dar, you'd 'a' seed old Mr. Wildcat layin' stretch out on de ground, lookin' for all de world just like he done been dead a month, and you'd 'a' yeard old Brer Rabbit a yelpin' out in de bushes just like a sho' enough turkey hen. The little boy was always anxious for a practical demonstration, and he asked Uncle Remus how Brother Rabbit could yelp like a turkey hen. For reply, Uncle Remus searched upon his rude mantelpiece until he found a reed, which he intended to use as a pipe stem. One end of this he placed in his mouth, enclosing the other in his hands. By sucking the air through the reed with his mouth, and regulating the tone and volume by opening or closing his hands, the old man was able to produce a marvelous imitation of the call of the turkey hen, much to the delight and astonishment of the little boy. "Oh, Lord!" exclaimed Uncle Remus, after he had repeated the call until the child was satisfied. "Many's and many's de time is I gone out in de woods with old marster 'fore de crack of day, and called de wild turkeys right spang up to where we could kill 'em with a stick. When we fust moved here from Virginny, dey used to come right up to where de barn sets, and more'n dat I done seed old marster kill 'em right out dar by de front gate. But folks from town been comin' round yer wid de pointer dogs till it done got so dat if you want to see turkey track, you gotta go down dar to de Oconee, and dat's 2 mile off."
Did the wildcat catch the turkeys? The little boy inquired, when it seemed that Uncle Remus was about to give his entire attention to his own reminiscences.
"De gracious and de goodness!" exclaimed the old man. "Yer I is runnin' on, and dar lays Mr. Wildcat waitin' for Brer Rabbit fer to help dem turkeys up. And it ain't take 'em long, neither, 'cause bless your soul, old Brer Rabbit was a yelper, mon. Sho' enough, after while, yer dey come, old Brer Gibbly Gobbler workin' in de lead. Brer Rabbit, he run to meet 'em and gun 'em de wink about old Mr. Wildcat, and by de time dey git up to where he layin', Brer Gibbly Gobbler and all his folks was jined in a big dispute. One 'low he dead, 'nother 'low he ain't, 'nother one 'low he's stiff, udder one 'low he ain't, and the other 'low he is. So there dey had it. Dey stretch out dey neck and step high wid de foot, and yet dey ain't get too close to Mr. Wildcat. He lay dar, he did, and he ain't move. Wind ruffle up his hair, yet he ain't move. Sun shine down upon him, yet he ain't move. De turkeys, dey gobble and dey yelp, but dey ain't go no nigher. Dey holler and dey dispute, but dey ain't go no nigher. Dey stretch dey neck and dey lift dey foot high, yet dey ain't go no nigher. He keep on dis way, twel bimeby Mr. Wildcat git tired of waitin', and he jump up, he did, and make a dash at de nighest turkey. But dat turkey done fix, and when Mr. Wildcat come at him, he just riz in de air, and Mr. Wildcat run under him. Den he tuck'n run at another one, and dat'n fly up, and dey keep on dat way twel 'twa'n't long 'fore Mr. Wildcat was so stiff in de joints and so short in de wind dat he just hatter lay down on de ground and res'. And when he do dis, old Brer Gibbly Gobbler and all of his folks went on 'bout dey own business. But since dat day dey're constant disputin' 'long wid deyself and everybody what come by. If you don't believe me,
with an air of disposing of the whole matter judicially, "you can just holler at the first gobbler what you meets, and if he refuse to holler back after you, you can just use my head for a hole in the wall, and what more can you ask than that?"
What became of Brother Rabbit, Uncle Remus?
"Well, sir, Brer Rabbit took and left them low grounds. Whilst they disputin' was goin' on, he took and bowed his goodbyes, and then he just put out from there. Next day old Brer Gibbly Gobbler took and sent him a turkey wing for to make a fan out of, and Brer Rabbit he took and sent it to Miss Meadows and de gals. And I let you know," continued the old man, chuckling heartily to himself, "they make a great admiration about it."
End of chapter 48. Chapter 49 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 49. Mr. Benjamin Ram Defends Himself.
"I speck we done gone and forgot old Mr. Benjamin Ram offen our mind,"
said Uncle Remus one night, as the little boy went into the cabin with a large ram's horn hanging on his arm. "About his playing the fiddle and getting lost in the woods!" exclaimed the child. "Oh, no, I haven't forgotten him, Uncle Remus. I remember just how he tuned his fiddle in Brother Wolf's house."
"That's me," said Uncle Remus with enthusiasm. "That's me up and down. Mr. Ram just as fresh in my mind now as he was the day I yeard that tale. Dat old creature was a sight, man. He most sho'ly was. His wrinkly old hawn and his shaggy hair on his neck make him look mighty servigous, and whence he shake his head and snort, it seem like he gwine to fair paw de yearth from under him. Old Brer Fox been pookin' up old Mr. Benjamin Ram chilluns when dey get too fur from home, but look like he ain't never been get close ter de old creetur. So one time when he 'uz comin' on down de road, talkin' 'long wid Brer Wolf, he up and allow, old Brer Fox did, dat he mighty hongry in de neighborhoods of de stomach. Dis make Brer Wolf look like he 'stonished, and he ax Brer Fox how de name of goodness come he hongry when old Mr. Benjamin Ram layin' up dere in de house just a rollin' in fat. Den Brer Fox tuck'n allow he did, dat he done been in de habits of eatin' Mr. Benjamin Ram chillun, but he sorter feared of de old creetur 'cause he look so bad on de count of his red eye and his wrinkly hawn. Brer Wolf just holler and laugh. Den he 'low, 'Lordy, Brer Fox, I dunno what kind of man you is nohow. Why, dat there old creatur ain't never hurted a flea in all his born days, dat he ain't,' says he. Brer Fox, he look at Brer Wolf right hard, he did, and den he up and allow, 'Hey, yo, Brer Wolf, many's the time dat you been hongry roun' in dese diggin's, and I ain't year talk of you makin' a meal offen Mr. Benjamin Ram,' says he. Brer Fox talk so close to de fatal truth dat Brer Wolf got tooken wid de dry grins, yet he up and respond, says he, 'I des like to know who in de name of goodness want to eat tough creatur like dat old Mr. Benjamin Ram. Dat what I like to know,' says he. Brer Fox, he holler and laugh, he did, and den he up and say, 'Ah, ye, Brer Wolf, you ax me what I goes hongry fer when old Mr. Benjamin Ram up dere in de house, yet you done been hongry many and many's the time, and still old Mr. Benjamin Ram up dere in his house. Now den, how you gwine do in a case like dat?' says Brer Fox, says he. Brer Wolf, he strike de end of his cane down pon de ground, and he say, says he, 'I done say all I got to say, and what I say, dat I'll stick ter. Dat old creatur lots too tough.'
Hungry as he is, Brer Fox laugh way down in his stomach. After a while he 'low, "Well, den, Brer Wolf, stidder sputin' longer with you, I gwine do what you say. I gwine to go up dar and git a bait of ole Mr. Benjamin Ram, and I wish you be so good as to go along with me for company," says he. Brer Wolf jaw sort of fall when he year dis, and he 'low, "Hey, Brer Fox, I'd druther go my own lone self," says he. "Well, den," says Brer Fox, says he, "you better make haste," says he, "'cause it ain't gwine to take me so mighty long fer to go up dar and make hash out of ole Mr. Benjamin Ram," says he. "Brer Wolf know mighty well," said Uncle Remus, snapping his huge tongs in order to silence a persistent cricket in the chimney, "dat if he dast turn back from a banter like dat, he is never to hear de last of it from Miss Meadows and Miss Motts and de gals," and he marched off towards Mr. Benjamin Ram's house. Little puff of wind come and blow up some leafs. Brer Wolf jump like somebody shootin' at him, and he fly mighty mad when he year Brer Fox laugh. He mend his gait, he did, and 'twa'n't long 'fo' he 'uz knockin' at Mr. Benjamin Ram's door. He knock at de door, he did, en course he 'speck somebody fer to come open de door. But stidder dat, lo and beholes, yer come Mr. Benjamin Ram roun' de house. Dar he was, red eye, wrinkly hawn, en shaggy head. Now den, in case like dat, w'at a slim-legged man like Brer Wolf gwine do? Dey ain't no two ways. He gwine to git 'way fum dar, and he went back to where Brer Fox is mo' samer dan if de patrollers was atter him. Brer Fox, he laugh en he laugh, en ole Brer Wolf, he look mighty glum. Brer Fox ax him is he done kilt en et Mr. Benjamin Ram, en if so be, is he lef any fer him? Brer Wolf say he ain't feelin' well, en he don't like mutton nohow. Brer Wolf 'low, "You may be puny in de mind, Brer Wolf, but you ain't feelin' bad in de leg, 'cause I done seed you wuck 'em." Brer Wolf 'low he just a runnin' fer to see if it won't make him feel better. Brer Fox, he say, says he, dat w'en he feelin' puny, he ain't ax no mo' dan fer somebody fer to git out de way en let him lay down. Dey went on dis-a-way, dey did, twel bimeby Brer Fox ax Brer Wolf if he'll go wid him fer to catch Mr. Benjamin Ram. Brer Wolf, he 'low, he did, Hey, Brer Fox, I feared you'll run en leave me dar fer to do all de fightin'." Brer Fox, he 'low dat he'll fix dat. He stuck en got 'im a plow line, en tied one end to Brer Wolf en de udder end to his own self. Wid dat dey put out for Mr. Benjamin Ram's house. Brer Wolf, he sorter hang back, but he 'shame' fer to say he skeered, en dey went on plum twel dey git right spang up to Mr. Benjamin Ram house. W'en dey git dar, de ole creetur was settin' out in de front porch sorter sunnin' himself. He see 'em comin', en w'en dey git up in hailin' distance, he sorter clear up his throat, he did, en holler out, "I'm much 'bliged to you, Brer Fox, fer catchin' dat owdacious vilyun en fetchin' him back. My smoke house runnin' short, en I'll jest chop him up en pickle him. Fetch him in, Brer Fox, fetch him in." Just 'bout dat time, ole Miss Ram see dem creeturs a comin', en gentermens, you might a yeard her bleat plum to town. Mr. Benjamin Ram, he sorter skeered hisse'f, but he keep on talkin'. "Fetch him in, Brer Fox, fetch him in. Don't you year my old woman cryin' for him? She ain't had no wolf meat now en gwine on mighty nigh a month. Fetch him in, Brer Fox, fetch him in." Fust Brer Wolf try to ontie hisse'f, den he tuck en broke en runned, en he drag ole Brer Fox atter him des like he ain't weigh no more'n a poun'. En I let you know hit 'uz many a long day 'fo' Brer Fox git well of de thumpin' he got.
"Uncle Remus,"
said the little boy, after a while. "I thought wolves always caught sheep when they had the chance." "Dey catches lambs, honey, but bless your soul, dey ain't catch dese yer old-time rams with red eye and wrinkly hawn."
"Where was Brother Rabbit all this time?"
"Now den, honey, don't let's pester with old Brer Rabbit right now. Jest let's give him one night rest, mo' especially when I year de 7 stairs say your bedtime done come. Jest take your foot in your hand and put right out 'fore Miss Sally come a-callin' you, 'cause den she'll say I'm a-sittin' yer a-noddin' and not takin' keer of you." The child laughed and ran up the path to the big house, stopping a moment on the way to mimic a bullfrog that was bellowing at a tremendous rate near the spring.
End of chapter 49. Chapter 50 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 50. Brer Rabbit Pretends to be Poisoned. Not many nights after the story of how Mr. Benjamin Ram frightened Brother Wolf and Brother Fox, the little boy found himself in Uncle Remus's cabin. It had occurred to him that Mr. Ram should have played on his fiddle somewhere in the tale, and Uncle Remus was called on to explain. He looked at the little boy with an air of grieved astonishment, and exclaimed, "Well, I be bless if I ever year de beat of dat. Yer you been a pursuin' on after dese yer creeturs and makin' der acquaintance, en yit look like ef you was to meet right up wid 'em dere in de path, you'd forget all 'bout who dey is."
"Oh, no, I wouldn't, Uncle Remus," protested the child, glancing at the door and getting a little closer to the old man.
Yasser, you just nat'ally whirl in and forget 'bout who dey is. 'Tain't so mighty long since I done tole you 'bout ole Mr. Benjermun Ram playin' his fiddle at Brer Wolf house, and yer you come and ax me how come he don't take and play it at him agin. What kinder lookin' sight 'ud dat ole creetur a been ef he'd jump up and grab his fiddle and go to playin' on it every time he year a fuss down de big road?"
The little boy said nothing, but he thought the story would have been a great deal nicer if Mr. Benjamin Ram could have played one of the old-time tunes on his fiddle, and while he was thinking about it, the door opened and Aunt Tempy made her appearance. Her good humor was infectious.
"Name o' goodness!" she exclaimed. "I lef' you all settin' yer way last week. I goes off en I does my work, en I comes back, en I finds you settin' right where I lef' you. Goodness knows, I dunno where you git your vittles. I dunno where I ain't been since I lef' you all settin' yer. I let you know I been usin' my feet, en I been a usin' my hands. Dat's me. No use to ax how you all is, 'kaze you looks lots better'n me."
"Yas, Sis Tempy, we're settin' yer whar you lef' us, en de Lord he bin a pervidin'. When de vittles don't come in at de door, hit come down de chimbly, en so what de odds? We er sorter po'ly, Sis Tempy, I'm 'bliged to you. You know what de jaybird say to de squinch owl? I'm sickly, but sassy."
Aunt Tempy laughed as she replied,
"I 'speck you all been a havin' lots o' fun. Goodness knows I wish many a time since I been gone dat I 'uz settin' down yer runnin' on wid you all. I ain't been gone fur, dat's so, yet mistis put me to cuttin' out, en I tell you now, dem w'at cuts out de duds fer all de niggers in dis place is got to work fum soon in de mawnin' plum to bedtime. Dey ain't no two ways. 'Tain't no work you kin carry 'bout wid you, needer, 'kaze you got to spread it right out on de floor en git down on yo' knees. I'm mighty glad I done wid it, 'kaze my back feel like it done broke in 1,000 pieces. Honey, is Brer Remus been a tellin' you some mo' of dem ole time tales?"
Aunt Tempy's question gave the little boy an excuse for giving her brief outlines of some of the stories. One that he seemed to remember particularly well was the story of how Brother Rabbit and Brother Fox killed a cow, and how Brother Rabbit got the most and the best of the beef. "I done yeard talk of de tale like dat," exclaimed Aunt Tempy, laughing heartily, "but it ain't the same tale. I'm most 'shamed to tell it."
"You gettin' too old to be blushin', Sis Tempy," said Uncle Remus with dignity.
"Well, den," said Aunt Tempy, wiping her fat face with her apron, "one time Brer Rabbit and Brer Wolf tuck'n gone off somewheres en killed a cow, en w'en dey come fer ter divide out de carcass, Brer Wolf 'low dat bein's he's de biggest he oughter have de mos', en he light in, he did, en do like he gwine ter take it all. Brer Rabbit do like he don't keer much, but he keer so bad it make 'im right sick. He tuck'n walk all 'roun' de kyarkiss, he did, en snuff de air, en terreckly he say, 'Brer Wolf! Oh, Brer Wolf! Is dis meat smell 'zuckly right to you?' Brer Wolf, he cuttin' en he carvin', en he ain't sayin' nothin'. Brer Rabbit, he walk all 'roun' en 'roun' de kyarkiss. He feel it en he kick it. Terreckly he say, 'Brer Wolf! Oh, Brer Wolf! Dis meat feel mighty flabby to me. How it feel to you?' Brer Wolf, he year all dat said, but he keep on a cuttin' on the carvin'. Brer Rabbit say, 'You kin talk or not talk, Brer Wolf, des as youer mind ter, yit ef I ain't mistooken in de sign, you'll do some tall talkin' 'fo' you're done wid dis beef. Now you mark w'at I tell you.' Brer Rabbit put out fum dar, en 'twa'n't long 'fo' yer he come back wid a chunk er fier en a dish er salt. W'en Brer Wolf see dis, he say, 'W'at you gwine do wid all dat, Brer Rabbit?' Brer Rabbit laugh like he know mo' dan he gwine tell, en he say, 'Bless yo' soul, Brer Wolf, I ain't gwine ter kyar a poun' er dis meat home till I find out w'at de matter wid it. No, I ain't, so dar now.' Den Brer Rabbit built 'im a fier, en cut 'im off a slice er steak en broil it good en done, en den he e't a little of it. Fus' he'd taste en den he'd nibble, en den he'd nibble en den he'd taste. He keep on till he e't right smart piece. Den he went en sot off little ways like he waitin' fer sump'n'. Brer Wolf, he kyarve en he cut, but he keep one eye on Brer Rabbit. Brer Rabbit sot up dar same as judge on de bench. Brer Wolf, he watch his motions. Terreckly Brer Rabbit fling bofe hands up to his head en fetch a groan. Brer Wolf cut en carve en watch Brer Rabbit motions. Brer Rabbit sorter sway backwards en forwards en fetch 'n'er groan. Den he sway from side to side en holler, 'Oh, Lordy!' Brer Wolf, he sorter 'gun to git skeer'd, en he ax Brer Rabbit w'at de matter. Brer Rabbit, he roll on de groun' en holler, 'Oh, Lordy, Lordy! I'm poisoned! I'm poisoned! Oh, Lordy, I'm poisoned! Run yer, somebody, run yer! De meat done got poison in it! Oh, do run yer!' Brer Wolf get so skeer'd dat he put out fum dar, en he wa'n't out er sight skacely 'fo' Brer Rabbit jump up fum dar en cut de pigeon wing, en it wa'n't so mighty long atter dat 'fo' Brer Rabbit done put all er dat beef in his smoke house." "What became of Brother Wolf?" the little boy inquired. "Brer Wolf went atter de doctor," continued Aunt Tempy, making little tucks in her apron, "en w'en he come back Brer Rabbit en de beef done gone. En bless goodness, ef it hadn't bin fer de sign whar Brer Wolf built de fier, Brer Wolf would 'a' been mighty pestered fer ter find de place whar de cow bin kilt." At this juncture 'Tildy, the house girl, came in to tell Aunt Tempy that one of the little negroes had been taken suddenly sick. "I been huntin' fer you all over de blessed place," said 'Tildy.
No, you ain't. No, you ain't. You ain't been hunting nowhere. You'd know mighty well where I was." "Law, Ma'am Tempy, I can't keep up with you. How I know you down yer courtin' with Uncle Remus?" "Your head mighty full of courtin', you nasty stinkin' hussy!"
exclaimed Aunt Tempy. Uncle Remus, strange to say, was unmoved. He simply said, "When you see dat there 'Tildy girl perootin' round, I bound your old Brer African Jack ain't fur off. 'Twon't be so mighty long 'fo' de old creetur'll show up."
"How you know dat, Uncle Remus?"
exclaimed 'Tildy, showing her white teeth and stretching her eyes.
"Hit's de Lord's truth. Massa Jeems done writ a letter to Miss Sally, en he say in dat letter dat Daddy Jack ax him fer to tell Miss Sally fer to tell me dat he'll be up yer dis week. Dat ole African ape got de impidence of de ole boy. He don't know who he foolin' longer."
End of chapter 50. Chapter 51 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 51. More Trouble for Brer Wolf. The next night the little boy hardly waited to eat his supper before going to Uncle Remus's house, and when Aunt Tempy failed to put in an appearance as early as he thought necessary, he did not hesitate to go after her. He had an idea that there was a sequel to the story she had told the night before, and he was right. After protesting against being dragged around from post to pillar by children, Aunt Tempy said, "After Brer Rabbit took and make out he is poisoned and git all de beef, it wa'n't long 'fo' he chanced to meet ole Brer Wolf right spang in de middle of de road. Brer Rabbit, he sorter shied off to one side, but Brer Wolf hail him. 'Whoa there, my colty! Don't be so gaily. You better be 'shamed of yo'self 'bout de way you do me when we go into cahoots wid dat beef.' Brer Rabbit, he up and ax Brer Wolf how all his folks. Brer Wolf say, 'You'll find out all how dey is 'fo' dis day gone by. You took de beef, and now I'm gwine to take you.' Wid dis, Brer Wolf make a dash at Brer Rabbit, but he des lack a little bit of being quick enough, and Brer Rabbit, he des went a sailin' through de woods. Brer Wolf, he took after him, and yer dey had it. First Brer Rabbit, and den Brer Wolf. Brer Rabbit more soopler dan Brer Wolf, but Brer Wolf got de advantage of de wind, and directly he push Brer Rabbit so close dat he run in a holler log. Brer Rabbit bin in dat log befo', and he know dere's a hole at de udder end, and he des keep on a gwine. He dart in one end and he slip out de udder. He ain't stop to say good bye, bless you, he des keep on gwine. Brer Wolf, he see Brer Rabbit run in de holler log, and he say to hisself, 'Heyo, dey bin callin' you so mighty cunnin' all dis time, and yer you done gone and shot yo'self up in my trap.' Den Brer Wolf laugh and lay down by de end where Brer Rabbit went in, and pant and rest himself. He see where Brer B'ar burnin' off a new ground, and he holler and ax him fer to fetch him a chunk of fire, and Brer B'ar he fotch it, and dey sot fire to de holler log, and dey sot dar and watch it till it burn plumb up. Den dey took and shook hands, and Brer Wolf say he hope dat after dat dey'll have some peace in de neighborhoods." Uncle Remus smiled a knowing smile as he filled his pipe, but Aunt Tempy continued with great seriousness. "One time after dat, Brer Wolf, he took and pay a call down to Miss Meadows, and when he git dar and see Brer Rabbit settin' up side of one of de gals, he like to a fainted, dat he did. He is dat astonished dat he look right downhearted all endurin' of de party. Brer Rabbit, he bows and howdies to Brer Wolf, and shook hands 'long wid him, des like nothin' never happen 'twixt um,
and he up and say, "Ah, Law, Brer Wolf, you are more my friend than you ever expected to be, and you can just count on me right straight along." Brer Wolf say he sort of feel dat away himself, and he ax Brer Rabbit what make him change his mind so quick. "Bless you, Brer Wolf, I had needs to change it," says Brer Rabbit, says he. Brer Wolf, he ax him how come. "All about being burned up in a holler log, Brer Wolf, and when you gets time, I wish you be so good as to burn me up some more," says Brer Rabbit, says he. Brer Wolf, he ax him how so. Brer Rabbit say, "I'm feared to tell you, Brer Wolf, 'cause I don't want the news to get out." Brer Wolf vow he won't tell nobody on the top side of de world. Brer Rabbit say, "I done find out, Brer Wolf, dat when you get in a holler tree and somebody sets it afire, dat the natural honey just oozles out of it. And more'n dat, after you get the honey all over you, 'tain't no use to try to burn you up, 'cause the honey will preserve you. Don't deny me dis favor, Brer Wolf, 'cause I done pick me out another holler tree," says Brer Rabbit, says he. Brer Wolf, he wanter put right out den and dere, and Brer Rabbit say dat just de kinder man what he been hunting fer. Dey took derself off, and it wa'n't long before dey come to de tree what Brer Rabbit say he done pick out. When dey git dar, Brer Wolf, he so greedy fer to get a taste of de honey dat he beg and beg Brer Rabbit fer to let him get in de holler. Brer Rabbit, he hold back, but Brer Wolf beg so hard dat Brer Rabbit 'greed ter let him get in de holler. Brer Wolf, he got in, he did, and Brer Rabbit stuffed the hole full of dry leaves and trash, and den he got him a chunk of fire and totch her off. She smoked and smoked, and den she bust out in a blaze. Brer Rabbit, he pile up rocks and brush and sticks, so Brer Wolf can't get out. Directly Brer Wolf holler, "Get mighty hot, Brer Rabbit. I ain't sees no honey yit." Brer Rabbit, he pile on mo' trash and holler back, "Don't be in no hurry, Brer Wolf. You'll see it and taste it too." Fire burn and burn, wood pop like pistol. Brer Wolf, he holler, "Gettin' hotter and hotter, Brer Rabbit. No honey come yit." "Hold still, Brer Wolf, hit'll come." "Gimme air, Brer Rabbit, I'm a chokin'." "Fresh air make honey sour. Just hold still, Brer Wolf." "Ow! She gettin' hotter and hotter, Brer Rabbit." "Just hold right still, Brer Wolf. Most time for the honey." "Ow! Ow! I'm a burnin', Brer Rabbit." "Wait for the honey, Brer Wolf." "I can't stand it, Brer Rabbit." "Stand it like I did, Brer Wolf." Brer Rabbit, he pile on de trash and de leaves. He say, "I gin you honey, Brer Wolf, de same kind of honey you wanted to give me." "And it seemed like to me," said Aunt Tempy, pleased at the interest the little boy had shown, "that it done Brer Wolf just right." End of chapter 51. Chapter 52 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 52. Brer Rabbit Outdoes Mr. Man. The little boy had heard Uncle Remus lamenting that his candle was getting rather short, and he made it his business to go around the house and gather all the pieces he could find. He carried these to the old man, who received them with the liveliest satisfaction. "Now dish yer sorter look like sump'n, honey. When ole Brer Jack come back, and Sis Tempy git into habits of hangin' roun', we'll des light some of dese yer, and folks'll come by and see de shine, and dey'll go off and 'low dat hit's de night des 'fo' camp meetin' at ole Remus house. I got little piece dar in my chist what you brung me long time ago,
and I 'low to myself dat if shove ever get to be push, I'd just draw her out and light her up."
Mama says Daddy Jack is coming back Sunday,
said the little boy.
"Dat what I hear talk," replied the old man.
What did he go off for, Uncle Remus?
"Bless your soul, honey, Brer Jack believes to go and see your Unc Jeems. He believe de world go wrong if he ain't do dat. Dat ole nigger believe he white man. He come up yer fum down de country where de Lord done forsook 'em too long ago to talk about. He come up yer and he put on more airs dan what I dast to do. Not that I'm keerin', 'cause goodness knows I ain't. Yet I notices dat when I has to go somewheres, dere's allus a great to do about what is I'm a gwine for, and how long is I'm a gwine to stay. And if I ain't back at de very minute, dere's Mars John a growlin', and Miss Sally a vowin' dat she gwine to put me on de block."
Perhaps Uncle Remus's jealousy was more substantial than he was willing to admit, but he was talking merely to see what the little boy would say. The child, however, failed to appreciate the situation, seeing which, the old man quickly changed the subject.
"Times is mighty different from what they used to was, 'cause the time has been dat ef ole Brer Rabbit er runned up wid Brer Jack whiles he's comin' from your Uncle Jeems' place, he'd outdone 'im des as sho as de world stands. Dese days de rabbits has to keep out de way of folks. But in den days, folks had to keep out de way of ole Brer Rabbit. Ain't I never tell you about how Brer Rabbit whirl in and outdo Mr. Man?"
About the meat tied to the string, Uncle Remus?
"Shoo! Dat ain't a drap in de bucket, honey. Dish yer was de time when ole Brer Rabbit was gwine 'long de big road, and he meet Mr. Man drivin' 'long wid a wagon chock full of money."
Where did he get so much money, Uncle Remus?
"Bruisin' round and peddlin' about. Mr. Man got what lots of folks ain't got: good luck, long head, quick eye, and slick fingers. But no matter 'bout dat, he got de money, and when you sorter grow up so you kin knock 'round, 'twon't be long 'fo' some'n'll take you off 'round de cornder and tell you dat 'tain't make no diffunce where de money come from, so de man got it. Dey won't tell you dat in de meetin' house, but dey'll come mighty nigh it. But dat ain't needer yer nor dar. Mr. Man, he come a drivin' 'long de big road, and he got a wagon full of money. Brer Rabbit, he come a lippity-clippiting 'long de big road, and he ain't got no wagon full of money. Ole Brer Rabbit, he up and tuck a notion dat dey's sump'n wrong somewheres, 'kaze if dey wa'n't, he'd a have just as much wagon and money as Mr. Man. He study and study, and he can't make out how dat is. By he up and holler out, "Mr. Man, please, sir, let me ride." Mr. Man, he tuck and stop de wagon, and allow, "Hey, ole Brer Rabbit, how come dis? You comin' one way and I gwine anudder. How come you want to ride?" Brer Rabbit, he up and scratch hisself on de back of de neck wid de behind foot, and holler out, "Mr. Man, you sho'ly can't be acquainted 'long wid me. I'm one of dem old time kind of folks what ain't a carin' which way dey're gwine, long as dey're ridin'."
The little boy laughed a sympathetic laugh, showing that he heartily endorsed this feature of Brother Rabbit's program.
"Atter so long a time," Uncle Remus went on, "Mr. Man 'gree to let Brer Rabbit ride a little piece. He try to git Brer Rabbit fer to ride upon de seat wid 'im so dey kin git to 'sputin' another. But Brer Rabbit say he fear'd he fall off, and he des tuck and sot right flat down in de bottom of de wagon, and make like he fear'd to move. Bimeby, w'iles dey's goin' downhill, and Mr. Man hat to keep his eye on de hosses, Brer Rabbit he tuck and fling out a great big hunk of de money. Des as the money hit de ground, Brer Rabbit holler out, "Ow!" Mr. Man look 'roun' and ax what de matter. Brer Rabbit 'low,
"Nothin' 'tall, Mr. Man, 'cep'n you 'bout to jolt my jawbone aloose."
Dey go on little furder, en Brer Rabbit fling out another hunk er de money. When she hit de ground, Brer Rabbit holler,
"Blam!"
Mr. Man look roun' en ax w'at de matter. Brer Rabbit allow,
"Nothin' 'tall, Mr. Man, 'cep'n I seed a jaybird flyin' 'long, en I make like I had a gun."
hit keep on dis a way twel fus' news you know, Mr. Man ain't got a sign of money in dat waggin. Seem like Mr. Man ain't notice dis twel he get a mighty fur ways from de place whar Brer Rabbit drap out de las' hunk. But, gentermens, when he do find it out, you better believe he sot up a howl. "Where my money? Where my nice money? Where my wagon full of purty money? Oh, you long-eared rascal! Where my money? Oh, gimme my money!" Brer Rabbit sot dar en lissen at him like he 'stonished. Den he up en allow,
"Look out, Mr. Man, folks'll come along en year you gwine on dat a way, en dey'll go off en say you done gone ravin' distracted."
Yit Mr. Man keep on hollerin' en beggin' Brer Rabbit fer to give him de money, en bye Brer Rabbit, he git sorter skeered en he up en allow,
"Sun gittin' low, Mr. Man, en I better be gittin' way from yer. De sooner I goes, de better, 'kaze if you keep on like you goin', 'twon't be long 'fo' you'll be accusin' me of takin' dat there money. I'm obliged fer de ride, Mr. Man, en I wish you mighty well."
Brer Rabbit got de money," continued Uncle Remus, gazing placidly into the fire, "en it's mighty curious to me dat he ain't git de waggin en hosses. Dat it is."
End of chapter 52. Chapter 53 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 53, Brer Rabbit Takes a Walk.
Every time I run over in my mind 'bout de pranks of Brer Rabbit,
Uncle Remus continued, without giving the little boy time to ask any more embarrassing questions about Mr. Man and his wagon full of money,
hit make me laugh mo' en mo'. He mos' allers comes out on top, yit dey was times w'en he had to be mighty spry.
When was that, Uncle Remus?
inquired the little boy.
I mind me of one time w'en de other creeturs all git to laugh on 'im,
responded the old man.
en dey make 'im feel sorter ashamed. It seem like dey 'uz some kinder bodderment 'mongst de creeturs, en word went out dat dey all got to meet tergedder somewheres en ontangle de tanglements. W'en de time come, dey was all un um dar, en dey hilt de confab right along. All un um got sump'n' to say, en dey talk dar, dey did, des like dey 'uz paid fer talkin'. Dey all had der plans, en dey jabbered des like folks does w'en dey call deyse'f tergedder. Hit come 'bout dat Mr. Dog git a seat right close by Brer Rabbit, en w'en he open his mouf fer to say sump'n', his toofs look so long en so strong, en dey shine so white, dat it feel mighty kuse. Mr. Dog, he say sump'n', Brer Rabbit, he'd jump en dodge. Mr. Dog, he'd laugh, Brer Rabbit, he'd dodge en jump. He'd keep on dis a way, twel every time Brer Rabbit 'ud dodge en jump, de other creeturs dey'd slap der hands tergedder en break out in a laugh. Mr. Dog, he tuck a notion dat dey's laughin' at him, en dis make him so mad dat he 'gun to growl en snap right smartually, en it come to dat pass dat w'en Brer Rabbit seed Mr. Dog make a motion fer to say a speech, he des drap down en git under a cheer. Co'se, dis make um laugh wuss en wuss, en de mo' dey laugh de madder it make Mr. Dog, twel bimeby he git so mad he fairly howl, en Brer Rabbit he sot dar, he did, en shook like he got de ague.
After a while, Brer Rabbit gets sorter on de other side, and he make a speech and say dey ought to be a law fer to make all de creeturs what got tushes ketch and eat de vittles wid de claws. All of 'em agree to dis 'cep it's Mr. Dog, Brer Wolf, and Brer Fox. In dem days, continued Uncle Remus, if all de creeturs ain't agree, dey put it off twel de nex' meetin' and talk it over some mo', and dat's de way dey done wid Brer Rabbit project. Dey put it off twel de nex' time. Brer Rabbit got a kinder sneakin' notion dat de creeturs ain't gwine do like he want 'em to do, and he 'lowed to Brer Wolf dat he 'speck de bes' way fer to do is to get all de creeturs to agree fer to have Mr. Dog mouf sewed up, 'cause his toofs look so venomous, and Brer Wolf say dey all'll go in fer dat. Sho' nuff, w'en de day done come, Brer Rabbit he get up and say dat de bes' way to do is have Mr. Dog mouf sewed up so his toofs won't look so venomous. Dey all 'gree, and den Mr. Lion, settin' up in de armcheer, he ax who gwine do de sewin'. Den dey all up and 'low dat de man w'at want de sewin' done, he de man fer to do it, 'cause den he'll know it done bin done right. Brer Rabbit, he sorter study, den he 'low, I ain't got no needle. Brer B'ar, he sorter feel in de flap of his coat collar, and he 'low, Yer, Brer Rabbit, yer a great big one. Brer Rabbit, he sorter study agin, and den he 'low, I ain't got no thread. Brer B'ar, he tuck'n pull a ravelin fum de bottom of his waistcoat, and he 'low, Yer, Brer Rabbit, yer a great long one. If it had a been anybody in de roun' world, he'd a 'gun to feel sorter ticklish. Uncle Remus went on, but ole Brer Rabbit, he des tuck and laid a finger 'cross his nose and 'low, Des hol' 'im dar for me, Brer B'ar, and I'll be much 'bliged to you. It's des about my time o' day fer to take a walk. Uncle Remus laughed as heartily as the child, and added, Some folks say de creeturs had de grins on Brer Rabbit 'bout dat time, but I tell you right pine blank, dey ain't grin much w'en dey year Brer Rabbit say dat. End of chapter 53. Chapter 54 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 54, Old Grinny Granny Wolf. At last Daddy Jack returned, and the fact that the little boy had missed him and inquired about him seemed to give the old African particular pleasure. It was probably a new experience to Daddy Jack, and it vaguely stirred some dim instinct in his bosom that impelled him to greet the child with more genuine heartiness than he had ever displayed in all his life. He drew the little boy up to him, patted him gently on the cheek, and exclaimed, "Ki, I been want to see you berry bad. I been a tell you, Nunk Jean, how fine young man you is. He ax why you no come for shum. Fine boy, fine boy."
Well, if that's the way you're gwine on, Brer Jack, you'll spoil that chap sure. A whole sack of salt won't save him.
"I don't know 'bout dat, Brer Remus," said Aunt Tempy, who had come in. "Don't seem like he bad like some yuther children what I seen. Bless you, I know children what'd keep dish yer whole place terrified. Dat dey would."
Well, sir, said Uncle Remus, shaking his head and groaning, you all ain't wid dat young un dere much as I is. Some days when dey ain't nobody lookin', and dey ain't nobody nowhere fer to take keer of me, dat there little chap dere'll come down yer and chunk me wid rocks, and 'buse me and holler at me scandalous.
The little boy looked so shocked that Uncle Remus broke into a laugh that shook the cobwebs in the corners. Then, suddenly relapsing into seriousness, he drew himself up with dignity and remarked,
Good or bad, you can't get along wid 'em unless you sets in to tellin' tales. And Brer Jack, I hope you got some 'long wid you."
Daddy Jack rubbed his hands together and said,
Me been yeddy one tale, and making me laugh till I is come tire. For the Lord's sake, let's have it then,
exclaimed Aunt Tempy with unction. Whereupon the small but appreciative audience disposed itself comfortably, and Daddy Jack, peering at each one in turn, his eyes shining between his half-closed lids as brightly as those of some wild animal, began.
One time Brer Rabbit is been traffle round fer to see his neighbor folks. He been mad with Brer Wolf for so long time, and make no difference. He come past the house, and he no see nothin', and he no year nothin'. He holler, "Hey, Brer Wolf, when you no make fer answer when you ax me howdy? Wherefore you is do dis for me wery face? What make you do dis?" He wait, he listen, nothin' no make answer. Brer Rabbit, he holler, "Come a show yourself, Brer Wolf! Come a show yourself! Be shame for not show yourself when your acquaintance come visitin' where you live." Nothin' 't all no make answer, and Brer Rabbit come berry mad. He come so mad he stomp his foot and bump his head upon the fence side. By he take heart. He open the door, and he's look inside the house. Fire burn in de chimbly, pot set pon de fire. Ole woman set by de pot. Fire burn, pot boil, ole woman, she take the nap. De ole woman, she is ole Granny Wolf. She cripple in de leg. She blind in de eye. She's mos' deaf in one ear. She deaf, but she been yeddy Brer Rabbit make fuss at de door, and she is cry out, "Come a see ole Granny, me grandson. Come a see your Granny. De fire is been burn, de pot is been boil. Come a fix your Granny some bittle, me grandson."
Daddy Jack's representation of the speech and action of an old woman was worth seeing and hearing. The little boy laughed, and Uncle Remus smiled good-humoredly, but Aunt Tempy looked at the old African with open-mouthed astonishment. Daddy Jack, however, cared nothing for any effect he might produce. He told the story for the story's sake, and he made no pause for the purpose of gauging the appreciation of his audience.
Brer Rabbit, he is been make hisself comforts by de fire. By he holler, "Hi, Granny, I been cripple meself. Me eye been come blind. You mus' boil me in de water, Granny, so me legs can come well, and so me eye can come see." Brer Rabbit, he mighty hard fer fool. He been take one chunk root, he trap de wood in de pot. He been say, "I is been feelin' well, me Granny. Me leg, he comin' strong. Me eye is fix fer see." Granny Wolf, she shake her head, she cry, "Me one leg cripple, me t'other leg cripple. Me one eye blind, me t'other eye blind. Why you no ferd pit me in de pot fer make me well?" Brer Rabbit laugh in he belly. He say, "Hol' yourself still, me Granny. I fix you one place in de pot where you is kin fetch a back de strenk in yo' leg and de sight in yo' eye. Hol' still, me Granny." Brer Rabbit, he is been takee de chunk out de pot. He takee de chunk, and he is been put Granny Wolf in de place. She touch de water, she holler, "Ow! Take me way from dis." Brer Rabbit say 'tis not de soon enough time. Granny Wolf, she holler, "Ow! Take me way from dis. He been too hot." Brer Rabbit, he no takee de Mammy Wolf from de pot, en by she die in dey. Brer Rabbit, he take 'e bone en throw 'em away, en leaf de meat. He take Granny Wolf frock, en turn 'em 'roun' en put 'em on, en take Granny Wolf cap, en turn 'roun' en put 'em on. He set there by de fire, en hol' hisse'f in his chair same like Granny Wolf. By Brer Wolf is bin a come back. He walk in his house, he say,
Me hungry, Greeny Granny, me hungry for true.
Your dinner ready, grandson? Brer Wolf, he look in de pot, he smell in de pot, he stir in de pot. He eat his dinner, he smack a his mouth.
The little boy shuddered, and Aunt Tempy exclaimed,
In the name of the Lord.
The old African paid no attention to either.
Brer Wolf eat his dinner. He call his chillens, and ax 'em is dey no want nothin' at all for to eat. Dey holler back, "We can no eat my granny." Brer Rabbit, he run way from dey. He holler back, "Brer Wolf, you is been eat your granny." Brer Wolf bin a git so mad, he yent mos' can see. He yeddy Brer Rabbit holler, en he try fer ketch 'im. He fair tear up de grass way he run along. By he come 'pon Brer Rabbit. He is bin push 'im hard. Brer Rabbit run en run till he yent can run no mo'. He hide 'neath leanin' tree. Brer Wolf, he fin' 'im. Brer Rabbit, he holler, "Hi, Brer Wolf! Make haste come hole up de tree, 'fo' he is fall day. Come a hole 'im, Brer Wolf, so I kin prop 'im up." Brer Wolf, he hole up de tree fer Brer Rabbit, en he hole 'im till he do come tire. Brer Rabbit gone.
Daddy Jack paused. His story was ended. The little boy drew a long breath and said,
I didn't think Brother Rabbit would burn anybody to death in a pot of boiling water.
"Dat," said Uncle Remus reassuringly, "was endurin' de dog days. Dey er mighty warm times, mon. Dey er dog days is." This was intended to satisfy such scruples as the child might have, and it was no doubt successful, for the youngster said no more, but watched Uncle Remus as the latter leisurely proceeded to fill his pipe. End of chapter 54. Chapter 55 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 55, How Wattle Weasel Was Caught. Uncle Remus chipped the tobacco from the end of a plug, rubbed it between the palms of his hands, placed it in his pipe, dipped the pipe in the glowing embers, and leaned back in his chair, and seemed to be completely happy.
"Hit might not 'a' been a durin' er de dog days," said the old man, recurring to Daddy Jack's story, "'cause dey wuz times dat w'en dey push ole Brer Rabbit so close he 'uz des bleedz to git his revengeance out of 'im. Dat might 'a' been de marter 'twixt him en ole Grinny Granny Wolf, 'cause w'en ole Brer Rabbit git his dander up, he is a monst'us bad man fer to fool wid. Dey took atter 'im," continued Uncle Remus, "en dey 'bused 'im, en dey tried to 'stroy 'im. But dey wuz times w'en de yuther creeturs bleedz to call on 'im fer to help 'im out er trouble. I ain't never tell you 'bout little Wattle Weasel, is I?"
asked the old man, suddenly turning to the little boy. The child laughed. The dogs on the plantation had killed a weasel a few nights before, a very cunning-looking little animal, and some of the negroes had sent it to the big house as a curiosity. He connected this fact with Uncle Remus's allusions to the weasel. Before he could make any reply, however, the old man went on. "No, boun' I ain't, en it come 'cross me right fresh en hot time I year talk er Brer Wolf eatin' he granny. Dey wuz one time w'en all de creeturs wuz livin' in de same settlement, en usin' out er de same spring, en it got so dat dey all put dey butter in de same piggin'. Dey put it in dar, dey did, en dey put it in de spring house, en dey'd go off en 'ten' ter dey business. W'en dey come back, dey'd find whar some un bin nibblin' at de butter. Dey tuck'n hide dat butter all 'roun' in de spring house. Dey sot it on de rafters, en dey bury it in de sand, yet all de same de butter 'ud come up missin'.
By it got so dey dunno what to do. Dey examined de tracks, and dey find out dat de man what nibbled de butter is little Wattle Weasel. He come in de night, he come in de day. Dey can't catch him. Last, de creeturs tuck'n helter confab, and dey agree dat dey had to set someone fer to watch and ketch Wattle Weasel. Brer Mink was de fust man 'pointed, 'cause he wa'n't no more than half a hand no way you can fix it. De other creeturs, dey tuck'n went to der work, and Brer Mink, he talk and sot up wid de butter. He watch, and he listen and he watch. He ain't see nothin', he ain't year nothin'. Yet he watch, 'cause de other creeturs done fix up a law dat ef Wattle Weasel come whiles somebody watchin' and git off bidout gittin' cotch, de man what watchin' ain't kin eat no more butter endurin' dat year. Brer Mink, he watch en he wait. He set so still dat bimeby he git de cramps in his legs. En des about dat time, little Wattle Weasel pop his head under de door. He see Brer Mink en he hail 'im. "Heyo, Brer Mink, you look sorter lonesome in there. Come out yer en let's take a game er hide switch." Brer Mink, he want to have some fun, he did, and he took and joined Wattle Weasel in de game. Dey play and dey play, twel bimeby Brer Mink git so wo' out dat he kin run skacely, and des as soon as dey sets down to rest, Brer Mink, he drops off to sleep. Little Wattle Weasel, so mighty big and fine, he goes and nibbles up de butter, and pops out de way he come in. De creeturs, dey come back, dey did, and dey find de butter nibbled, and Wattle Weasel gone. Wid dat, dey marks Brer Mink down, and he ain't kin eat no more butter dat year. Den dey fix up n'er choosement, and appoint Brer Possum fer to watch de butter. Brer Possum, he grin en watch, and bimeby, sho' nuff, in pop little Wattle Weasel. He come in, he did, and he sorter hunch Brer Possum in de short ribs, and ax him how he come on. Brer Possum mighty ticklish, and time Wattle Weasel totch him in de short ribs, he 'gun to laugh. Wattle Weasel totch him agin and laugh wusser, and he keep on hunchin' him dat-a-way twel bimeby Brer Possum laugh hisse'f plumb out a win', and Wattle Weasel lef' him in dar and nibble up de butter. De creeturs, dey tuck'n mark Brer Possum down, and appoint Brer Coon. Brer Coon, he tuck'n started all so mighty fine, but whiles he settin' dar, little Wattle Weasel banter him fer a race up de branch. No sooner say dan yer dey went. Brer Coon, he follered de turns of de branch, and little Wattle Weasel, he take nigh cuts, and 'twa'n't no time 'fo' he done run Brer Coon plumb down. Den dey run down de branch, and 'fo' Brer Coon kin ketch up wid 'im, dat little Wattle Weasel done got back ter de noggin of butter and nibble it up. Den de creeturs tuck'n mark Brer Coon down, dey did, and appoint Brer Fox fer to watch de butter. Wattle Weasel sorter fear'd of Brer Fox. He study long time, and den he wait twel night. Den he tuck'n went 'roun' in de ole fiel' and woke up de killdeers and druv 'em towards de spring house. Brer Fox year 'em holler, and it make his mouf water. Bimeby, he 'low to hisse'f dat ain't no harm ef he go out and slip up on one. "Dar now," said Aunt Tempy. Brer Fox tuck'n slip out, en Wattle Weasel he slicked in, en bless yo' soul, dar goes de butter. "N.T.!" exclaimed Daddy Jack. "Brer Fox, he git marked down," continued Uncle Remus, "en den de creeturs tuck'n appoint Brer Wolf fer to be de watcher. Brer Wolf, he sot up dar, he did, en sorter nod, en bimeby he year some un talkin' outside de spring house. He h'ist up his years en listen. Look like some of de creeturs was goin' by en talkin' 'mongst deyse'f. But all Brer Wolf kin year is dish yer: 'I wonder who put dat there young sheep down dar by de chinkapin tree,
and I like to know whereabouts Brer Wolf is."
Den it seem like dey pass on, and ole Brer Wolf, he forgotted what he in dar for, and he dash down to de chinkapin tree fer to git de young sheep. But no sheep dar, and when he git back, he see signs where Wattle Weasel done been in dar and nibble de butter. Den de creeturs took and mark Brer Wolf down, and appoint Brer B'ar fer to keep his eye upon de noggin of butter. Brer B'ar he tuck and sot up dar, he did, and lick his paw and feel good. Bimeby Wattle Weasel come dancin' in. He 'low,
"Hey-o, Brer B'ar, how you come on? I 'lowed I year you snortin' in yer, and I jest dropped in fer to see."
Brer B'ar tell him howdy, and he sorter keep one eye on him. Little Wattle Weasel 'low,
"And you got ticks on your back, Brer B'ar?"
Wid dat, Wattle Weasel gun to rub Brer B'ar on de back and scratch him on de sides, and 'twa'n't long 'fo' he 'uz stretch out fast asleep and snowin' like a sawmill. Co'se Wattle Weasel git de butter. Brer B'ar, he git marked down, and den de creeturs ain't know what dey gwine do skacely. Some say send fer Brer Rabbit, some say send fer Brer Tarrypin, but last dey sent fer Brer Rabbit. Brer Rabbit, he took a notion dat dey 'uz fixin' up some kinder trick on him, and dey have to beg mightily, mon, 'fo' he'd come on set up alongside of de butter. But bimeby he 'greed, and he went down to de spring house and look 'roun'. Den he took and got 'im a twine string and hide hisse'f where he kin keep his eye on de noggin of butter. He ain't wait long 'fo' yer come Wattle Weasel. Des as he 'bout to nibble at de butter, Brer Rabbit holler out, "Let dat butter 'lone!" Wattle Weasel jump back like de butter burnt him. He jump back, he did, and say,
"Sho'ly dat mus' be Brer Rabbit."
De same. I 'lowed you know me. Just let dat butter 'lone."
"Jest lemme git one little bit of taste, Brer Rabbit."
Just let dat butter 'lone."
Den Wattle Weasel say he want to run a race. Brer Rabbit 'low he tired. Wattle Weasel 'low he want to play hidin'. Brer Rabbit 'low dat all his hidin' days is past and gone. Wattle Weasel bantered and bantered him. Bimeby Brer Rabbit come up wid a banter of his own.
"I'll take and tie yo' tail," says he, "and you'll take and tie mine, and den we'll see which tail de strongest."
Little Wattle Weasel know how weakly Brer Rabbit tail is, but he ain't know how strong Brer Rabbit bin wid his tricks. So dey took and tied de tails wid Brer Rabbit twine string. Wattle Weasel was to stand inside and Brer Rabbit was to stand outside, and dey was to pull agin one another wid de tails. Brer Rabbit, he took and slip out of de string, and tie his end round a tree root. Den he went and peep at Wattle Weasel tuggin' and pullin'. Bimeby Wattle Weasel 'low,
"Come on and untie me, Brer Rabbit, 'cause you done outpull me."
Brer Rabbit sot dar, he did, and chaw his cud, and look like he feel sorry 'bout somethin'. Bimeby all de creeturs come fer to see 'bout de butter, 'kaze dey feared Brer Rabbit done make way wid it. Yit w'en dey see little Wattle Weasel tied by de tail, dey make great admiration 'bout Brer Rabbit, and dey 'low he de smartest one of de whole gang. End of chapter 55. Chapter 56 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 56, Brer Rabbit Ties Mr. Lion. There was some comment and some questions were asked by the little boy in regard to Wattle Weasel and the other animals, to all of which Uncle Remus made characteristic response. Aunt Tempy sat with one elbow on her knee, her head resting in the palm of her fat hand. She gazed intently into the fire, and seemed to be lost in thought.
Presently she exclaimed,
"Well, the Lord help my soul!"
"That's de promise, Sis Tempy,"
said Uncle Remus solemnly. Aunt Tempy laughed as she straightened herself in her chair and said,
I just knowed there was something or another going across my mind when I hear talk about dat there sheep by the chinkapin tree.
"Out wid it, Sis Tempy,"
said Uncle Remus by way of encouragement.
"Out wid it. Free your mind, and just make yourself welcome."
No longer'n Sunday 'fore las', I is crossed there at the Spivey place, and I took and yeard a nigger man tellin' the same tale. And I 'lowed to myself dat I'd take it and carry it home and gin it out when I come to pass the time with Brer Remus and all of 'em. I 'lowed to myself I'll take it and carry it there, and I'll just tell it in my own way.
"Well, den," said Uncle Remus approvingly, "me and dish yer chap, we are willin' and a waitin', and as for Brer Jack over dar, we kin say de same fer him. 'Kaze I up and year him draw mighty long breff des like now he fixin' fer to snort. But you needn't mind dat ole creetur, Sis Tempy. Des push right ahead."
"Aye!"
exclaimed Daddy Jack, snapping his bright little eyes at Uncle Remus with some display of irritation.
"You takin' me before sleep ebry time I shet me eye. You is make a fool of yourself. Wada yada gara tada!" "Brer Remus," said Aunt Tempy in an awed whisper, "maybe he's a conjurin' on you."
"No, no!" exclaimed Daddy Jack snappishly. "Me no conjure nothing at all. When me conjure you all, you yetty bone crack, and tea."
"Well, in the name of the Lord, don't come a conjurin' wid me, 'cause I'm just as peaceable as the day's long," said Aunt Tempy.
Uncle Remus smiled and closed his eyes with an air of disdain, caught from his old mistress, the little boy's grandmother, long since dead. "Tell your tale, Sis Tempy," he said pleasantly, "and leave de talk of conjurin' to de little nigger children. We er done got too ole for dat kinder foolishness." This was for the ear of the little boy. In his heart, Uncle Remus was convinced that Daddy Jack was capable of changing himself into the blackest of black cats, with swollen tail, arched back, fiery eyes, and protruding fangs. But the old man's attitude reassured Aunt Tempy, as well as the child, and forthwith she proceeded with her story.
"It seem like dat one time when Brer Rabbit find hisself way off in de middle of de woods, de wind strike up and begun to blow. Hit blow down on de ground and it blow up in de top of de timber, and it blow so hard twel terreckly Brer Rabbit took a notion dat he better get out from dar 'fore de timber begun to fall. Brer Rabbit, he broke and run, and, man, sir, when dat creature runned, he runned. Now you year what I tell you. He broke and run, he did, and he fairly flew away from dar. Whiles he's going 'long full tilt, he run agin ole Mr. Lion. Mr. Lion, he hail 'im. "Heyo, Brer Rabbit, what yo' hurry?" "Run, Mr. Lion, run! Dere's a harricane comin' back dar in de timbers. You better run!" Dis make Mr. Lion sorter skeer'd. He 'low, "I'm mos' too heavy fer ter run fur, Brer Rabbit. W'at I gwine do?" "Lay down, Mr. Lion, lay down. Git close to de groun'." Mr. Lion shake his head. He 'low, "Ef win' liable fer ter pick up little man like you is, Brer Rabbit, w'at it gwine do wid big man like me?" "Hug a tree, Mr. Lion, hug a tree." Mr. Lion lash hisse'f wid his tail. He 'low, "W'at I gwine do ef de win' blow all day en a good part er de night, Brer Rabbit?" "Lemme tie you to de tree, Mr. Lion. Lemme tie you to de tree." Mr. Lion, he tuck'n 'gree to dis, en Brer Rabbit, he got 'im a hickory split en tie 'im hard en fast to de tree. Den he tuck'n sot down, ole Brer Rabbit did, en wash his face en han's just same as you see the cats doing. Directly Mr. Lion get tired of standing there hugging the tree, and he asks Brer Rabbit what the reason he ain't keep on running. And Brer Rabbit, he up and allow that he gonna stay there and take care of Mr. Lion. Directly Mr. Lion say he ain't year no hurricane. Brer Rabbit say he ain't neither. Mr. Lion say he ain't year no wind a blowin'. Brer Rabbit say he ain't neither. Mr. Lion say he ain't so much as year a leaf a stirrin'. Brer Rabbit say he ain't neither. Mr. Lion sorter study, and Brer Rabbit sot there, he did, and wash his face and lick his paws. Directly, Mr. Lion asked Brer Rabbit fer to unloose him. Brer Rabbit say he feared. Den Mr. Lion get mighty mad, and he begun to beller wuss'n one of dese yer bull yearlings. He beller so long and he beller so loud, twel presently de other creatures, dey begun to come up fer to see what de matter. Just soon as dey come up, Brer Rabbit, he took and begun to talk biggity and strut round, and, man, sir, when dem yuthers see dat Brer Rabbit done got Mr. Lion tied up, I let you know dey took and walked away round him, and it was many a long day 'fo' dey took and pestered old Brer Rabbit.
Here Aunt Tempy paused. The little boy asked what Brother Rabbit tied Mr. Lion for, but she didn't know. Uncle Remus, however, came to the rescue.
One time long 'fo' dat, honey, Brer Rabbit went to de branch fer to git a drink of water, and ole Mr. Lion took and druv him off. And from dat time out, Brer Rabbit been huntin' a chance fer to catch up wid him.
"Dat's so," said Aunt Tempy, and then she added, "I declare I ain't gwine tell you all not ne'er anudder tale, dat I ain't, 'kaze you des set dar and you ain't crack a smile from de time I begin. If dat 'ud 'a been Brer Remus now, dey'd 'a been mo' gigglin' gwine on dan you kin shake a stick at. I'm right down mad, dat I is."
Well, I tell you dis, Sis Tempy, said Uncle Remus with unusual emphasis, if dese yer tales was de fun, en giggle, 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 I let you know I'd 'a done drapped 'em long ago. Yasser, when it come down to gigglin', you can just count old Remus out.
End of chapter 56. Chapter 57 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 57. Mr. Lion's Sad Predicament. The discussion over Aunt Tempy's fragmentary story having exhausted itself, Daddy Jack turned up his coat collar until it was as high as the top of his head, and then tried to button it under his chin. If this attempt had been successful, the old African would have presented a diabolical appearance, but the coat refused to be buttoned in that style. After several attempts, which created no end of amusement for the little boy, Daddy Jack said,
"De Lion, he no have been smart like Brer Rabbit. He strong wid his foot, he strong wid his tush, but he no strong wid his head. He berry foolish, 'cep he been have chance to jump upon dem creature. One time he been come by Brer Rabbit in de road, and ax him howdy. He ax him where he gwine. Brer Rabbit say he gwine git from front de buckra man what been comin' long de road. Brer Rabbit say, 'Hide yourself, Brer Lion. De buckra catch you for true. He has been catchin' you time you put your eye upon you. He make you sick with sorry. Hide from de buckra, Brer Lion.' De Lion, he shaky his head. He say, 'Ki, me no skeer de buckra man. I glad for shoom. I catch him and I carry him where I lif. Me have de buckra man for me bittle. How come you been scared de buckra man, Brer Rabbit?' Brer Rabbit look all round fer see if de buckra been comin'. He say, 'Me have plenty reason, Brer Lion. "Da buckra man shoot wit one gun. He rise to the eye, he pint straight towards you. He say, 'Bang!' one time. He say, 'Bang!' two time. Then you has been get hurt through the head and cripple in the leg." Lion, he shake his head. He say, "Me no scare the buckra man. I grab the gun. I catch him for me breakfast." Brer Rabbit, he laugh. He say, "Him queer for true. Me scare the buckra. Me no scare you, but you no scare the buckra. How come dis?" The Lion lash his tail. He say, "Me no scare the buckra, but me scare the partridge. Me very scare the partridge." Brer Rabbit, he laugh till he can laugh no more. He say, "How come you scare the partridge? He fly when you wink your eye. He run and he fly. Whew! Me no scare about them partridge. Me scare the buckra." The Lion, he look all 'bout for to see if the partridge been a-comin'. He say, "I skeer the partridge. When me been walking the bush side, that partridge he hold right still upon the ground till me come day, and then he fly up. When he has been do dat, me is get a scare very bad."
No typographical device could adequately describe Daddy Jack's imitation of the flushing of a covey of partridges or quail, but it is needless to say that it made its impression upon the little boy. The old African went on.
Brer Rabbit, he holler and laugh. He say, "Me no scare the partridge. I been run dem up every day. They no hurt to you, Brer Lion. You hold your eye upon the buckra man. The partridge, he no have no gun for shoot you with. The buckra, he has been have one gun two time. Let the partridge fly, Brer Lion, but when the buckra man come, you best keep on the shady side. I tell you dis, Brer Lion." The Lion, he stand him down, he no scare the buckra man. And by he say goodbye. He say he gwine look for the buckra man for true. So long time, Brer Rabbit is been yeddy one big fuss in the timber. He yeddy the Lion voice. Brer Rabbit foller the fuss till he is been come upon the Lion where he lay upon the ground. The Lion, he is moan, he is groan, he is cry. He have hole in his head, 1, 2, 3 hole in his side. He holler, he groan. Brer Rabbit, he ax him howdy. He say, "Ki, Brer Lion, where you hab find so much trouble?" The Lion, he moan, he groan, he cry. He say, "Ow, my lord! I hab one hole in me head, 1, 2, 3 hole in me side. Me leg been broke." Brer Rabbit been hold his head upon one side. He look skeered. He say, "Ki, Brer Lion, I no know the partridge is so bad like dat. I think he fly away and no hurt to you. Shoo, shoo! When I see dem partridge, I must get upon the other side for to keep me hide whole." The Lion, he groan, he moan, he cry. Brer Rabbit, he say, "The partridge, he very bad. He must been borry the buckra man gun." The Lion, he groan, he cry. "He know the partridge no 'tall. The buckra man is been stand way off and shoot me with a gun. Ow, my lord!" Brer Rabbit, he heist his hand. He say, "What I been a tell you, Brer Lion? What I been tell you 'bout the buckra man? The partridge no hurt you like dis. He make a big fuss, but he no hurt you like dis. The buckra man, he no make no fuss 'cep he point his gun at you. Bang!" "And what then?" the little boy asked as Daddy Jack collapsed in his seat, seemingly forgetful of all his surroundings. "Not at all," replied the old African somewhat curtly.
"De p'ints of dat tale, honey," said Uncle Remus, covering the brusqueness of Daddy Jack with his own amiability,
is just about like dis. Dat dey ain't no use of dodging while dere's a big fuss going on, but you better take and hide out when there ain't no racket, mo' especially when you see Miss Sally looking behind that looking-glass for dat dere peach limb what she took and made me carry up there day before yesterday. Yet when she find it, don't you get too skeered, 'cause I took and make some weak places in dat dere switch, and Miss Sally won't more'n strike you with it, for it'll all come unjointed."
Parts of this moral the little boy understood thoroughly, for he laughed and ran to the big house, and not long afterwards the light went out in Uncle Remus's cabin. But the two old negroes sat and nodded by the glowing embers for hours afterwards, dreaming dreams they never told of. End of chapter 57. Chapter 58 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 58, The Origin of the Ocean. "Uncle Remus," said the little boy one night shortly after Daddy Jack's story of the lion's sad predicament, "Mama says there are no lions in Georgia, nor anywhere in the whole country."
"To be sho'ly not, honey, to be sho'ly not!" exclaimed Uncle Remus. "I dunno who de name of goodness been a-puttin' dat kind of idea in yo' head, and dey better not let me find out, neither, 'cause I'll take and put Mars John after 'em right raw and rank, dat I will."
Well, you know Daddy Jack said that Brother Rabbit met the lion coming down the road.
"Bless your soul, honey, dat's way 'cross de water where Ole Man Jack took and come fum. Mighty long time ergo at dat. Hit's away off yond, lots furder dan Virginny yit. We all are on one side of de water, and de lions and mos' all de other servigeous creeturs, dey are on de other side. Ain't I never tell you how come dat?"
The little boy shook his head.
"Well, sir, I dunno what I been doin' all dis time dat I ain't tell you dat, 'cause dat's where de wussest kind of doin's tuck'n happen. Yasser, de wussest kind of doin's, and I'll jest whirl in and gin it out right now 'fore Ole Man Jack come wobblin' in. One time, way back yonder, 'fore there was any folks a-foolin' around, Mr. Lion, he tuck a notion dat he'd go huntin', and nothin' 'ud do him but Brer Rabbit must go wid him. Brer Rabbit, he 'low dat he up fer any kind of fun on top side of de ground. Wid dat, dey put out, dey did, and dey hunt and hunt clean 'cross de country. Mr. Lion, he'd lam a loose and miss de game, and den Brer Rabbit, he'd lam a loose and fetch it down. No sooner is he do dis than Mr. Lion, he'd squall out, 'It's mine, I killed it.' Mr. Lion's such a big man dat Brer Rabbit skeered to dispute 'long wid him, but he lay it up in his mind fer to get even wid him. Dey went on and dey went on. Mr. Lion, he'd lam a loose and miss de game, and ole Brer Rabbit, he'd lam a loose and hit it, and Mr. Lion, he'd take and whirl in and claim it. Dey hunt all day long, and when night come, dey is such a fur ways from home dat dey had to camp out. Dey went on, dey did, twel dey come to a creek, and when dey come to dat, dey took and scrape away de trash and build 'em a fire on de bank, and cook de supper. After supper, dey sot up dar and told tales, dey did, and Brer Rabbit, he took and brag about what a good hunter Mr. Lion is. And Mr. Lion, he leant back on his elbow and felt mighty biggity. By, when de eyelids get sorter heavy, Brer Rabbit, he up and allow, "I'm a monstrous heavy sleeper, Mr. Lion, when I gets to nappin', and I hope and trust I ain't gwine to disturb you dis night, yet I got my doubts." Mr. Lion, he roached his hair back out in his eyes and allow, "I'm a monstrous heavy sleeper myself, Brer Rabbit, and I'll feel mighty glad if I don't roust you up in the course of the night."
Brer Rabbit, he took and changed his tobacco from one side of his mouth to the other, he did, and he up and allow,
Mr. Lion, I wish you be so good as to show me how you snore just 'fore you get sound asleep.
Mr. Lion, he took and draw in his breath sorter hard, and show Brer Rabbit. Den Brer Rabbit 'low,
Mr. Lion, I wish you be so good as to show me how you snore after you done get sound asleep.
Mr. Lion, he took and suck in his breath, and every time he suck in his breath it sound just like a whole passel of mules when they whinny after fodder. Brer Rabbit look astonished. He rolled his eye and 'low,
I hear you're a mighty big man, Mr. Lion, and you surely is.
Mr. Lion, he hold his head one side and try to look ashamed, but all the same he ain't feel ashamed. By and by, he shot his eye and gun to nod, and then he lay down and stretch himself out. And 'twa'n't long 'fore he begun to snore like he snore when he ain't sleeping sound. Brer Rabbit, he lay there. He ain't sayin' nothin'. He lay there with one ear hiced up and one eye open. He lay there, he did, and by Mr. Lion begun to snore like he snore when he done gone faster asleep. When old Brer Rabbit year dis, he get up from there, and sprinkle hisself wid de coal ashes round de fire, and den he took and fling a whole passel of hot embers on Mr. Lion. Mr. Lion, he jump up, he did, and ax who done dat, and Brer Rabbit, he lay there and kick at his ear wid his behind foot, and holler, "Ow!" Mr. Lion see de ashes on Brer Rabbit, and he don't know what to think. He look all round, but he ain't see nothin'. He drap his head and listen, but he ain't year nothin'. Den he lay down and begin to drap off to sleep. After a while, when he begun to snore like he done before, Brer Rabbit, he jump up and sprinkle some more coal ashes on hisself, and fling de hot embers on Mr. Lion. Mr. Lion jump up, he did, and holler, "Dar you is agin!" Brer Rabbit, he kick and squall and allow,
You ought to be ashamed of yourself, Mr. Lion, for to be trying to bun me up.
Mr. Lion hold up his hands and just vow 'tain't him. Brer Rabbit, he look sorta jubious, but he ain't sayin' nothin'. By and by, he holler out,
Phew-wee, I smell rags a burnin'.
Mr. Lion, he sorta flinch, he did, and allow,
"'Tain't no rags, Brer Rabbit, it's my hair a singein'."
Dey look all round, dey did, but dey ain't see nothin' ner nobody. Brer Rabbit, he say he gwine do some tall watchin' next time, 'cause he bound to catch the somebody what been playin' dem kind of pranks on him. Wid dat, Mr. Lion lay down again, and 'twa'n't long 'fore he dropped asleep. Well, den, continued Uncle Remus, taking a long breath, de very next kind of doin's took and happen. De coal ashes fall on Brer Rabbit, and de hot embers fall on Mr. Lion. But by de time Mr. Lion jump up, Brer Rabbit, he holler out,
I seed 'em, Mr. Lion, I seed 'em. I seed the way dey come from 'cross the creek. Dey most sho'ly did.
Wid dat, Mr. Lion, he fetched a beller, and he jumped 'cross the creek. No sooner is he do dis, Uncle Remus went on in a tone at once impressive and confidential, no sooner is he do dis, den Brer Rabbit cut de string what hold de banks together, and lo and beholds, there dey was.
What was, Uncle Remus?
The little boy asked, more amazed than he had been in many a day. Bless your soul, honey, de banks. 'Course, when Brer Rabbit took and cut de string, de banks of de creek, de banks, dey fall out, dey did, and Mr. Lion can't jump back. De banks, dey keep on fallin' back, and de creek keep on gettin' wider and wider, twel by and by Brer Rabbit and Mr. Lion ain't inside of one another, and from dat day to dis de big water's been rollin' twixt 'em. But Uncle Remus, how could the banks of a creek be tied with a string?
I ain't asked 'em dat, honey, and therefore you'll have to take 'em as you git 'em. Next time the tale teller come round, I'll up and ax him, and if you ain't too fur off, I'll whirl in and send you word, and den you can go and see for yourself. But 'tain't scarcely worth your while for to blame me, honey, about the creek banks being tied with a string. Who put 'em there? I'll be blessed if I knows, but I knows who unloose 'em, that's what I knows.
It is very doubtful if this copious explanation was satisfactory to the child, but just as Uncle Remus concluded, Daddy Jack came shuffling in, and shortly afterwards both Aunt Tempy and 'Tildy put in an appearance, and the mind of the youngster was diverted to other matters. End of chapter 58. Chapter 59 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 59, Brer Rabbit Gets Brer Fox's Dinner. After the newcomers had settled themselves in their accustomed places, and 'Tildy had cast an unusual number of scornful glances at Daddy Jack, who made quite a pantomime of his courtship, Uncle Remus startled them all somewhat by breaking into a loud laugh.
I bound you,
exclaimed Aunt Tempy, grinning with enthusiastic sympathy.
I bound you Brer Remus done find out some mo' of Brer Rabbit funny doin's. Now I bound you dat.
You hit it the first clip, Sis Tempy. I declare to gracious if you ain't. You nailed it. You nailed it.
Uncle Remus went on, laughing as boisterously as before.
Just like old Brer Rabbit done.
The little boy was very prompt with what Uncle Remus called his inquirements, and the old man, after the usual hems and haws, began.
It runned across my mind just like a rat along a rafter, de way old Brer Rabbit took and done Brer Fox. Periodly, after Brer Rabbit done went and put a steeple on top of his house, all the other creatures want to fix up their house. Some put new cellars under 'em, some slapped on new wonder blinds, some one thing, some another. But old Brer Fox, he took a notion dat he'd put some new shingles on de roof. Brer Rabbit, he took an year tell of dis, and nothin' to do but he must rack round and see how old Brer Fox gettin' on. When he get where Brer Fox's house is, he year a mighty lammin' and a blammin', and lo and beholds, dar's Brer Fox settin' straddle of de comb of de roof, nailin' on shingles just as hard as he kin. Brer Rabbit cut his eye round, and he see Brer Fox's dinner settin' in de fence corner. It is covered up with a brand new tin pail, and it looked so nice dat Brer Rabbit mouth begin to water time he see it, and he 'lowed to hisself dat he bleedz to eat dat dinner 'fo' he go way from dar. Den Brer Rabbit took and hailed Brer Fox, and ax him how he come on. Brer Fox 'low he too busy to hold any confab. Brer Rabbit up and ax him what is he doin' up dar. Brer Fox 'low dat he puttin' roof on his house gin de rainy season sot in. Den Brer Rabbit up and ax Brer Fox what time is it, and Brer Fox he 'low dat it's workin' time wid him. Brer Rabbit he up and ax Brer Fox if he ain't stand in needs of some help. Brer Fox, he 'low he did, dat if he does stand in needs of any help, he dunno where in de name of goodness he gwine to git it at. Wid dat, Brer Rabbit sorter pull his mustarsh, en 'low dat de time was when he is a mighty handy man with a hammer, en he ain't too proud fer to whirl in en help Brer Fox outen de ruts. Brer Fox 'low he mighty much oblige, and no sooner is he say dat, den Brer Rabbit snatched off his coat and lipt up de ladder,
and sot in there and put on more shingles in 1 hour than Brer Fox can put on in 2. Oh, he is a rattler, old Brer Rabbit was, Uncle Remus exclaimed, noticing a questioning look in the child's face. He is a rattler, man, and just as sure as you're sitting there. There wa'n't no kind of work that Brer Rabbit can't put his hand at, and do it better than the next man. He nailed on shingles plumb twell he get tired, Brer Rabbit did, and all the time he a-nailin', he study how he gwine get dat dinner. He nailed and he nailed. He'd nail 1 row, and Brer Fox would nail another row. He nailed and he nailed. He cotch Brer Fox and pass him, cotch him and pass him. Twell by and by, whiles he's a-nailin' long Brer Fox's tail get in the way. Brer Rabbit 'low to hisself, he did, that he dunno what the name of goodness make folks have such long tails fur, and he push it out of the way. He ain't no more'n push it out of the way, for yer it come back in the way. Course, continued Uncle Remus, beginning to look serious, when dat's the case dat a soon man like Brer Rabbit get pestered in his mind, he bleeds to make some kind of accidents somewheres. Dey nailed, and bless your soul, 'twa'n't long 'fore Brer Fox drap everything and squall out, "Laws a massy, Brer Rabbit, you done nail my tail. Help me, Brer Rabbit, help me. You done nail my tail." Uncle Remus waved his arms, clasped and unclasped his hands, stamped first 1 foot and then the other, and made various other demonstrations of grief and suffering. Brer Rabbit, he shut first 1 eye and then the other, and rub hisself on the forehead, and allow, "Surely I ain't nail your tail, Brer Fox, surely not. Look right close, Brer Fox, be careful. For goodness sake, don't fool me, Brer Fox." Brer Fox, he holler, he squall, he kick, he squeal. "Laws a massy, Brer Rabbit, you done nail my tail. Unnail me, Brer Rabbit, unnail me." Brer Rabbit, he make for the ladder, and when he start down, he look at Brer Fox like he right down sorry, and he up and allow, he did, "Well, well, well. Just to tink that I should have lammed loose and nailed Brer Fox's tail. I dunno when I year tell of anything that make me feel so mighty bad, and if I hadn't er seed it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it, scasely. Dat I wouldn't." Brer Fox holler, Brer Fox howl, yet it ain't do no good. There you was wid his tail nailed hard and fast. Brer Rabbit, he keep on talking whiles he's gwine down the ladder. "Hit make me feel so mighty bad," says he, "dat I dunno what to do. Time I year tell of it, hit make a empty place come in my stomach," says Brer Rabbit, says he. By dis time Brer Rabbit done get down on de ground, and whiles Brer Fox is hollerin', he just keep on a-talkin'. "Dere's a mighty empty place in my stomach," says he, "and if I ain't runned into no mistakes, dere's a tin pail full of vittles in dish yer fence corner dat'll just about fit it," says old Brer Rabbit, says he. He opened de pail, he did, and he eat de greens, and sop up de molasses, and drink de pot liquor, and when he wipe his mouth pun his coat tail, he up and allow, "I dunno when I been so sorry 'bout anything as I is 'bout Brer Fox's nice long tail. Sho'ly my head must have been wool gathering when I took and nailed Brer Fox's fine long tail," says old Brer Rabbit, says he. Wid dat, he took and skip out, Brer Rabbit did, and 'twa'n't long 'fore he was playin' his pranks in some yuther parts of the settlement. "How did Brother Fox get loose?" the little boy asked. "Oh, you let Brer Fox alone fer dat," responded Uncle Remus. "Next to Brer Rabbit, old Brer Fox was most the shiftiest creature goin'. I bound you he took keer of hisself soon as Brer Rabbit get out of sight and yearin'." End of chapter 59.
Chapter 60 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 60, How the Bear Nursed the Little Alligators. While the negroes were talking of matters which the little boy took little or no interest in, he climbed into Uncle Remus's lap, as he had done 1,000 times before. Presently the old man groaned and said, "I'll be blessed if I know what the matter, honey. I don't know whether I'm getting feeble in the limbs, or whether you're outgrowing me. I lay I'll have to send out and get you a nurse what got more strength in the limbs than what I is." The child protested that he wasn't very heavy, and that he wouldn't have any nurse. And the old man was about to forget that he had said anything about nurses, when Daddy Jack, who seemed to be desirous of appearing good-humored in the presence of 'Tildy, suddenly exclaimed,
"Me been yeddy one tale 'bout de time when de little bear is been nuss de gator chillens. He been make fine nuss for true. He stand by dem lily gator till dey no more fur to stand by."
Seeing that Daddy Jack manifested symptoms of going to sleep, the little boy asked if he wouldn't tell the story, and thus appealed to, the old African began.
"One time dey is been one ole bear. He big and he strong. He live way in de swamp. He hab nest in de holler tree. He hab 1, 2 little bear in de nest. He been love dem children very hard. One day, he get hongry. He tell his chillun he gwine way off for to get some bittle for eat. He tell 'em dat they must be good chillun and stay where they live. He say he gwine to fetch dem 1 fish for de breakfast. Den he gone off. De little bear chillun have been sleep till they can sleep no more. De sun, he da shine warm. He make a little bear feel warm. The little boy bear, he rub his eye. He say he going off for to have some fun. The little gal bear, she say, "What will me mammy say?" Little boy bear, he dare laugh. He say, "Me going down by the creek side for to catch some fish 'fore we mammy come." Little gal bear, she look skeer. She say, "We mammy say something gwine git to you. Mind what she tell you." Little boy bear, he keep on laugh. He say, "Sure, he ain't neber know less you tell him. You no tell him, me fetch you 1 big fish." Little boy bear, he gone. He gone by the creek side. He take his hook, he take his line. He is go by the creek side for catch 1 fish. When he come day, he see something lay there in the mud. He think it been 1 big log. He laugh by himself. He say, "He one fine log for true. Me stand pon de log for catch de fish for me little titty." Little boy bear, he do jump down. He get upon de log. He fix for fish. He fix his hook. He fix his line. By and by, de log move. The little boy bear holler, "Oh, my lordy!" He look down. He scared most dead. The log been 1 big gator. The gator, he swim way with the little boy bear upon his back. He float the tail. He knock the little boy bear spang into 2 hand. He grin wide. He feel the little boy bear with his nose. He say, "I take you where me live. Me chillun is have you for day breakfast." The gator, he been swim towards the hole in the bank where he live. He come by the hole. He carry the little boy bear in there. He is call up his children. He say, "Come see how fine breakfast me brung you." The old gator, he have 7 children in his bed. The little boy bear get skeered. He holler, he cry, he beg. He say, "Please, Missy Gator, give me chance for show you how fine nurse me is. Please, Missy Gator, When you gone way, me mind him chillun, me mind him well. The gator flute his tail, she say, I try you this one day, you mind them little one well, me left you be. The old gator gone way. He left the little boy bear for miny children. He gone get something for de breakfast. The little boy bear, he set down day. He mind them chillun. He wait and he wait. By and by he is get hungry. He wait and he wait. He mind them chillun. He wait and he wait. He come so hungry, he yet most can hold up his head. He suck his paw. He wait and he wait. The gator no come. He wait and he wait. The gator no come some more. He say, Ow, me no gwine starve myself when there plenty bittle by cider me. The little boy bear grab one of the little gator by his neck. He take him off in the bush side. He dare eat him up. He no leave the head, he no leave a tail. He yet leave nothing at all. He go back where the t'other little gator been huddled up in the bed. He rub himself upon his stomach. He say, Whew, me feel it too good for talk about. I no know what me gwine for tell the old gator when she is come back. Kee, me no care. Me feel too good for think about dem ting. Me think about dem when the gator is been come. Me think about dem by and by, when the time come for think. The little boy bear lay down and coil up in the gator bed. He shut his eye. He sleep hard like bear do when it full up. By and by, most 'twas night, the gator come. She holler, Hey, little boy bear, how is you kin mind me chillun when you is gone for sleep by 'em? The little boy bear, he set up upon his haunch, he say, Me eye gone for sleep, but me ear wide awake. The gator flute his tail, she say, Where me chillun what me leave you with? The little boy bear come scared. He say, Dey all day, Missy Gator. Wait, let me count 'em, Missy Gator. Yer a one, yer another, yer a two upon top of the other, yer a three pile up together. The gator open she mouth and grin wide he say, Oda nuss dem well, little boy bear. Come fetch me one for wash and get e supper. The little boy bear, he carry one, he carry another, he carry the other, he carry 'em all till he carry 6. Den he come scared. He think the gator gwine find 'em out for true. He stop. He yet know what for do. The gator holler, Fetch me t'other. The little boy bear, he grab the first one. He wallop him in the mud. He carry him back. The gator been wash and feed him fresh, and yet know the difference. By and by, next day morning, the gator gone way. The little boy bear stay for nurse dem little gator. He come hungry. He wait, but he come more hungry. He grab 'nother little gator. He eat him for his dinner. Most 'twas night the gator come. It's same ting. Where me chillun what me leave you for nurse? Dey all day, Missy Gator. Me count 'em out. Yer a one, yer another, yer a two pon top of the other, yer a three pile up together. He carry 'em one by one for wash and get dey supper. He carry 2 back 2 time. Every day dey do dis way till he come at the last. He eat this one, and he gone lift the place where the gator live. He gone down the creek side till he is come by the foot log, and he is run cross quick. He get in the bush, he fair fly till he is come by the place where his little titty bin live. He come day, he yent go way no more.
End of chapter 60. Chapter 61 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 61. Why Mr. Dog Runs Brer Rabbit. The little boy was not particularly pleased at the summary manner in which the young alligators were disposed of, but he was very much amused at the somewhat novel method employed by the bear to deceive the old alligator. The negroes, however, enjoyed Daddy Jack's story immensely, and even 'Tildy condescended to give it her approval, but she qualified this by saying, as soon as she had ceased laughing,
I 'clar to goodness you all got mighty little fer to do to be settin' down yer night after night listenin' to dat nigger man.
Daddy Jack nodded, smiled, and rubbed his withered hands together, apparently in a perfect ecstasy of good humor, and finally said, Una come set by me, little gal. A berry nice tale what me tell you. Come sit by me, little gal. A berry nice tale. If you no want me for tell you one tale, den you is kin tell me one tale. Huh! Exclaimed 'Tildy contemptuously. You'll set over there in that corner and dribble many's the long day for I tell you any tale. Look here, gal, said Uncle Remus, pretending to ignore the queer courtship that seemed to be progressing between Daddy Jack and 'Tildy. You gettin' too old fer to be sawin' de air wid your head and squealin' like a filly. If you gwine to set wid folks, you better do like folks does. Sis Tempy dere ain't gwine on dat-a-way, and she ain't think herself too big fer to sit up dere and join in wid us and tell a tale, neither. This was the first time that Uncle Remus had ever condescended to accord 'Tildy a place at his hearth on an equality with the rest of his company, and she seemed to be immensely tickled. A broad grin spread over her comely face as she exclaimed, Oh, I 'clar to goodness, Uncle Remus. I thought that old nigger man was just a projectin' along wid me. If it come down to settin' up yer 'long wid you all and tellin' a tale, I ain't denyin' but what I got one dat you ain't all never year tell of, 'cause dat ere Slim Jim what Mars Ellick Atkin got out'n de speculator wagon, he up and tell it dere at Ria's just 'fo' de patrollers took and slipped up on 'em. Dere now, remarked Aunt Tempy. 'Tildy laughed boisterously. What de patrollers do wid dat there Slim Jim? Uncle Remus inquired. Done nothin', exclaimed 'Tildy, with an air of humorous scorn. Time dey got in dar, Slim Jim is up de chimbley, en Ria's noddin' in de corner, en me in de udder. Nobody never is to know how dat there long-leg nigger slicked up dat chimbley. Dat dey ain't. He put one foot on de pot rack, and where he put de other foot, I can't tell you. What was the story? Asked the little boy. I bound for you, honey, exclaimed Uncle Remus. Well, den, said 'Tildy, settling herself comfortably and bridling a little as Daddy Jack manifested a desire to give her his undivided attention. Well, den, there was one time when old Brer Rabbit 'ud believed to go to town after something or another for his fammerly, and he most ashamed to go 'cause his shoes done wore teetotally out. Yet he bleedz to go, and he put just as good face on it as he kin, and he take down his walking cane and sot out just as big as the next un. Well, den, old Brer Rabbit go on down de big road twel he come to de place where some folks been camp out de night befo', and he sot down by de fire, he did, for to warm his foots, 'cause dem mornin's is sorter cole, like deze yer mornin's. He sot there and look at his toes, and he feel mighty sorry for hisse'f. Well, den, he sot there, he did, and 'twa'n't long 'fo' he year somethin' or n'other trottin' down de road, and he tuck'n look up, and yer come Mr. Dog a smellin' and a snuffin' around fer to see ef the folks lef any scraps by de campfire.
Mr. Dog is all dress up in his Sunday go-to-meeting clothes, and more'n dat, he had on a pair of brand-new shoes. Well, den, when Brer Rabbit see dem dere shoes, he feel mighty bad, but he ain't let on. He bow to Mr. Dog mighty perlite, and Mr. Dog bow back, he did, and he pass de time of day, 'cause dey is ole acquaintance. Brer Rabbit, he say, "Mr. Dog, where you gwine all fix up like dis?" "I gwine to town, Brer Rabbit. Where you gwine?" "I thought I'd go to town myself fer to git me new pair of shoes, 'cause my ole ones done wore out, and dey hurts my foot so bad I can't wear 'em." "Dem mighty nice shoes what you got on, Mr. Dog. Where you git 'em?" "Down in town, Brer Rabbit, down in town." "Dey fits you mighty slick, Mr. Dog, and I wish you be so good as to lemme try one of 'em on." Brer Rabbit talk so mighty sweet dat Mr. Dog sot right flat on de ground en took off one of de behind shoes, en loaned it to Brer Rabbit. Brer Rabbit, he lope off down de road, en den he come back. He tell Mr. Dog dat de shoe fit mighty nice, but with des one of 'em on, hit make him trot crank-sided. Well, den, Mr. Dog, he pull off de yuther behind shoe, en Brer Rabbit trot off en try it. He come back, he did, en he say, "Dey mighty nice, Mr. Dog, but dey sorter rares me up behime, en I dunno exactly how dey feels." Dis make Mr. Dog feel like he wanter be perlite, en he take off de befo' shoes, en Brer Rabbit put um on en stomp his foots en 'low, "Now dat sorter feel like shoes," en he rack off down de road, en w'en he git whar he oughter turn 'roun', he des lay back his years en keep on gwine, en 'twa'n't long 'fo' he git out sight. Mr. Dog, he holler en tell 'im fer to come back, but Brer Rabbit keep on gwine. Mr. Dog, he holler, Mr. Rabbit, he keep on gwine. En down to dis day," continued 'Tildy, smacking her lips and showing her white teeth, "Mr. Dog bin a runnin' Brer Rabbit, en ef you des go out in de woods wid any dog on dis place, des the time he smell de rabbit track, he'll holler en tell 'im fer to come back." "Dat's de Lord's trufe," said Aunt Tempy. End of chapter 61. Chapter 62 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 62, Brer Wolf and the Horned Cattle. Daddy Jack appeared to enjoy 'Tildy's story as thoroughly as the little boy. "He one fine tale. He making me laugh till tears come in me eye,"
the old African said, and somehow or other 'Tildy seemed to forget her pretended animosity to Daddy Jack, and smiled on him as pleasantly as she did on the others. Uncle Remus himself beamed upon each and every one, especially upon Aunt Tempy, and the little boy thought he had never seen everybody in such good humor.
"Sis Tempy," said Uncle Remus, "I 'speck it's yo' time fer to put in."
"I des bin racking my min',"
said Aunt Tempy, thoughtfully.
"I see you fixin' dat there horn, en terreckly it make me think 'bout a tale w'at I ain't hear none of you tell yit."
Uncle Remus was polishing a long cow's horn for the purpose of making a hunting horn for his master.
"Hit come about one time dat all de creeturs w'at got horns tuck a notion dat dey got to meet together, en have a confab fer to see how dey gwine take care deyse'f, 'kaze dem der creeturs w'at got tush en claw, dey is a snatchin' um fum 'roun' every corner."
"To be sure,"
said Uncle Remus approvingly.
"Dey sot out word, de horn creeturs did, en dey tuck en meet together way off in de woods. Man, sir, they was a big gang of 'em, and de mustard dey had out dere, it wouldn't bear tellin' sca'cely. Mr. Bull, he is dere, and Mr. Steer, and Miss Cow." "And Mr. Benjamin Ram with his fiddle," suggested the little boy. "Yes, and Mr. Billy Goat, and Mr. Unicorn."
"And Old Man Rhinoceros," said Uncle Remus.
"Yes, and lots more what I ain't know de names of. Man, sir, dey had a mighty muster out dere. Ole Brer Wolf, he tuck'n year 'bout de muster, and he's such a smarty dat nothin' ain't gwine do but he mus' go en see what dey doin'. He study 'bout it long time, en den he went out in de timber en cut him 2 crooked sticks, en tie 'em on his head, en start off to where de hawn creeturs meet at. When he get dar, Mr. Bull ax him who he is, what he want, where he come fum, where he goin'. Brer Wolf, he 'low, "Bah, I'm name Little Sook Calf." "Hey, look out now!" exclaimed 'Tildy, enthusiastically. Mr. Bull look at Brer Wolf mighty hard over his specks, but atter a while he go off somewheres else, en Brer Wolf take his place in de muster. Well, den, bimeby, terreckly, dey got to talkin' en tellin' der experience des like de white folks does at class meetin'. While dey is gwine on dis-a-way, a great big hossfly come sailin' 'roun', en Brer Wolf tuck'n fergit hisse'f en snap at 'im. All dis time Brer Rabbit bin hidin' out in de bushes watchin' Brer Wolf, en w'en he see dis, he tuck'n break out in a laugh. Brer Bull, he tuck'n holler out, he did, "Who dat laughin' en showin' der manners?" Nobody ain't make no answer, en terreckly Brer Rabbit holler out, "Oh, kittle cattle, where your eyes? Who ever see a sook calf snappin' at flies?" De hawn creeturs dey all look 'roun' en wonder w'at dat mean, but bimeby dey go on wid der confab. 'Twa'n't long 'fo' a flea tuck'n bite Brer Wolf way up on de back er de neck, en 'fo' he know w'at he doin', he tuck'n squat right down en scratch hisse'f wid his behime foot. "N.T.!" exclaimed Daddy Jack. "Dar you is!" said 'Tildy. Brer Rabbit, he tuck'n broke out in another big laugh en disturb um all, en den he holler out, "Scritch 'em, lawsy my laws! Look at dat sook calf scratchin' with claws!" Brer Wolf get mighty skeer'd, but none er de hawn creeturs ain't take no notice of 'im, en 'twa'n't long 'fo' Brer Rabbit holler out agin, "Rinkum tinkum, ride 'im on a rail! Dat sook calf got a long bushy tail." De hawn creeturs dey go on wid der confab, but Brer Wolf get skeerder en skeerder, 'kaze he notice dat Mr. Bull got his eye on 'im. Brer Rabbit, he ain't gin 'im no rest. He holler out, "1 en 1 never kin make 6. Sticks ain't hawns, en hawns ain't sticks." Wid dat, Brer Wolf make ez ef he gwine way fum dar, en he wa'n't none too soon needer, 'kaze ole Mr. Bull splunge at 'im, en little mo' en he'd er natchully to' 'im in two. "Did Brother Wolf get away?" the little boy asked. "Yas, Lord!" said Aunt Tempy, with unction. "He des scooted way fum dar, en he got so mad wid Brer Rabbit dat he tuck'n play dead, en word went 'roun' dat dey want all de creeturs fer to go set up wid 'im. Brer Rabbit, he went down dar fer to look at 'im, en time he see 'im, he ex, 'Is he grin yet?' All de creeturs dey up en say he ain't grin, not as dey knows of. Den Brer Rabbit he 'low, he did, 'Well, den, gentermens all, ef he ain't grin, den he ain't dead good. In all my 'spearience, folks ain't git dead good till dey grins.' W'en Brer Wolf year Brer Rabbit talk dat-a-way, he tuck'n grin from year to year, en Brer Rabbit, he picked up his hat en walkin' cane en put out fer home, en w'en he got way off in de woods, he sot down en laugh fit to kill hisse'f.
Uncle Remus had paid Aunt Tempy the extraordinary tribute of pausing in his work to listen to her story, and when she had concluded it, he looked at her in undisguised admiration and exclaimed, "I be blessed, Sis Tempy, if you ain't wuss'n what I is, and I'm bad enough, the Lord knows I is."
End of chapter 62. Chapter 63 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 63, Brer Fox and the White Muscadines. Aunt Tempy did not attempt to conceal the pleasure which Uncle Remus's praise gave her. She laughed somewhat shyly and said, "Bless you, Brer Remus, I just been a-settin' here learnin'. 'Sides dat, Christmas ain't fur off, and I 'spect we are all feelin' a sight more humorsome dan common."
"Dat's so, Sis Tempy. I is comin' through de lot jest 'fo' supper, and I seed de pigs runnin' and playin' in de win', and I 'lowed to myself, says I, sho'ly dey's a gwine to be a harricane, and den all at once it come in my mind dat Christmas mighty close at hand, and den on ter dat, yer come de chickens a crowin' jest now as it ain't 9 o'clock. I dunno how de creeturs know Christmas comin', but dat jest de way it stands."
The little boy thought it was time enough to think about Christmas when the night came for hanging up his stockings, and he asked Uncle Remus if it wasn't his turn to tell a story. The old man laid down the piece of glass with which he had been scraping the cow's horn, and hunted around among his tools for a piece of sandpaper before he replied. But his reply was sufficient. He said,
"One time whiles Brer Rabbit was gwine through de woods, he tuck'n strike up wid ole Brer Fox, and Brer Fox 'low, he did, dat he mighty hongry. Brer Fox 'low dat he ain't feelin' dat away hisse'f, 'cause he des been en had a bait er white muscadimes, and den he tuck'n smack his mouf en lick his chops right front of Brer Fox. Brer Fox, he ax, sezee,
"Brer Rabbit, what de name of goodness is dese yer white muscadimes, and how come I ain't never run acrost 'em?" sezee. "I dunno what de reason you ain't never come up wid 'em," said Brer Rabbit, sezee. "Some folks sees straight, some sees crooked, some sees one thing, some sees another. I done seed them there white muscadimes, and let alone dat, I done wipe 'em up. I done et all dey was on one tree, but I lay dere's lots mo' of 'em roun' in dem neighborhoods," sezee.
Ole Brer Fox mouf begun to water, en he git mighty restless.
"Come on, Brer Rabbit, come on. Come show me where dem ar white muscadimes grows at," sezee.
Brer Rabbit, he sorter hang back. Brer Fox, he 'low,
"Come on, Brer Rabbit, come on."
Brer Rabbit, he hang back, en bye he 'low,
Brer Fox, you want to get me out there in de timber by myself and do something to me. You want to get me out there and scare me."
Ole Brer Fox, he hol' up his hands, he do, en he 'low, "I des 'clar 'fo' gracious, Brer Rabbit, I ain't gwine do no such of a thing. I dunno what kinder opinion you got 'bout me fer to have such an idea in yo' head. Come on, Brer Rabbit, en less we go git dem ar white muscadimes. Come on, Brer Rabbit."
Brer Fox, I done year talk of you playin' so many prank wid folks dat I feared fer to go way off dar wid you."
"Dey went on dat-a-way," continued Uncle Remus, endeavoring to look at the little boy through the crooked cow's horn, "twel bimeby Brer Fox promise he ain't gwine to bother long of Brer Rabbit, en den dey tuck'n put out. En whar you 'speck dat there mischeevous Brer Rabbit tuck'n carry Brer Fox?"
Uncle Remus paused and gazed around upon his audience with uplifted eyebrows, as if to warn them to be properly astonished. Nobody made any reply, but all looked expectant, and Uncle Remus went on.
He ain't carry 'em nowheres in the round world but to one of dese yer great big scaly bark trees. The tree was jest loaded down with scaly barks, but they wa'n't ripe, and the green hulls shined in the sun just like they'd been whitewashed. Brer Fox look astonished. After a while he up and allow, "Is dem air de white muscadimes? Mighty funny I ain't find it out 'fore dis." Old Brer Rabbit he scratch hisself and allow, "Dem's un. Dey might not be ripe as dem what I had for my breakfast, but dem's de white muscadimes sho as you're born. Dey are red bulluses and dey are black bulluses, but dese yer dey are de white bulluses." Brer Fox, says he, "How I gwine git 'em?" Brer Rabbit, says he, "You'll just have to do like I done." Brer Fox, says he, "How was dat?" Brer Rabbit, says he, "You have to climb for 'em." Brer Fox, says he, "How I gonna climb?" Brer Rabbit, says he, "Grab with your hands, climb with your legs, and I'll push behind." "Man, sir, he's a-talkin' now!" exclaimed Aunt Tempy enthusiastically. Brer Fox he clum, and Brer Rabbit he push, twel, sho' nuff, Brer Fox got where he kin grab de lowmost limbs, and dar he was. He crope on up, he did, twel he come to where he kin retch de green scaly bark, and den he tuck and pull one and bite it, and, gentermens, it 'uz dat rough and dat bitter twel little mo' and he'd a drap spang out'n de tree. He holler, "Ow!" and spit it out of his mouth just the same as it was rank poison, and he make such a face dat you wouldn't believe it sca'cely lest you'd seed it. Brer Rabbit, he had to cough for to keep from laughin', but he make out to holler, says he, "Come down, Brer Fox, dey ain't ripe. Come down and let's go somewheres else." Brer Fox start down, and he git 'long mighty well twel he come ter de lowmost limbs, and den w'en he git dar he can't come down no furder, 'kaze he ain't got no claw fer to cling by, and not much leg fer clamp. Brer Rabbit keep on hollerin', "Come down!" and Brer Fox keep on studyin' how he gwine to come down. Brer Rabbit, he 'low, says he, "Come on, Brer Fox, I tuck and push you up, and if I 'uz dar where you is, I'd tuck and push you down." Brer Fox sat dar on de lowmost limbs and look like he skeered. Bimeby Brer Rabbit tuck a stand way off fum de tree, and he holler, says he, "If you'll take and jump out dis way, Brer Fox, I'll ketch you." Brer Fox look up, he look down, he look all round. Brer Fox come little closer and allow, says he, "Hop right down here, Brer Fox, and I'll ketch you." He keep on dis-a-way twel bimeby Brer Fox tuck a notion to jump, and des as he jump, Brer Rabbit hop out of de way and holler, says he, "Ow! 'Scuse me, Brer Fox, I stuck a briar in my foot. 'Scuse me, Brer Fox, I took a briar in my foot." "And dat ole Brer Fox," continued Uncle Remus, dropping his voice a little, "dat ole Brer Fox, gentermens, you oughter been dar. He hit the ground like a sack of taters, and it just naturally knocked the breath out of him. When he git up and count hisself fer to see if he is all dar, he ain't kin walk sca'cely, and he sat dar and licked the sore places a mighty long time 'fore he feel like he kin make his way towards home." When the little boy wanted to know what became of Brother Rabbit, Uncle Remus said, "Shoo! Don't you pester 'bout Brer Rabbit. He kick up his heels and put out fum dar." Then he added, "Dem ar chickens crowin' agin, honey. Done gone by 9 o'clock. Scoot out from dis. Miss Sally be a wreckin' me over de coals." End of chapter 63. Chapter 64 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina.
Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 64, Mr. Hawk and Brer Buzzard. One night the little boy ran into Uncle Remus's cabin singing, "T-U turkey, T-U tie, T-U turkey buzzard's eye." Uncle Remus, Daddy Jack, Aunt Tempy, and 'Tildy were all sitting around the fire, for the Christmas weather was beginning to make itself rather severely felt. As they made room for the child, Daddy Jack flung his head back and took up the song, beating time with his foot.
T-U turkey, T-U tie, T-U turkey buzzard yai, T-U turkey, T-U ting, T-U turkey buzzard wing. "They're mighty curious creatures," said 'Tildy, who was sitting rather nearer to Daddy Jack than had been her custom, a fact to which Aunt Tempy had already called the attention of Uncle Remus by a motion of her head, causing the old man to smile a smile as broad as it was wise. "They're mighty curious, and I'm feared of 'em," 'Tildy went on. "They look so lonesome it makes me have the creeps for to look at 'em." "They no hurt you," said Daddy Jack soothingly. "You flut your hand towards them, and they fly away from Day-Day." "I don't know about that," said 'Tildy. "They're bald-headed, and that would make me despise 'em." Daddy Jack rubbed the bald place on his head with such a comical air that even 'Tildy laughed. The old African retained his good humor. "You watch them buzzard," he said after a while, addressing himself particularly to the little boy. "He fly high, he fly low, he fly way round. Rain come, he flup his wings, he light upon dead pine. Rain fall, he hug hisself with his wing, he scrooge his neck up. Rain come, wind blow, dat buzzard bin a look ragged. Da buzzard bin a wink his eye, he say, 'When de wind fer stop blow en de rain fer stop drip, me go make me one house. Me make 'em tight fer keep de rain out. Me put top on strong fer to keep de wind out.' Dun de rain dry up en de wind stop. De buzzard, he stand upon de top of de dead pine. When de sun bin a shine, he no make 'em no house none at all. He stay 'pon de dead pine. He stretch his wing wide open. He bin dry hisself in de sun. He had make no house since he bin born. He one full bird."
"And yet," said Uncle Remus with a grave, judicial air, "I year tell of one time when ole Brer Buzzard wa'n't so mighty fur outer de way wid his notions."
"Me and Yeddy talk about dis," Daddy Jack explained.
"I 'speck not," responded Uncle Remus. "It seem like dey was one time when Mr. Hawk came sailin' 'roun' huntin' fer somethin' or n'er to eat, and he see Brer Buzzard settin' on a dead limb, lookin' mighty lazy en lonesome. Mr. Hawk, sezee, 'How you come on, Brer Buzzard?' Brer Buzzard, sezee, 'I'm mighty po'ly, Brer Hawk, po'ly en hongry.' Mr. Hawk, sezee, 'What you waitin' yer fer if you're hongry, Brer Buzzard?' Brer Buzzard, sezee, 'I'm a waitin' on de Lord.' Mr. Hawk, sezee, 'Better run en get yo' breakfast, Brer Buzzard, en den come back en wait.' Brer Buzzard, sezee, 'No, Brer Hawk, I'll go bidout my breakfast druther den be biggity 'bout it.' Mr. Hawk, he 'low, sezee, 'Well den, Brer Buzzard, you got yo' way, en I got mine. You see dem der chickens down der in Mr. Man hoss lot? I'm gwine down der en git one of 'em, en den I'll come back yer en wait 'long wid you.' Wid dat, Mr. Hawk tuck en sail off, en Brer Buzzard drap his wings down on de limb en look mighty lonesome. He sot der en look mighty lonesome, he did, but he keep one eye on Mr. Hawk. Mr. Hawk, he sail roun' en roun', en he look mighty purty. He sail roun' en roun' 'bove de hoss lot, roun' en roun', en bimeby he dart down at de chickens. He shot up his wings en dart down, he did, just the same as he's fired out of a gun. "Watch out, pullets!"
exclaimed 'Tildy in a tone of warning.
He dart down, he did, continued Uncle Remus, rubbing his hand thoughtfully across the top of his head. But stidder he hittin' de chickens, he took and hit upon de sharp end of a fence rail. He hit there, he did, and there he stuck.
"Ah, yee!"
exclaimed Daddy Jack.
There he stuck. Brer Buzzard sot and watch him. Mr. Hawk ain't move. Brer Buzzard sot and watch him some mo'. Mr. Hawk ain't move. He done stone dead. De mo' Brer Buzzard watch him, de mo' hongrier he git, en by he getter up his wings en sorter clean out his year wid his claw, en 'low, sezee, I know de Lord is gwine ter provide.
Truth, too, exclaimed Aunt Tempy. 'Tain't been in my mind dat Buzzard got sense like dat.
That's where you missed it, Sis Tempy, said Uncle Remus gravely. Brer Buzzard, he tuck and drap down fum de dead limb, en he lit on Mr. Hawk, en had him for breakfast. It's a mighty roundabout way fer to git chicken pie, yet it's lots better than no way.
I speck Hawk do taste like chicken,
remarked 'Tildy.
Dey most sho'ly does,
said Uncle Remus with emphasis. End of chapter 64. Chapter 65 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 65, Mr. Hawk and Brer Rabbit.
I hear tell of one time, said 'Tildy, when old Mr. Hawk took and cotch Brer Rabbit, but 'tain't no tale like dem you all been tellin'. Tell it anyhow, 'Tildy, said the little boy. Well, 'tain't no tale, I tell you dat now. One time Brer Rabbit was gwine 'long through de bushes singing to hisself, and he sees a shadow pass before him. He look up, and there is Mr. Hawk sailin' round and round. Time he see him, Brer Rabbit gun to kick up and sassy him. Mr. Hawk ain't pay no attention to dis. He just sail all round and round. Every time he sail round, he get little closer, but Brer Rabbit ain't noticed dis. He too busy with his devilment. He shook his fists at Mr. Hawk and chunked at him with sticks, and after a while he took and make out he got a gun, and he took aim at Mr. Hawk and allowed, "Pow!" and den he holler and laugh. All dis time Mr. Hawk keep on sailin' round and round, and gettin' nigher and nigher, and by down he drapped right slam-bang on Brer Rabbit, and there he had him. Brer Rabbit fixed fer to say his prayers, but 'fore he do dat, he talked to Mr. Hawk, and he talked mighty forgivin'. He allow, he did. I is just playin', Mr. Hawk, I is just a-playin'. You oughtn't to fly up and get mad with a little bitter man like me. Mr. Hawk ruffle up the feathers on his neck and say, I ain't flyin' up, I'm a-flyin' down, and when I fly up, I'm going to fly away with you. You been a-playin' the imp round in this settlement long enough, and now if you got any will to make, you better make it quick, 'cause you ain't got much time. Brer Rabbit cry. He say, I'm mighty sorry, Mr. Hawk, dat I is. I got some gold buried right over there in the fence corner, and I wish in my soul my poor little childrens know where 'twas, 'cause den they could get along without me for a month or two. Mr. Hawk 'low, whereabouts is all this gold? Brer Rabbit 'low, right over there in the fence corner. Mr. Hawk say, show it to him. Brer Rabbit say he don't care if he do, and he say, I'd a done showed it to you long 'fore dis, but you hold me so tight, I can't wink my eye scarcely, much less walk to where the gold is. Mr. Hawk say he feared he gwine to try to get away. Brer Rabbit say there ain't no danger of dat, 'cause he's one of dese yer kind of mens when dey are cotch once, dey are cotch for good.
Mr. Hawk sorter let Brer Rabbit loose, and dey went towards de fence corner. Brer Rabbit, he went 'long so good dat dis sorter ease Mr. Hawk mind about his getting away. Dey got ter de place, and Brer Rabbit look all round, and den he frown up like he got some mighty bad disappointment, and he say, "You may believe me or not, Mr. Hawk, but we are on the wrong side of de fence. I hid dat gold somewheres right in dat corner dar. You fly over, and I'll go through." To be sure, dis looked fair, and Brer Rabbit he crope through de fence, and Mr. Hawk flew across. Time he lit on de other side, Mr. Hawk hear Brer Rabbit laugh.
The little boy asked what Brother Rabbit laughed for, as 'Tildy paused to adjust a flaming red ribbon bow pinned in her hair.
"'Cause there was a briar patch on the other side of the fence," said 'Tildy, "and Brer Rabbit was in there."
"I bound ye!" Aunt Tempy exclaimed. "He is in dar, and dar he stayed till Mr. Hawk got tired of hanging round dar." "Ah, Lord, chile," said Uncle Remus with the candor of an expert, "some of dat tale you got right, and some you got wrong."
"Oh, I know 'twa'n't no tale like you all bin tellin'," replied 'Tildy, modestly.
"To be sure it is," continued Uncle Remus by way of encouragement, "but whiles we's goin' along we better straighten out all de kinks dat'll bear straightening."
"Goodness knows I ain't fittin' ter tell no tale," persisted 'Tildy.
"Don't run yourself down, gal," said Uncle Remus encouragingly. "If dey's to be any running down, let yuther folks do it, and bless your soul, dey'll do it 'nuff widout waitin' fer you lettin'. Now den, Ole Man Hawk, which dey call 'im Billy Bluetail in my day and time, Ole Man Hawk, he tuck'n kotch Brer Rabbit des like you done said. He kotch 'im en he hilt 'im in a mighty tight grip, let alone dat he hilt 'im so tight dat it make Brer Rabbit breff come short, like he des come off'n a long journey. He holler en he beg, but dat ain't do no good. He squall en he cry, but dat don't do no good. He kick en he groan, but dat don't do no good. Den Brer Rabbit lay still en study 'bout w'at de name er goodness he gwine do. Bimeby he up en 'low,
"I dunno what you want wid me, Mr. Hawk, when I ain't a mouthful for you, skacely."
Mr. Hawk, sezee, "I'll make way wid you, en den I'll go ketch me a couple of jaybirds." Dis make Brer Rabbit shake wid de all overs, 'kaze ef dey's any kinder creetur w'at he nat'ally despise on de top side er de yeth, hit's a jaybird. Brer Rabbit, sezee,
"Do, pray, Mr. Hawk, go ketch dem jaybirds fuss, 'cause I can't stand 'em bein' on top of me. I'll stay right here, plumb twel you come back,"
sezee. Mr. Hawk, sezee, "Uh-oh, Brer Rabbit, you done bin fool too many folks. You ain't fool me," sezee. Brer Rabbit, sezee,
"If you can't do dat, Mr. Hawk, den de best way fer you ter do is to wait en lemme get tame, 'cause I'm dat wild now dat I don't taste good."
Mr. Hawk, sezee, "Uh-oh." Brer Rabbit, sezee,
"Well, den, if dat won't do, you better wait en lemme grow big so I'll be a full meal of vittles."
Mr. Hawk, sezee, "Now you're talkin' sense." Brer Rabbit, sezee,
"En I'll rush 'round 'mongst de bushes en drive out partridges fer you, en we'll have mo' fun dan w'at you kin shake a stick at."
Mr. Hawk sorter study 'bout dis, en Brer Rabbit he beg en he esplain, en de long en de short of it was, said Uncle Remus, embracing his knee with his hands, dat Brer Rabbit tuck'n git loose, en he ain't git no bigger, en needer is he druv no partridges fer Mr. Hawk.
"De Lord help my soul!"
exclaimed 'Tildy, and this was the only comment made upon this extraordinary story. End of chapter 65. Chapter 66 of Nights with Uncle Remus.
This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 66, The Wise Bird and the Foolish Bird. All this talk about hawks and buzzards evidently reminded Daddy Jack of another story. He began to shake his head and mumble to himself, and finally, when he looked around and found that he had attracted the attention of the little company, he rubbed his chin and grinned until his yellow teeth shone in the firelight like those of some wild animal, while his small eyes glistened under their heavy lids with a suggestion of cunning not unmixed with ferocity.
"Talk it out, Brer Jack," said Uncle Remus. "Talk it out. All next week we'll be a-fixin' up 'bout Christmas. Mars Jeems, he's a-comin' up, and Miss Sally'll have lots of yuther company. 'Tildy yer, she'll be busy, and dish yer little chap, he won't have no time fer to be settin' up wid de old niggers, and Sis Tempy, she'll have her hands full, and ole Remus, he'll be a-perootin' roun' huntin' fer dat what he kin pick up. Time's a-passin', Brer Jack, and we are all a-passin' wid it. Jest whirl in and give us the upshot o' what you got in yo' mind."
"Auntie,"
exclaimed Daddy Jack by way of approval.
"one time dey been two bird. One been smart bird, t'other he been fool bird. Dey been live in da same country. Dey been use in the same swamp. The smart bird he has been come pon the fool bird. He been talk. He been say, 'Ki, you long in de leg, you deep in de craw. You been tain well. You been las' long tame.' Fool bird he look proud, he toss his head, he say, 'Me no mek you no brag.' Smart bird, he say, 'Less we try see for how long time we can go widout bittle and drink.' Fool bird, he stretch his neck, he toss his head, he say, 'All a right, me beat you all day ebry day. Me beat you all de time.' Smart bird, he say, 'If you been agree wit dis, less we take we place. You get upon de crick side and take one horn. I get upon de tree up a day and take another horn. Less we tan day till we see how long time we is can do widout bittle or drink. When I blow pon me horn, den you blow pon your horn, for answer me. Me blow, you blow, den we both blow.' Fool bird walk about big, he say, 'Me will do 'em.' Next day morning come. The smart bird been takee one horn and fly pon the tree. The fool bird been takee another horn and set by crick side. Dey been start in fer starve theyself. The fool bird, he stay by the crick side, where dey been noant at all fer eat. He no can find de bittle day. Smart bird get in de tree, the ant and de bug swam in de bark a plenty. He pick dem ant, and he eat dem ant. He pick dem bug, he eat dem bug. He pick till he craw come full, he feel berry good. Fool bird he down by the crick side. He set down, he come tire. He time up, he come tire. He walk about, he come tired. He stand upon one leg, he stand pon the other. He put his head underneath his wing, still he come tire. Smart bird shut his eye, he feel very good. When he been come hungry, he pick ant, he pick bug, till he had plenty. 'Twas dinner time, he pick up his horn, he toot 'em strong. Te, tenando wanzanto wanianzo. Fool bird craw been empty, but he had win. He takee de horn, he blow berry well. He make 'em say, 'Te tenando wanzando Orlando.' Smart bird pick ant a plenty, he get full up. He wait till mos' towards sundown and he blow upon de horn. Te tenando wanzando wanianzo. Fool bird make answer, but he come weak. He yent have eat nottin' at all. Soon next day mornin' smart bird take de horn and toot 'em. He done been eat, he done been drink dew on de leaf. Fool bird he toot 'em horn, he toot 'em slow. Dinner time, Smart Bird been take his horn and blow, and yet been honkry not at all. He have good feeling. Fool Bird toot horn, he toot slow. Night time come, he no toot no more. Smart Bird come down, he find done gone dead. Watch them deceitful folks, he been do you bad.
End of chapter 66. Chapter 67 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 67. Old Brer Terrapin Gets Some Fish.
"Dat tale," said Uncle Remus, "puts me in mind of the time when old Brer Tarrypin had a tussle with Brer Mink. It seem like," he went on, in response to inquiries from the little boy, "dat dey both live round de water so much and so long dat dey git kinder stuck up long wid it. Leastways, dat 'uz de trouble wid Brer Mink. He jump in de water and swim and dive twel he begun to believe der wa'n't nobody kin hold de hand long wid him. One day Brer Mink was going along down de creek wid a nice string of fish swinging on his walking cane, when who should he meet up with but old Brer Tarrypin. De creeturs is all hail feller wid old Brer Tarrypin, and no sooner is he seed Brer Mink dan he bow him howdy. Old Brer Tarrypin talk way down in his throat like he got bad cold. He 'low, "Hey, old Brer Mink, where you get all dem nice string of fish?" Brer Mink is mighty up and spoken in dem days. He 'low, he did,
Down there in the creek, Brer Terrapin.
Brer Tarrypin look 'stonish'. He say, sezee, "Well, well, well, in de creek, who'd a believed it?" Brer Mink sezee,
We're a gwine to catch 'em, Brer Terrapin, if I ain't catch 'em in the creek.
Old Brer Tarrypin sezee, "Dat's so, Brer Mink, but a Highland man like you goin' in de creek atter fish. It looks terrible, Brer Mink, dat w'at it do. It des looks terrible." Brer Mink sezee,
Looks or no looks, dar where I got 'em.
Brer Tarrypin sorter sway his head from side to side, and 'low, "If dat de case, Brer Mink, den sho'ly you mus' be one of dem ar kinder creeturs w'at usen to de water."
Dat's me, said Brer Mink,
Sezee. "Well, den," says Brer Tarrypin, sezee, "I'm a Highland man myself, and it's been a mighty long time since I got my foots wet, but I don't mind going in washin' 'long wid you. If you're de man you says you is, you can outdo me," sezee. Brer Mink sezee,
How we gwine do, Brer Terrapin?
Old Brer Tarrypin sezee, "We'll go down dar to de creek, and de man w'at can stay under de water de longest, let dat man walk off wid dat string of fish." Brer Mink sezee,
I'm the very man you been looking for.
Brer Mink says he don't want to put it off a minute. Go he would, and go he did. They went down to de creek and make der arrangements. Brer Mink lay his fish down on de bank, and him and old Brer Tarrypin wade in. Brer Tarrypin he make great admiration about how cold the water is. He flinch, he did, and 'low, "Ow, Brer Mink, dish yer water feel mighty cole, en 'tain't no more'n up to my wais'. Goodness knows how she gwine feel when she git up under my chin." Dey wade in, dey did, en Brer Tarrypin say, sezee, "Now den, Brer Mink, we'll make a dive, en de man w'at stay under de water de longest, dat man gits de fish." Brer Mink 'low dat that's the way he look at it, and den Brer Tarrypin gun de wood, and under dey went. "Co'se," said Uncle Remus after a little pause, Brer Tarrypin can stay down in de water longer'n Brer Mink, en Brer Mink might a knowed it. Dey stay twel bimeby Brer Mink bleedz to come up, en he tuck'n kotch his breff, he did, like he mighty glad fer to git back agin. Den after a while Brer Tarrypin stuck his nose out de water, en den Brer Mink say Brer Tarrypin kin beat him. Brer Tarrypin 'low, "No, Brer Mink, it's de best 2 out 3. If I beats you dis time, den de fish, dey're mine. If I gits beated, den we kin take another trial." Wid dat, down dey went. But Brer Tarrypin ain't no more'n dove 'fore up he come, en whiles Brer Mink 'uz down dar honin' fer fresh air, he tuck'n gobble up de las' one er de fish, ole Brer Tarrypin did. He gobble up de fish, en he 'uz fixin' fer to pick his toof, but by dis time Brer Mink bleedz to come up, en ole Brer Tarrypin, he tuck'n slid down in de water. He slid so slick, said Uncle Remus with a chuckle, dat he ain't lef a bubble. He ain't stay down long neither, 'fo' he come up en he make like he teetotally out of win'. Ole Brer Tarrypin come up, he did, en look 'roun', en 'fo' Brer Mink kin say a word, he holler out, "You're a nice man, Brer Mink. You're a mighty nice man."
What I done now, Brer Tarrypin?
Don't ax me. Look up dar where you been eatin' dem fish, en den ax yourself. You're a mighty nice man.
Brer Mink look 'roun', en sho' nuff, de fish done gone. Ole Brer Tarrypin keep on talkin'.
You tuck'n come up fust, en whiles I been down dar in de water, nat'ally achin' for lack of wind, yer you sittin' up chawin' on de fish which dey oughter been mine. Brer Mink stand him down dat he ain't eat dem fish. He deny it ter de las', but ole Brer Tarrypin make out he don't believe 'im. He say, sezee, "You'll keep goin' on dis-a-way twel after while you'll be wuss'n Brer Rabbit. Don't tell me you ain't git dem fish, Brer Mink, 'kaze you know you is." Hit sorter make Brer Mink feel proud, 'kaze ole Brer Tarrypin mix him up wid Brer Rabbit, 'kaze Brer Rabbit was a mighty man in dem days, en he sorter laugh, Brer Mink did, like he know mo' dan he gwine tell. Ole Brer Tarrypin keep on grumblin'. "I ain't gwine ter git mad long wid you, Brer Mink, 'kaze it's a mighty keen trick, but you oughter be ashamed er yo'se'f fer to be playin' tricks on a ole man like me, dat you ought." Wid dat, ole Brer Tarrypin went shufflin' off, en atter he git out er sight he draw back in his house en shut de do' en laugh twel dey wa'n't no fun in laughin'.
End of chapter 67. Chapter 68 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 68, Brer Fox Makes a Narrow Escape. The next time the little boy had an opportunity to visit Uncle Remus, the old man was alone, but he appeared to be in good spirits. He was cobbling away upon what the youngster recognized as Tildy's Sunday shoes, and singing snatches of a song something like this:
"Oh, Mr. Rabbit, your eye mighty big. Yes, my Lord, they're made for to see. Oh, Mr. Rabbit, your tail mighty short. Yes, my Lord, it just fits me."
The child wanted to hear more, but the song was the same thing over and over again, always about Brother Rabbit's big eyes and his short tail. After a while Uncle Remus acknowledged the presence of his little partner by remarking,
"Well, sir, we are all yer. Brer Jack and Sis Tempy and dat there 'Tildy nigger may be a pacin' around lookin' in de fence corners for Christmas, but me and you and ole Brer Rabbit, We are all year, and if we ain't right on de spot, we are mighty close around. Yes, sir, we is dat, mo' especially old Brer Rabbit, wid de big eyes and de short tail. Don't tell me 'bout Brer Rabbit," exclaimed Uncle Remus with a great apparent enthusiasm, "'cause dey ain't no use of talkin' 'bout dat creature."
The little boy was very anxious to know why.
"Well, I tell you," said the old man. "One time der was a monstrous dry season in de settlement w'at all de creeturs live at, en drinkin' water got mighty skace. De creeks got low, en de branches went dry, en all de springs make der disappearance exceptin' one great big un where all de creeturs drunk at. Dey'd all meet dar, dey would, en de biggest 'ud drink fus', en by de time de big uns all done swage der thirst, der wasn't a drap lef' fer de little ones, skacely. Course Brer Rabbit is on de happy side. Ef anybody gwine git water, Brer Rabbit de man. De creeturs 'ud see he track roun' de spring, but dey ain't never ketch 'im. Hit got so atter a while de big creeturs 'ud crowd Brer Fox out, but den 'twa'n't long 'fo' he hunt up Brer Rabbit en ax him w'at he gwine do. Brer Rabbit, he sorter study, en den he up en tell Brer Fox fer ter go home en rub some molasses all on himse'f, en den go out en waller in de leafs. Brer Fox ax w'at he mus' do den, en Brer Rabbit say he mus' go down by de spring, en w'en de creeturs come to de spring fer ter git de water, he mus' jump out at um, en den atter dat he mus' waller like he one er dem der kinder varmint w'at got bugs on um. Brer Fox he put out fer home, he did, en w'en he git dar, he run ter de cupboard en des gawm hisse'f wid molasses, en den he went out in de bushes, he did, en waller in de leafs en trash twel he look mos' bad as Brer Rabbit look w'en he play Wuller de Wust on de creeturs. W'en Brer Fox git hisse'f all fix up, he went down to de spring en hide hisse'f. Bimeby all de creeturs come atter de water, en w'iles dey was a scufflin' en a hunchin', en a pushin' en a scrougin', Brer Fox, he jump out de bushes en sorter switch hisse'f 'roun', en bless yo' soul, he look like de ole boy. Brer Wolf tuck'n see 'im fus', en he jump spang over Brer B'ar's head. Brer B'ar, he lit back, en ax, "Who dat?" En des time he do dis, de udder creeturs dey tuck'n make a break, dey did, like punkins rollin' down hill, en mos' 'fo' you kin wink yo' eyeball, Brer Fox had de range er de spring all by hisse'f. Yit it 'twa'n't fer long, 'kaze 'fo' de creetur moved fur, dey tuck'n tu'n 'roun', dey did, en crope back fer ter see w'at dat there skeery lookin' varmint doin'. W'en dey git back en see in distance, dar 'uz Brer Fox walkin' up en down switchin' hisse'f. De creeturs dunner know w'at ter make un 'im. Dey watch, en Brer Fox march. Dey watch, en he march. Hit keep on dis a way twel bimeby Brer Fox begun to waller in de water, en right dar," continued Uncle Remus, leaning back to laugh, "right dar is whar Brer Rabbit had 'im. Time he begun to waller in de water, de molasses begun to melt, en 'twa'n't no time skacely 'fo' de molasses en de leafs done all wash off, en dar is ole Brer Fox des as natchul as life. De fus' Brer Fox know 'bout de leafs comin' off, he year Brer B'ar holler on top er de hill, "You head 'im off down dar, Brer Wolf. I head 'im off 'roun' yer." Brer Fox look 'roun' en see all de leafs done come off, en wid dat he make a break, en he wa'n't none too soon neither, 'kaze little mo' en de creeturs 'ud kotch 'im.
Without giving the little boy time to ask any questions, Uncle Remus added another verse to his rabbit song, and harped on it for several minutes.
"Oh, Mr. Rabbit, yo' year mighty long. Yes, my Lord, dey made fer ter las'. Oh, Mr. Rabbit, yo' toof mighty sharp. Yes, my Lord, dey cuts down grass."
End of chapter 68.
Chapter 69 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 69, Brer Fox's Fish Trap. The little boy wanted Uncle Remus to sing some more, but before the old man could either consent or refuse, the notes of a horn were heard in the distance. Uncle Remus lifted his hand to command silence and bent his head in an attitude of attention.
"Just listen to dat!" he exclaimed with some show of indignation. "Dat ain't nothin' in de roun' world but ole man Plato wid dat tin horn of his'n, and I bound you he's a drivin' de 6-mule wagon, and de wagon full of niggers from de river place, and let alone dat, I bound you dere niggers strung out behind de wagon for more'n a mile, and dey all a comin' yer for to eat us out of house and home, des 'cause dey year folks say Christmas mos' year. It's mighty curious unto me dat ole man Plato ain't done toot dat horn full of holes long 'fo' dis. Yet I ain't blamin' 'em," Uncle Remus went on, with a sigh, after a little pause. "Dem ar niggers been livin' way off dar in de river place, where dey ain't no white folks twel dey er done in about run wild. I ain't a blamin' 'em, dat I ain't."
Plato's horn, a long tin bugle, was by no means unmusical. Its range was limited, but in Plato's hands its few notes were both powerful and sweet. Presently the wagon arrived, and for a few minutes all was confusion, the negroes on the home place running to greet the newcomers, who were mostly their relatives. A stranger hearing the shouts and outcries of these people would have been at a loss to account for the commotion. Even Uncle Remus went to his cabin door, and, with the little boy by his side, looked out upon the scene, a tumult lit up by torches of resinous pine. The old man and the child were recognized, and for a few moments the air was filled with cries of, "Howdy, Uncle Remus! Howdy, little marster!" After a while Uncle Remus closed his door, laid away his tools, and drew his chair in front of the wide hearth. The child went and stood beside him, leaning his head against the old negro's shoulder, and the two, old age and youth, one living in the past and the other looking forward only to the future, gazed into the bed of glowing embers illuminated by a thin, flickering flame. Probably they saw nothing there, each being busy with his own simple thoughts. But their shadows, enlarged out of all proportion, and looking over their shoulders from the wall behind them, must have been something, for, clinging together, they kept up a most incessant pantomime, and Plato's horn, which sounded again to call the negroes to supper after their journey, though it aroused Uncle Remus and the child from the contemplation of the fire, had no perceptible effect upon the shadows.
"Dere go de vittles," said Uncle Remus, straightening himself. "Dey tells me dat dem ar niggers on de river place got appetite same as a mule. Let alone de vittles what dey gits from Mars John, dey eat oodles and oodles of fish. Ole man Plato say dat de nigger on de river place what ain't got a fish basket in de river, or some interest in a fish trap, ain't no count whatsomever."
Here Uncle Remus suddenly slapped himself upon the leg and laughed uproariously, and when the little boy asked him what the matter was, he cried out,
"Well, sir, if I ain't a forgettin' this ole nigger twixt dis and Philamerdelphy. Yer it is mos' Christmas, and I ain't tell you 'bout how Brer Rabbit do Brer Fox whence dey bofe of 'em live in de river. I dunno what in de name of sense gittin' de matter along wid me."
Of course the little boy wanted to know all about it, and Uncle Remus proceeded.
"One time, Brer Fox and Brer Rabbit live on de river. After dey been livin' dar so long a time, Brer Fox 'low dat he got a mighty hankerin' after somethin's besides fresh meat, and he say he b'leeve he make 'em a fish trap. Brer Rabbit say he wish Brer Fox mighty well, but he ain't honin' after fish hisself, and if he is, he ain't got no time for to make no fish trap. No matter for dat, Brer Fox, he took and got out some timber, he did, and he worked nights for to make dat trap. Den when he get it done, he took and hunt him a good place for to set it. And de way he sweat over dat there trap was a sin, dat it was. Yet after so long a time, he got her sot, and then he took and washed his face and hands and go home. All the time he is fixin' and up, Brer Rabbit is sittin' on the bank watchin' him. He sot there, he did, and play in the water, and cut switches for to whip at the snake doctors, and all dat time, Brer Fox, he pull and haul and tote rocks for to hold dat trap endurin' the freshet. Brer Fox went home and rest hisself, and by he go down for to see if there any fish in his trap. He sorter feared of snakes, but he feel round and he feel round, yet he ain't feel no fish. Den he go off. By, long towards the last of the week, he go down and feel round again, yet he ain't feel no fish. He keep on dis-a-way twell Brer Fox get sorter fag out. He go and he feel, but there ain't no fish there. After a while, one day, he sees the signs where somebody been robbin' his trap, and he 'lowed to hisself that he'll just in 'bout watch and find out who the somebody is. Den he took and got in his boat, and paddle under the bushes on the bank and watch his fish trap. He watch all the mornin', nobody ain't come. He watch all endurin' after dinner, nobody ain't come. Long towards night, when he just about making ready for to paddle off home, he hear fuss on the other side of the river, and lo and beholds, here come Brer Rabbit polin' a boat right towards Brer Fox's fish trap. Looked like he done know how to use a paddle, and he just had him a long pole, and he'd stand up in the behind part of his boat and put the end of the pole agin the bottom and shove it right ahead. Brer Fox get mighty mad when he see dis, but he watch and wait. He 'lowed to hisself, he did, dat he kin paddle a boat pearter dan anybody kin pole 'em, and he say he sho'ly gwine catch Brer Rabbit dis time. Brer Rabbit pole up to the fish trap and feel round and pull out a great big mud cat. Den he retch in and pull out another big mud cat. Den he pull out a big blue cat, and it keep on dis-a-way twell he get the finest mess of fish you most ever laid your eyes on. Just 'bout dat time, Brer Fox paddle out from under the bushes and make towards Brer Rabbit, and he holler out, "Ah ye, you're the man what been robbing my fish trap dis long time. I got you this time, and you needn't try to run. I got you this time sure." No sooner said than no sooner done. Brer Rabbit flung his fish in the boat and grab up the pole and push off, and he had more fun getting away from there than he ever had before in all the born days put together.
"Why didn't Brother Fox catch him, Uncle Remus?"
asked the little boy.
Shoo! Honey, you sho'ly done lose your mind 'bout Brer Rabbit.
"Well, I don't see how he could get away."
If you'd have been there, you'd have seed it, dat you would. Brer Fox, he is there, and he seed it, and Brer Rabbit, he seed it, and even down to old Brer Bullfrog a settin' on the bank, he seed it. Now den,
continued Uncle Remus, spreading out the palm of his left hand like a map and pointing at it with the forefinger of his right.
when Brer Rabbit poled his boat, he bleedz to set in the behind end, and when Brer Fox paddled his boat, he bleedz to set in the behind end. Dat be the state of the condition, how Brer Fox gwine to catch him? I ain't disputin' but what he can paddle pearter than Brer Rabbit, but the long and the shorts of it is, the pearter Brer Fox paddle, the pearter Brer Rabbit go.
The little boy looked puzzled. "Well, I don't see how," he exclaimed.
Well, sir,
continued Uncle Remus,
when de nose of Brer Fox boat get close to Brer Rabbit boat, all Brer Rabbit got to do in de round world is to take his pole and put it agin Brer Fox's boat and push hisself out of de way. De harder he push Brer Fox's boat back, de purter he push his own boat forward. It look mighty easy to old Brer Bullfrog sittin' on de bank, and all Brer Fox can do is shake his fist and grit his tooth, whilst Brer Rabbit sail off with de fish.
End of chapter 69. Chapter 70 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 70. Brer Rabbit Rescues Brer Terrapin. The arrival of the negroes from the river place added greatly to the enthusiasm with which the Christmas holidays were anticipated on the home place, and the air was filled with laughter day and night. Uncle Remus appeared to be very busy, though there was really nothing to be done except to walk around and scold at everybody and everything, in a good-humored way, and this the old man could do to perfection. The night before Christmas Eve, however, the little boy saw a light in Uncle Remus's cabin, and he interpreted it as in some sort a signal of invitation. He found the old man sitting by the fire and talking to himself.
If Mars John and Miss Sally expects me fer to keep all dese yer niggers straight, dey're gwine to be disappointed, dat dey is. If there was 11 Remuses, 'twouldn't make no difference, let 'long one po' old cripple creature like me. Dey ain't done no damage yit, but I bound you by tomorrow night they'll turn loose and turn the whole place upside down, and tear it up by the roots, and then after it's all done gone and done, yer'll come Miss Sally a-layin' it all at old Remus's door. Nigger ain't got much chance in dese yer low grounds, mo' specially when dey gets old and crippled like I is."
"What are they going to do tomorrow night, Uncle Remus?" the little boy inquired.
"Now what make you ax dat, honey?" exclaimed the old man in a grieved tone. "You knows mighty well how dey done las' year and de year 'fore dat. Dey took and cut up aroun' here wuss'n if dey was wild creeturs, and tomorrow night dey'll be a hollerin' and a whoopin' and singin' and dancin' 'fo' it git dark good. I wish when you go up to de big house you'd be so good as to tell Miss Sally dat if she want any peace of mind she better git off'n de place and stay off twel atter dese yer niggers get der fill of Christmas. Goodness knows she can't 'speck an old cripple nigger like me fer to catch holt and keep all dese yer niggers straight."
Uncle Remus would have kept up his vague complaints, but right in the midst of them Daddy Jack stuck his head in at the door and said,
"Hoona bin fix dat 'Tildy gal shoe. Me come for to get dem shoe. Me come for to pay you for dem shoe."
Uncle Remus looked at the grinning old African in astonishment. Then suddenly the truth dawned upon him, and he broke into a loud laugh. Finally he said,
"Come in, Brer Jack. Come right 'long in. I'm sorter po'ly myself, yet I'll make out to make you welcome. There was a $quarter gwine into my britches pocket on de count of dem ar shoes, but if you're gwine to pay fer 'em, it won't be but a 7-pence.
Somehow or other Daddy Jack failed to relish Uncle Remus's tone and manner, and he replied, with some display of irritation,
Shoo! Me no come in no 'tall. Me no pay you 7 pence. Me come for pay you for dem shoe. Me come for to take 'em away from day.
"I dunno 'bout dat, Brer Jack. I dunno 'bout dat. De las' time I year you and 'Tildy gwine on, she was upon de p'ints of knockin' yo' brains out. Now den, supposin' I whirls in and gives you de shoes, and den 'Tildy come 'long and ax me 'bout 'em, what I gwine to say to 'Tildy?"
"Me pay you for dem shoe," said Daddy Jack, seeing the necessity of argument. "And me take 'em way da little Tildy gal bin stay. She tell me for come get dem shoe."
Well, den, here they is, said Uncle Remus, sighing deeply as he handed Daddy Jack the shoes. Here they is, and you're more dan welcome, dat you is. But spite of dat, dish yer quarter you fliggin' way on 'em would 'a' done you a sight more good dan what dem shoes is. This philosophy was altogether lost upon Daddy Jack, who took the shoes and shuffled out with a grunt of satisfaction. He had scarcely got out of hearing before 'Tildy pushed the door open and came in. She hesitated a moment, and then, seeing that Uncle Remus paid no attention to her, she sat down and picked at her fingers with an air quite in contrast to her usual uppishness, as Uncle Remus called it.
"Unc' Remus,"
she said, after a while, in a subdued tone,
"is dat ole African nigger bin yer atter dem ar shoes?"
Yes, chile, replied Uncle Remus with a long-drawn sigh. He done been yer and got 'em and gone. Yes, honey, he done got 'em and gone. Done come and pay for 'em, and got 'em and gone. I says I, dat I wish you all mighty well, and he took the shoes and put. Yes, chile, he done got 'em and gone. Something in Uncle Remus's sympathetic and soothing tone seemed to exasperate 'Tildy. She dropped her hands in her lap, straightened herself up, and exclaimed,
"Yas, I is gwine to marry dat ole nigger, and I don't care who knows it. Miss Sally say she don't keer, and de other folks may keer if dey want her. In much good their keerin' will do 'em."
'Tildy evidently expected Uncle Remus to make some characteristic comment, for she sat and watched him with her lips firmly pressed together and her eyelids half closed, an attitude of defiance significant enough when seen, but difficult to describe. But the old man made no response to the challenge. He seemed to be very busy. Presently 'Tildy went on.
"Somebody bleedz to take keer of dat ole nigger, and I don't know who gwine do it if I don't. Somebody bleedz to look atter him. Good wind come 'long, it'd 'bout blow him away if dey want somebody close 'roun' fer to take keer of him. Let 'lone dat, I ain't gwine to have dat ole nigger man forever internally trottin' atter me. I tell you de Lord's truth, Uncle Remus," continued 'Tildy, growing confidential, "I ain't had no peace of mind sence dat ole nigger man come on dis place. He des been a pacin' at my heels de whole blessed time, and I bleedz to marry 'im fer to git rid of 'im."
Well, said Uncle Remus, it don't surprise me. You marry, and den you're just like Brer Fox wid his bag. You know what you put in it, but you don't know what you got in it. 'Tildy flounced out without waiting for an explanation, but the mention of Brother Fox attracted the attention of the little boy, and he wanted to know what was in the bag, how it came to be there, and all about it. "Now, den," said Uncle Remus, "it's a tale, and a mighty long tale at dat, but I'll just have to cut it short, 'cause tomorrow night you'll want to be a settin' up and listenin' at the carryin's on of dem ar niggers, which I believe in my soul dey done lose all de sense dey ever been borned with. One time, Brer Fox was gwine on down de big road, and he look ahead and he see ole Brer Tarrypin making his way on towards home. Brer Fox 'low dis a mighty good time for to nab ole Brer Tarrypin, and no sooner is he thunk it dan he put out back home, which wa'n't but a little ways, and he get 'im a bag. He come back, he did, and he run up behime ole Brer Tarrypin and flip 'im in de bag and sling de bag 'cross his back and go gallopin' back home. Brer Tarrypin, he holler, but it ain't do no good. He rip and he roar, but it ain't do no good. Brer Fox des keep on a-gwine, and 'twa'n't long 'fo' he had ole Brer Tarrypin slung up in de cornder in de bag, and de bag tied 'im hard and fas'. But w'iles all dis gwine on, exclaimed Uncle Remus, employing the tone and manner of some country preacher he had heard.
Where was old Brer Rabbit? Yessir, that's it. Where was he? And more'n dat, what you speck he is doin', and where you reckon he were gwine? That's the way to talk it. Whereabouts was he?"
The old man brought his right hand down upon his knee with a thump that jarred the tin plate and cups on the mantel shelf, and then looked around with a severe frown to see what the chairs and the workbench and the walls and the rafters had to say in response to his remarkable argument. He sat thus in a waiting attitude a moment, and then, finding that no response came from anything or anybody, his brow gradually cleared, and a smile of mingled pride and satisfaction spread over his face, as he continued in a more natural tone.
"You can believe me or not believe just as your mind to, but dat there long-ear creature, dat there hoppity-skippity, dat there up and down and sailin' round Brer Rabbit, which you been year me call his name 'fo' dis, he'd want so mighty fur off whiles Brer Fox goin' 'long wid dat there bag slung across his back. Let alone dat, Brer Rabbit 'uz settin' right dar in de bushes by de side er de road, and w'ence he see Brer Fox go trottin' by, he ax himself what is dat creature got in dat there bag. He ax hisself, he did, but he dunno. He wonder and he wonder, yet de mo' he wonder de mo' he dunno. Brer Fox he go trottin' by, and Brer Rabbit he sot in de bushes en wonder. Bimeby he 'lowed to hisself, he did, dat Brer Fox ain't got no business fer to be trottin' 'long down de road, totin' doin's w'at udder folks dunno w'at dey is, en he 'lowed dat dey won't be no great harm done ef he kin take atter Brer Fox en fine out w'at he got in dat there bag. Wid dat, Brer Rabbit he put out. He ain't got no bag fer to tote, en he picks up his foots mighty peart. Mo'n dat, he tuck a nigh cut, en by de time Brer Fox git home, Brer Rabbit done had time fer to go 'roun' by de watermillion patch en do some er his devilment, en den atter dat he tuck en sot down in de bushes whar he kin see Brer Fox w'en he come home. Bimeby, yer come Brer Fox wid de bag slung 'cross his back. He unlatch de do', he did, en he go in en sling Brer Tarrypin down in de cornder, en set down front er de h'ath fer to rest himself."
Here Uncle Remus paused to laugh in anticipation of what was to follow.
Brer Fox ain't more'n lit his pipe," the old man continued, after a tantalizing pause, "'fo' Brer Rabbit stick his head in de do' en holler,
Brer Fox! Oh, Brer Fox! You better take your walking cane and run down yonder. Comin' 'long just now I hear a mighty fuss, and I look 'roun' and there is a whole passel of folks in your watermillion patch, just a tromplin' 'roun' and tearin' down. I hollered at 'em, but dey ain't paid no attention to little man like I is. Make haste, Brer Fox, make haste. Git your cane and run down dar. I'd go wid you myself, but my ole woman ailin', and I bleedz to be making my way towards home. You better make haste, Brer Fox, if you want to get the good of your watermillions. Run, Brer Fox, run!"
Wid dat, Brer Rabbit dart back in de bushes, en Brer Fox drap his pipe en grab his walkin' cane en put out fer his watermillion patch, which were down on de branch. En no sooner is he gone dan ole Brer Rabbit come out er de bushes en make his way in de house. He go so easy dat he ain't make no fuss. He look 'roun' en dar wuz de bag in de cornder. He kotch hold er de bag en sorter feel of it, en time he do dis, he year sump'n holler,
Ow! Go way! Let me 'lone! Turn me loose! Ow!
Brer Rabbit jump back 'stonish'. Den 'fo' you kin wink yo' eyeball, Brer Rabbit slap hisse'f on de leg en break out in a laugh. Den he up en 'low,
If I ain't make no mistakes, dat there kinder fuss kin come from nobody in de roun' world but ole Brer Tarrypin.
Brer Tarrypin, he holler, says he,
Ain't dat Brer Rabbit?
"De same," says he.
Den whirl in and turn me out. Meal dust in my throat, grit in my eye, and I ain't kin git my breath scarcely. Turn me out, Brer Rabbit.
Brer Tarrypin talk like somebody down in a well. Brer Rabbit, he holler back,
You're a lot smarter than what I is, Brer Tarrypin. Lot smarter. You're smarter and purter. Purt as I come here, you is ahead of me. I know how you get in the bag, but I don't know how the name of goodness you tie yourself up in there. Dat I don't.
Brer Tarrypin try to explain, but Brer Rabbit keep on laughing, and he laugh twel he get his fill of laughing, and den he took and untie de bag and take Brer Tarrypin out and tote him away off in de woods. Den, when he done dis, Brer Rabbit took and run off and get a great big hornet nest what he see when he comin' along.
A hornet's nest, Uncle Remus?
exclaimed the little boy in amazement.
To be sure, honey. 'Tain't been a month since I brung you a great big hornet nest, and here you is axin' that. Brer Rabbit took and slap his hand cross de little hole where de hornets goes in at, and dere he had 'em. Den he took and tuck it to Brer Fox house, and put it in de bag where Brer Tarrypin been. He put de hornet nest in there," continued Uncle Remus, lowering his voice and becoming very grave, "and den he tie up de bag des like he find it. Yet 'fo' he put de bag back in de corner, what do dat creature do? I ain't settin' yer,"
said the old man, seizing his chair with both hands, as if by that means to emphasize the illustration.
I ain't settin' yer ef dat there creature ain't grab dat bag and slam it down agin de floor, and hit it agin de side of de house twel he got dem there hornets all stirred up. And den he put de bag back in de corner, and he go out in de bushes to where Brer Tarrypin waitin', and den bofe of 'em sot out dar and wait fer to see what de upshot gwine to be. Bimeby, here come Brer Fox back from his watermillion patch, and he look like he mighty mad. He strike his cane down pon de ground, and do like he gwine take his revengeance out of po' ole Brer Tarrypin. He went in de door, Brer Fox did, and shot it atter him. Brer Rabbit and Brer Tarrypin listen, but dey ain't year nothin'. But bimeby, fus news you know, dey year de mos' owdacious racket, to be sho'. Seem like, from where Brer Rabbit and Brer Tarrypin settin', that dey is a whole passel of cows runnin' 'round in Brer Fox house. Dey year de cheers a fallin', and de table turnin' over, and de crockery breakin', and den de door flewed open, out comes Brer Fox, squallin' like de ole man was atter him. And sech a sight as dem der creeturs seed, and dere ain't never been seed before nor since. Dem ar hornets des swarmed on top of Brer Fox. 11 dozen of 'em 'ud hit him at one time, and look like dat der creature bleedz to find out for hisself what pain and sufferin' is. Dey bit him and dey stung him, and fur as Brer Rabbit and Brer Tarrypin can year him, dem hornets just a nailin' him. Gentermens, dey gun him binger. Brer Rabbit and Brer Tarrypin, dey sot dar, dey did, and dey laugh and laugh, twel bimeby Brer Rabbit roll over and grab his stomach, and holler,
Don't, Brer Tarrypin, don't. One giggle more and you'll have to tote me.
"Dat ain't all," said Uncle Remus, raising his voice. "I know a little chap which if he sit up here disputin' longer me and de other creeturs, he won't have much fun tomorrow night."
The hint was sufficient, and the little boy ran out, laughing. End of chapter 70.
Chapter 71 of Nights with Uncle Remus. Dis here's de last chapter of the book. Dis LibriVox recording is in the public domain, and is read by Mark Smith, of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 71, The Night Before Christmas.
The day and the night before Christmas were full of pleasure for the little boy. There was pleasure in the big house, and pleasure in the humble cabins in the quarters. The peculiar manner in which the negroes celebrated the beginning of the holidays was familiar to the child's experience, but strange to his appreciation, and he enjoyed everything he saw and heard with the ready delight of his years, a delight which, in this instance, had been trained and sharpened, if the expression may be used, in the small world over which Uncle Remus presided. The little boy had a special invitation to be present at the marriage of Daddy Jack and 'Tildy, and he went, accompanied by Uncle Remus and Aunt Tempy. It seemed to be a very curious affair, but its incongruities made small impression upon the mind of the child. 'Tildy wore a white dress and had a wreath of artificial flowers in her hair. Daddy Jack wore a high hat, which he persisted in keeping on his head during the ceremony, and a coat the tails of which nearly dragged the floor. His bright little eyes glistened triumphantly, and he grinned and bowed to everybody again and again. After it was all over, the guests partook of cake baked by Aunt Tempy, and persimmon beer brewed by Uncle Remus. It seemed, however, that 'Tildy was not perfectly happy, for, in response to a question asked by Aunt Tempy, she said,
Yes'm, I'm going down the country 'long with my old man, and I lay if everything don't go right, I'm going to pick up and come right back.
No, no, exclaimed Daddy Jack.
He no come back no tall. She been stay day with the nice old man. You put your penance in dat,
said 'Tildy scornfully.
Dey ain't nobody can hold me when I takes a notion, 'ceppin' it's Miss Sally, and goodness knows Miss Sally ain't going to be down there.
Who Miss Sally gwine put in de house? Aunt Tempy asked.
Huh,
exclaimed 'Tildy scornfully.
Miss Sally say she gwine take dat there Dorcas nigger and put in my place, and a mighty nice mess Dorcas gwine to make of it. Much she know 'bout waitin' on white folks. Many's and many's a time Miss Sally 'll set down in her rocking chair and wish for 'Tildy. Many's the time.
This was 'Tildy's grievance, the idea that someone could be found to fill her place, and it is a grievance with which people of greater importance than the humble negro house-girl are more or less familiar. But the preparations for the holidays went on in spite of 'Tildy's grievance. A large platform, used for sunning wheat and seed cotton, was arranged by the negroes for their dance, and several wagon loads of resinous pine, known as lightwood, were placed around about it in little heaps, so that the occasion might lack no element of brilliancy. At nightfall the heaps of lightwood were set on fire, and the little boy, who was waiting impatiently for Uncle Remus to come for him, could hear the negroes singing, dancing, and laughing. He was just ready to cry when he heard the voice of his venerable partner.
Is dey a passenger anywheres round yer for Thumptown? De stage done ready, and de hosses a prancin'. If dere's any passenger around here, I lay he just better be makin' ready for to go.
The old man walked up to the back piazza as he spoke, held out his strong arms, and the little boy jumped into them with an exclamation of delight. The child's mother gave Uncle Remus a shawl to wrap around the child, and this shawl was the cause of considerable trouble, for the youngster persisted in wrapping it around the old man's head, and so blinding him that there was danger of his falling. Finally, he put the little boy down, took off his hat, raised his right hand, and said,
Now den, I been a-beggin' on you fer to quit your behavishness jest as long as I'm a-gwine to, and I ain't gwine beg you no more, 'cause I'm just teetotally wore out with beggin', and de more I begs de wuss you gits. Now I'm done. You just go your ways and I'll go mine, and my way lays right spang back in de big house where Miss Sally is. Dat's where I'm a-goin'.
Uncle Remus started to the house with an exaggerated vigor of movement comical to behold, but, however comical it may have been, it had its effect. The little boy ran after him, caught him by the hand, and made him stop. "Now, Uncle Remus, please don't go back. I was just playing." Uncle Remus's anger was all pretense, but he managed to make it very impressive.
My playin' days done gone too long to talk about. When I plays with work. That's what I plays with.
"Well," said the child, who had tactics of his own, "if I can't play with you, I don't know who I am to play with." This touched Uncle Remus in a very tender spot. He stopped in the path, took off his spectacles, wiped the glasses on his coat tail, and said very emphatically,
Now den, honey, just listen at me. How de name of goodness can you call dat playin', which a little mo' and I'd a fall down on top of my head and broke my neck and yourn too?
The child promised that he would be very good, and Uncle Remus picked him up, and the two made their way to where the negroes had congregated. They were greeted with cries of, "Dar's Uncle Remus! Howdy, Uncle Remus! Yer dey is!"
Old man Remus don't sing, but when he do sing, gentermens, just go away.
All this and much more, so that when Uncle Remus had placed the little boy upon a corner of the platform and made him comfortable, he straightened himself with a laugh and cried out,
Howdy, boys! Howdy all! I just come up fer to join in with you for one round for the sakes of old times, and no more.
"I bound for Uncle Remus," someone said. "Now just hush and let Uncle Remus alone," exclaimed another. The figure of the old man, as he stood smiling upon the crowd of negroes, was picturesque in the extreme. He seemed to be taller than all the rest, and, notwithstanding his venerable appearance, he moved and spoke with all the vigor of youth. He had always exercised authority over his fellow servants. He had been the captain of the corn pile, the stoutest at the log rolling, the swiftest with the hoe, the neatest with the plow, and the plantation hands still looked upon him as their leader. Some negro from the river place had brought a fiddle, and though it was a very feeble one, its screeching seemed to annoy Uncle Remus.
Put up dat there fiddle, he exclaimed, waving his hand. Just put her up. She sets my tooth on edge. Put her up and let's go back to old times. There ain't no room for the fiddle round yer, 'cause when you gits me started, dat there fiddle won't be nowheres.
"Dat's so," said the man with the fiddle, and the irritating instrument was laid aside.
Now den, Uncle Remus went on, there's a little chap yer dat you'll all come to know mighty well, one of dese odd come shorts, and dish yer little chap ain't got so mighty long fer to set up long wid us. Dat bein' de case, we oughter take and put de best foot foremost fer to commence wid. You lead, Uncle Remus, you just lead, and we'll foller.
Thereupon the old man called to the best singers among the negroes and made them stand near him. Then he raised his right hand to his ear and stood perfectly still. The little boy thought he was listening for something, but presently Uncle Remus began to slap himself gently with his left hand, first upon the leg and then upon the breast. The other negroes kept time to this by a gentle motion of their feet, and finally, when the thump, thump, thump of this movement had regulated itself to suit the old man's fancy, he broke out with what may be called a Christmas dance song. His voice was strong and powerful and sweet, and its range was as astonishing as its volume. More than this, the melody to which he tuned it, and which was caught up by 100 voices almost as sweet and as powerful as his own, was charged with a mysterious and pathetic tenderness. The fine company of men and women at the big house, men and women who had made the tour of all the capitals of Europe, listened with swelling hearts and with tears in their eyes as the song rose and fell upon the air. At one moment a tempest of melody, at another a heartbreaking strain breathed softly and sweetly to the gentle winds. The song that the little boy and the fine company heard was something like this, ridiculous enough when put in cold type, but powerful and thrilling when joined in the melody with which the negroes had invested it. My honey, my love.
It's a mighty fur ways up the Farewell Lane, my honey, my love. You may ax Mr. Crow, you may ax Mr. Crane, my honey, my love. To make you a bow and to tell you the same, my honey, my love. It's a mighty fur ways for to go in tonight, my honey, my love. My honey, my love, my heart's delight, my honey, my love. Mr. Mink, he creeped well, he wake up to snipe, my honey, my love. Mr. Bullfrog holler, come a light up my pipe, my honey, my love. And the partridge ax, ain't your peas ripe, my honey, my love. Better not walk along that much after night, my honey, my love. My honey, my love, my heart's delight, my honey, my love. The bully bat fly mighty close to the ground, my honey, my love. Mr. Foxy Coaxer, do come down, my honey, my love. Mr. Coon, he rack all round and round, my honey, my love. In the darkest night, oh, the nigger, he's a sight, my honey, my love. My honey, my love, my heart's delight, my honey, my love. Oh, flee, Miss Nancy, flee to my knee, my honey, my love. 11 big fat coons lives in one tree, my honey, my love. Oh, ladies all, won't you marry me, my honey, my love. Turn left, turn right, we'll dance all night, my honey, my love. My honey, my love, my heart's delight, my honey, my love. The big owl holler and cry for his mate, my honey, my love. Oh, don't stay long, oh, don't stay late, my honey, my love. He ain't so mighty fur for the goodbye gate, my honey, my love. Where we all got to go when we sing out tonight, my honey, my love. My honey, my love, my heart's delight, my honey, my love.
After a while the song was done, and other songs were sung, but it was not long before Uncle Remus discovered that the little boy was fast asleep. The old man took the child in his arms and carried him to the big house, singing softly in his ear all the way, and somehow or other the song seemed to melt and mingle in the youngster's dreams. He thought he was floating in the air, while somewhere near all the negroes were singing, Uncle Remus's voice above all the rest, and then, after he had found a resting place upon a soft, warm bank of clouds, he thought he heard the songs renewed. They grew fainter and fainter in his dreams, until at last, it seemed, Uncle Remus leaned over him and sang, "Good night." That's the end of Chapter 71 and the end of Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Thank you for listening.